get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll play it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
Kind of a moot point. I didn't know that there was an agreement. I'm not sure that that's an absolute requirement for that testimony. I've had a little research myself, and obviously the confrontation clause is a paramount concern. And if the witness is, alive and well to the extent that they can testify in lieu of a deposition to perpetuate, that's the preferred method. I agree with you that the logistics of introducing documents and reviewing them and the like is challenging. It can be done, but it's challenging. So I don't know if we readdress this once we get the medical condition.
Sounds fine, Your Honor.
Right, but
the only
it
other
looks like we're headed in that direction.
Well, the only other issue I might address with that, if you might, is if the state decides to call her. While I'm making arrangements for the defense to call her, I'm not sure, whether they're going to make arrangements themselves if they decide to call her.
You got to speak up a little bit. You're not sure in the event that they called the witness in their case?
Okay, well, I'm making arrangements so that she can appear via Zoom for the defense, right? Now, they still haven't decided whether they want to call her or not, but if they do decide to call her, I would assume that they're going to have to make their own arrangements.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah. If the state decides that they're going to call Ms. Belmonte in their case in chief, I'm quite confident that they will use their resources, investigators, staff, whatever it is that's in their field of responsibility, and they'll take care of it.
Good.
I didn't get the sense, frankly, from Mr. Mansfield yesterday that it was likely that that was going to happen, but if it is, then they got to take care of all the logistics.
Just trying to take care of all the bases, Your Honor.
And that's a good idea. So what else?
I did, Your Honor, I did just have a discussion with Mr. Mansfield. Mr. Ballarado was telling me that normally it's customary, I guess, to tell the defense or tell the prosecution, either one, that what witnesses you're probably going to call the next day, because some take longer prep than others. I was just wondering if we can make such an arrangement.
Well, it is true that in most cases that I've dealt with, professional courtesy extends to alerting one side and the other who's expected to be called as a witness on that particular day. It's not, an ironclad rule, but I put it in the category of professional courtesy. So hopefully that can exist in this particular case. From my vantage point, it seems like thus far there's been respectful dealings between the sides. State of any problem in letting the defendant know what your anticipated...
Judge, the state anticipates after opening the first witness will be Deputy Jenna Muller from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. She was the first arriving officer on the scene.
Do you have any others lined up for today?
Yes, Judge. After that, we anticipate calling Detective Marcus Del Valle from the Key West Police Department. And then I think the third witness lined up for today would be Mr. Roger Raugan.
Okay.
All right, well, that's pretty well today's lineup.
That sounds fine, Your Honor.
All right, and presumably you'll extend them the same courtesy
Of course.
when it's your turn.
Yep.
So then, once the jurors get here, we'll go through preliminary instructions. There's a portion of one instruction where the defendant has the right to choose whether or not he or she wants a particular portion given. These are the preliminary instructions, and this one optional instruction at the defendant's request says, in every criminal proceeding, the defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence from the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent. A jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. So that can be given or not. That's the defendant's option. So
Obviously, I'm not going to stay silent, Your Honor.
well, that's not obvious to me, but you've
Speak.
That's fine. So can I take it then you don't want that paragraph
No,
read?
that's fine. You don't have to read that.
All right. So is anybody invoking the rule of sequestration of witnesses? That's the next question. That
We are, Judge.
You are. Okay. So if you're familiar with that rule, Mr. Tucker, but
A little, Your Honor. I wouldn't mind a little explanation from the court. Usually get educated.
okay. What that rule says is that witnesses other than a victim cannot be in the courtroom at any time except when they're testifying. So before they've testified and after they've testified, they have to stay out of the courtroom unless, the sides agree that rule can be suspended for that particular person. Otherwise, they can't be sitting in here either before they've testified or after they've testified. Moreover, they are precluded from speaking to anyone about their testimony. Like if there's a waiting room with witnesses, it's prohibited from those witnesses to confer with each other. I think
That would make sense.
yes, exactly. It's to prevent any kind of comparing testimony or discussing the experience. The only exception to that is that a witness may speak to the attorney, or in this case yourself, for either side, as long as that is done one witness at a time. So you can't have a huddle with the lawyer and 3 or 4 witnesses, but the lawyer, or as again I say, the pro se litigant, is entitled to speak to a witness. They're not covered by that rule. It is a serious rule. It can be enforced by contempt of court proceedings, whereby if a person were to violate said rule, they could be subject to being fined, being incarcerated, having their testimony stricken, any and all of the above. At the beginning of a trial, sometimes if there's witnesses here, I'll bring them in and I'll instruct them about it. Other times, I just say, as I'm going to right now, it's the responsibility of the attorneys to let the witnesses know of the invocation of that rule and that they are bound thereby. So, any questions about that?
No, I think I understand you.
All right. So then openings, just remind everyone, opening statement is not evidence. It's not argument. It's basically, as I've heard it described, a roadmap as to what each side expects the evidence will show. So that's the basic focus of an opening statement. It's not testimonial, it's not evidence. What the attorneys say is not to be considered evidence. So well, and you've indicated that you, Mr. Tucker, want to make your opening after the state's opening.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. So, and then as I told one of the jurors yesterday, we will give them the opportunity to take notes. I'm not going to have jury questions. That's the court's option. I don't utilize that procedure. It's not mandatory. So they may take notes, and we'll presumably we have the notepads ready here. Okay. So jurors are due at 9:30, and unless there's something else,
No, sir.
we'll be back just as soon as I'm told that the jurors are all here in the jury room, and hopefully that'll be right around 9:30. Thank you. They don't do an all rise when
Okay.
She hasn't responded.
Okay.
Ada was there, so she's probably.
Paul, can you put me through to Pam downstairs and investigate? David, I tried. Okay. I just talked to him briefly about it.
All jurors are present in the courtroom.
Okay, that's great. Let's let everybody work their way to their seats. Please be seated, everyone. Ladies, gentlemen, good morning. Very grateful to see you all here this morning, all 14 of you. Thank you very much for being here and being on time. Over the last 3 days, as I'm sure you all recollect, we had the opportunity to go through the qualifications as jurors and then a rather protracted jury selection process. And then yesterday, you all ended up being seated and sworn as the jury to hear this case and decide this case. I gave you some preliminary instructions and explanation of what to do and not to do over the time between your excusal yesterday and being here today. And I also told you that I was going to give you some formal preliminary instructions the first thing this morning. And so that's what I'm going to do. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Franklin Tyrone Tucker, case number 2017 CF 841 CK. This is a criminal case. Franklin Tucker is charged with first-degree felony murder, robbery with a deadly weapon while masked, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon while masked, and battery while masked. The definition of these crimes will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which are called an indictment and an information, are not evidence and are not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Franklin Tucker in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyer thinks is not evidence, do not consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify or under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with the final instructions. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. And I dwelled on that point yesterday afternoon. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence in the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you, and I believe, in fact, yesterday on that parking pass, the clerk did write down my office phone number, and that can be utilized under these circumstances. You all have that. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages relating to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. Inherent in the trial is things that come up in every case that just are not for consideration by the jurors. They're for consideration by the judge and the lawyers. So I can handle that in one of two ways. I can call a bench conference, and I think you saw some examples of bench conferences over the last couple of days where I asked the attorneys, defendant to approach, we kind of huddle up, speak in hushed terms, and then go back to our respective positions. That is to handle the situation as quickly and expeditiously as possible. Once in a while, a bench conference is inadequate to deal with whatever the situation is. Maybe I need to look at some things, maybe I need a longer time. Any one of a number of different reasons where I would determine that we're not going to be able to handle it at the bench conference. If that occurs, I'm going to turn to you and I'm going to say, members of the jury, we reached one of those points in the trial. Would you kindly go in the jury room? So you go in the jury room, I resolve whatever it is that has come up, and then you're brought back out here. I'll try to make it as expeditious as I can, depending upon the issue. I can't tell you what we're talking about, but at least you're going to understand, because I've given you a heads up now, that this is part of a trial, and I haven't forgotten about you, and going to bring you out just as soon as it's possible to do so. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and a writing utensil for use if you wish to take notes. Each one of you has a new steno pad there. It should have your unique number on it. Pencil. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. So at break time, or at lunchtime, or at the end of the day, just leave the notepad on your chair. We'll collect them and be sure they're secure. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. And I want to fortify this point. I do jury trials quite routinely, regularly. We handle jury notes. We have a standard operating procedure. So we respect the confidences of jury notes. So once the trial is over, they're collected. Any page that has any kind of markings on it whatsoever is simply separated from the spiral binding and fed into the shredder that's in my office. Believe me, I have enough to read, so I'm not going to be looking at jury notes, and we all respect that privacy. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. So, with those preliminary instructions, we will now go on to opening statements. So, counsel for the state, would you like to make an opening at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. May I please the court?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, Mr. Tucker. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Assistant State Attorney David Alvarez, and along with my colleague, Chief Assistant State Attorney Joseph Mansfield, will be conducting the presentation of the evidence on behalf of the state this morning and throughout the course of the trial. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for your participation in this process. It's very important not only to the state, but to Mr. Tucker as well. So we thank you. And as the judge has already told you, the defendant is charged with a series of crimes. I'm not going to go over them again. We believe the evidence in this case will show that on or about November 17th of 2017, at 5650 Laurel Avenue, Stock Island, Florida, a place commonly known as the Treehouse, the defendant in this case, Mr. Franklin Tyrone Tucker, along with co-defendants Rory Wilson and Travis Johnson, planned and effectuated a robbery at that location, which at the time was the residence of Paula Belmonte. On said date, at approximately 7:45 or a little bit before there, these three individuals, and you'll hear testimony of this, the evidence will show this, that they actually spoke about how they were going to effectuate and pull off this robbery. They drove past the treehouse once just to stake it out, came back. Defendants Wilson and Tucker put on their dark clothing and grabbed their weapons and their mask, and then got back into Mr. Travis Johnson's truck and drove to the treehouse. The plan was, as you'll hear and the evidence will show, that Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson were going to go up the treehouse, and the reason it's referred to as the treehouse, it's a series of stairs that leads. I don't want to describe it as an apartment, but it's a place where people could sleep. It had tarps over it. It really didn't even have roofs. And I believe the victims in the case, Ms. Belmonte and Mr. Raggett, will explain that in detail, as well as some of the deputies that you'll hear from. But in the commission of committing this robbery, defendants Tucker, this actual defendant, Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson, went up into the treehouse and held Miss Belmonte and Mr. Raggett at knife point. Miss Belmonte was held at knife point with a knife to her throat. During the commission of this robbery, her throat was slashed, and you will see pictures of her injuries during the course of this case. The state is going to be introducing photos of that. Mr. Raggett was also held at knife point. He was beaten, punched several times. He'll actually testify that he was knocked back into a tarp. At this time of the year, I believe in November, it wasn't quite fully dark yet. It was dusk, the sun was setting, but they were able to discern that the alleged perpetrators were coming up the stairs, and eventually what happened. In the process of committing this alleged crime, obviously in fear of their lives, Miss Belmonte and Mr. Raggett were screaming in fear for their lives, and unfortunately the crimes didn't stop there. A neighbor, Mr. Matthew Bonnet, heard the screams and decided to render aid, or at least try to assist in somehow. As he was coming up the stairs, the evidence will show that Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson confronted him. There was a struggle that ensued, and Mr. Bonnet was stabbed numerous times and eventually died from these injuries. The defendants then fled the scene. Defendant Johnson, who was waiting in his dark-colored pickup truck, the getaway driver, noticing that there was a commotion going on, decided to leave his two accomplices and drives away. They ultimately meet up at a warehouse where they were all residing together, probably about, I want to say about 500 or 600 feet from the actual treehouse, where an argument ensued, and Mr. Johnson decided to walk down to the Tom Tom to get some cigarettes, where he met up with Mr. Detroit Wilson, Mr. Rory Wilson. You're going to hear from numerous witnesses during the state's presentation and shall be presented with numerous exhibits of evidence for your review and consideration in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state is absolutely confident that at the conclusion of this matter, you will find that the defendant, Franklin Tyrone Tucker, is guilty as charged in the indictment and the amended information. Thank you.
Tucker, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may do so.
Okay. That was a presentation by the state. By the way, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That was quite the story. But the problem is nothing in that story tells you what evidence they have, what evidence they're going to show. You know, how are they going to actually tie me into that story? Anyway, you know, the prosecution, you know, tells that story, but the problem is very little of that story is true. That's the bottom line. And, you know, yes, about the only thing that was true in that story is, yes, John Travis Johnson was there. That's a fact, right? This state witness, you know, they keep on saying he's the getaway driver, right? Out of all the evidence...
Object argumentative.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Is it my
Again,
turn?
this is an opportunity to talk about what the evidence you expect will show.
Oh, but that's where I'm going, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just give me a second, I'll get right there. I was actually just getting to that point. Out of all the evidence they show, all the witnesses they bring, where are they going to show he's the getaway driver? That's what you need to look at, right? Because the defense, you know, we can show all day there is no evidence saying he was a getaway driver. We can also show that there's evidence that says otherwise. And that's what we do intend to prove. As far as the evidence we intend to put on, we're going to, you know, put on the surviving victim, Miss Paula Belmont, who says, 100% sure, wasn't me that night. 100%. Now, just as Mr. Alvarez said, you know, this is a woman who was brutally beaten, robbed, had her throat slit, literally sat there and watched her friend get murdered viciously. But yet she is testifying on my side. Now, don't get me wrong, what motivation could she have? Anyway, going down the line here, we're also intent on going ahead and, calling a few other witnesses here. The next one after that is probably going to be Mrs. Angela Oslowski. Again, talking about evidence, right? Well, this is the woman who did the FDLE reports, the forensic evidence that, that they submitted, right? All the evidence comes back. None of my DNA, none of my, my blood, none of my fingerprints, none of that stuff. Okay? So, no forensic evidence, right? Okay? Surviving victim says it wasn't me. Okay, so we'll go on down from there. The next one, Mr. Tom Walker from Internal Affairs, right? Now, Mr. Tom Walker goes ahead and investigates the investigation because of a complaint I made, right? A complaint that comes back sustained, right? Comes back as sustained for an investigation that was so poor, so poorly executed. 208 pieces of evidence were found to be mishandled by the MCSO, including DNA, including physical evidence, including video. 208 pieces of evidence. Now, he also goes ahead and goes beyond that. He goes on to show that, that the original affidavit that was used to arrest me, the one that actually everybody relies on as far as what the police say happened, right? He goes ahead and investigates that. Unfortunately, guess what? That's not accurate either, according to him. That he actually goes ahead and investigates this and finds out that the original affidavit that was used to indict me, used to give me these charges and put me in front of you people, right? Not that I don't like you, but...
Objection, argument, again, Your Honor.
Well, I'll overrule that objection.
No, but yes, it put me here. And so he'll go ahead and show that that isn't exactly accurate. That it's filled with inaccuracies. It also has what they call material omissions. Stuff that would be an exculpatory evidence to suggest that I wasn't there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and interview Mr. Tom Walker. We'll go ahead and put him on the stand. Then after that, we have Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Chad Scabilia. Right? He's actually one of the higher ups in the MCSO. I don't know how familiar the jury is with that, right? I know we all know Rick Ramsey, but do we know Mr. Scabilia? Probably not. But he is one of the higher ups in the MCSO. He's in charge of their operations. He decides, as of January of 2019, he's going to go ahead and do an investigation of the entire major crimes unit, right? He's afraid that they're not living up to par. That's a good supervisor.
Object and ask for sidebar.
Okay.
I can go with you on the outside, yes.
First of all, I don't believe any of this is going to be coming in. It's not going to be relevant to this investigation or this presentation. And so what he's doing is opening the door to this salacious information.
1 second. I'm going to wait till the state settles in. I'm also going to advise the jury that I have overruled the objection, but I do want to remind you that this is opening statement. It's not evidence in the case, and it may or may not reflect what ultimately is evidence, and it will be up to you to decide the case based on the evidence. So keep that in mind, that this, what I told you, the statements of the attorneys, is not evidence. So with that, let the defendant proceed with his opening.
Thanks. I'd also like to apologize for my tone. You know, obviously, I'm a little upset. You might understand. I don't know if you do, but you might understand. Anyway, continuing forward, back to Lieutenant Colonel Scabilia. His report, he goes ahead and he finds that there are a number of investigations in the Major Crimes Unit that have not been sufficiently investigated, according to him. One of them, well, not one of them, out of the many that he finds, and Miss Danielle Malone, who we intend on putting on the stand, and to go ahead with this investigation. Yes, she's found to have, out of 17 active cases, 11 of them come up as insufficient, which we would argue mine is one of those. So we, we have quite a bit of evidence. I know that Mr. Mansfield asked you if you could convict me on one piece of evidence. Maybe. That's true. I could see that, depending on what the evidence is. You got a video of me doing something, or, I could see that. But what he failed to say is, okay, could you convict me on one piece of evidence when there's a lot of evidence that says something else? That's the question. And that's what we're going to try and get to with the defense, right? We're going to bring up witnesses, we're going to bring up evidence, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to challenge everything that the state is saying here, because I know it's not true. So, in the end, that's what we're looking for here, right? We're looking for the truth. When they can present their case, I'll present mine, and we'll see what comes out as true. And then you guys can decide. And I know from looking at all of you and from going through our voir dire, this will decide correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. So, jury, you've now heard opening statements from both the state and the defense. So now we start with the evidentiary portion of the proceedings, and the state has the opportunity to go first. So, you prepared to call your first witness in your case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor. State will call Deputy Jenna Muller from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
All right, Deputy Jenna Muller.
It's okay.
Wherever the podium suits you, a broad range is fine. As long as comfortable, as long as the other side's able to have a clear view of the witness stand and hear, that's fine. Ma'am, if you please step forward right through the gate there. Approach the deputy who's in front of the witness stand here. That's good. Would you stop right there, turn, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now and here shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, please have a seat on the witness stand, loudly and clearly, so everyone is able to hear you.
Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and for the jury, please.
Jenna Muller,
And where are you currently employed?
Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity are you employed with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office?
I am the Road Patrol Sergeant in District 1.
How long have you been doing that, Mr. Deputy Muller?
As a sergeant,
Yes, ma'am.
since July, I believe.
And in total with the Sheriff's Department?
I got hired in January of 2016.
2016, okay. I'd like to direct your attention to November 17th of 2017. Were you employed with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office on that date?
I was.
And in what capacity were you working with them at that time?
I was a deputy on road patrol in District 1.
And at some point on that date, I want to say at approximately 7:45, 8 o'clock, did you have an opportunity to respond to 5650 Laurel Avenue, commonly known as a treehouse?
Yes, I believe the original call was for me to go to the CVS right in front of that address.
Okay, and the CVS, how far is it away from the 5650 Laurel Avenue?
Across the street.
Literally across the street?
Yes.
Okay, and could you please describe for the jury what happened? What happened when you got there?
So I responded to the CVS. The call was that there was a man there making excited statements, something along the lines of maybe his friends were hurt. I don't remember the exact dispatch. So I arrived there, made contact with a male who was shirtless, and he began telling me of this incident, a stabbing that occurred, and that it occurred at the treehouse.
Okay, and did you ultimately respond to the treehouse?
I did.
Were you the first surviving officer on the scene?
I was.
Could you please describe for the jury what you observed when you arrived?
So on arrival, I could hear, I parked my patrol vehicle out front of the property, and I could hear someone screaming from what ended up being the top of the treehouse. I made my way onto the property, up the stairs, and that's where I encountered the first victim laying face down on the stairs, unresponsive. I went past him to the victim that was yelling, and she was at the very top of the treehouse with a large wound to her neck, and I believe her hand as well.
Okay. Now, a lot of people are interested, including myself. Could you describe why do they call this residence the treehouse?
So it was legit a treehouse. It was almost like a outdoor platform tower. I believe there was 2 levels and stairs going up all the way to the top, and it was essentially a treehouse. It was just two platforms.
Did it have a roof or anything of that nature?
I think maybe part of it sort of had some sort of makeshift roof, but I don't remember exactly.
Running electricity?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, very well. You indicated the first victim you encountered was non-responsive.
Correct.
Did you call for medical assistance?
Yes.
And did they ultimately arrive there?
Yes.
Okay, and then you proceeded upstairs, and who did you come into contact with upstairs? Do you remember?
Yes, that was Miss Paula Belmonte.
And what was her condition like?
She was very excitable, yelling, screaming, and she had the large wound on her neck. I believe I found a towel nearby or something and applied pressure, had her hold on that while I went back to try to assist the first victim I had encountered.
Okay.
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as the state's Exhibit A3 for identification. And actually take a look at it. You had a chance to review this?
Yes.
Did they accurately and correctly reflect the entrance and the stairs of the treehouse?
Yes.
Permission to introduce this in evidence, Judge. I don't believe there's an objection.
Any objection? Mr. Tucker, any objection to this exhibit?
Let me pull the microphone down. No, sir.
All right, so we'll admit it as states 1, it's a composite. 1A through C. We just need the clerk to mark it, please. What, Mr. Alvarez, so we can bring it up to the clerk so we can get it marked as states 1A, C composite.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Permission to publish to the jury article.
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Muller, while the jury is looking at the photos, could you kind of describe what they're looking at? Is that the steps leading into the treehouse?
Yes, so if I remember correctly, it was essentially like one flight of stairs and then almost like a landing platform and then another flight. And then I don't recall if there was a turn at the very end up to the top, but there may have been.
And just so I'm clear, you indicated that you encountered the first victim, which was non-responsive on the first landing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I know the jurors are reviewing the state's first exhibit, but the state has no further questions for Deputy Muller at this time.
All right, so before we have cross-examination, we'll let the jurors, each of them, have an opportunity to review the exhibit, and then we'll do cross-examination opportunity. Appears as though all the jurors have now had an opportunity to review the exhibits. We can return them to the exhibit, and we can return them to the clerk. The state's completed direct examination. Mr. Tucker, did you care to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can proceed.
Deputy Mueller, thank you for coming. It's been a while. But, okay, that night, do you remember approximately what time? You know, what time you arrived on scene, what time you got to the treehouse?
I don't recall the exact time, no.
Just, how about approximately? You got anything in there?
Want to say maybe it was like, I'd be guessing. I think it's like, 8 p.m., something like that.
Okay, we can always look at it.
Yeah.
You both need to keep your voices up, please.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Your Honor. Okay, so you get to the treehouse, and And Paul is the second victim that you come across, correct? It's you come across Matt first.
Correct.
Okay. And how long before backup shows up? Approximately.
Approximately like 20 minutes or maybe 30 minutes. Another deputy showed up to assist me with clearing the property.
Okay. And did you guys actually clear the property, check, make sure there's no more suspects, anything like that?
I had done that prior to the deputy arriving on scene.
Okay. Would that be on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay, check that out. Okay, so now you're at the property, you've done your sweep, you've got backup, correct? And I would assume the ambulance shows up before or after that?
Yes, sir. The ambulance showed up minutes after I got there.
Minutes after you got there. I seem to remember that too. Okay. Now, let's see, after that, what did you do after that? After you went ahead and cleared the property, after the ambulance came, they took Paul to the hospital, if I remember correctly, right?
Correct.
So what was your duty after that?
I remained on scene. I started a crime scene log. I believe I taped off the immediate structure of the treehouse itself, and then also the entrance to the property.
Okay.
I asked anybody who was in the property to come outside of the property. I tried to identify everybody that was on scene or that I came into contact with. That was essentially.
Okay. You secured the scene, basically,
Yeah.
right? And what does securing the scene, what does that actually entail? What is it, why do we do that?
To not contaminate the scene, to not have people in and out, stuff like that.
Okay. Just to make sure that the evidence stays there, it stays, doesn't get
Scene
walked away
safety.
with or tainted, right?
Correct. Scene safety, make sure everything's.
Right, and safety, obviously, right? Okay, and now, was there evidence just found on property?
No, I believe no. There was evidence found on the street itself.
Okay, was that ever blocked off? Was it ever roped off so that the evidence would stay secure?
Yes. Once other units detectives got to the scene, at one point they did block off most of the street, from what I recall.
Okay, and about how long did that take
For them to arrive, or
for them to block off the street?
I don't recall.
Okay, do you remember anybody walking away with evidence?
Walking away with the
Like
evidence?
picking up evidence off the street and walking away with it?
The only person I saw that handled evidence would be the crime scene tech from Key West.
Okay, that would be
Detective Mitchell.
Yeah, if I remember right. Okay.
Yes.
And so he was the one who handled the evidence once he got there, right?
In my presence, yes.
Okay. And and then after that, what did you do after that? I know you started a crime scene log, you secured the scene, at least the immediate scene, right? The
Correct.
treehouse itself.
Correct.
And then what did you do after that?
I believe I, assisted the detectives on scene with what they needed. We walked the street, Laurel Avenue, looking for any additional evidence.
Okay.
I did locate a $100 bill on the street. That's what Detective Mitchell came and photographed and collected. And I believe there was other individual pieces that were located. I didn't locate them directly.
But they're basically all the way down the street, right?
From what I recall, it was, yes, going down the street.
Sure. Okay, so you're looking for evidence after that. That's, you're basically searching for evidence, checking the scene, making sure you guys are covering the whole street now, looking for the evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now you get to the scene, okay, and was I there? Correct. Just we'll go for that right there. Was I present when you got there?
I did not see you, no.
Yeah, okay. And is there any evidence that I was there?
I did not see you there. So
you know of, right? Okay. All right, so nothing there. Now, okay, and you said other people started showing up. Other detectives, other officers started showing up. Was it Detective Mitchell from Key West PD? He shows up for the forensics, correct?
he did show up, yes.
Okay. And then who else showed up?
Let's see. At the time, Captain Phelps. Detective Pitcher, Detective Malone, Lieutenant Kellenberger, Detective Fernandez, possibly Captain Smith.
It's quite a few officers, right?
Yes, sir.
Most of them major ranking officers, if I remember correctly. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said your first encounter was with Todd O'Quinn, correct? With the skinny white guy who ran out.
I believe his name was Todd O'Quinn.
Todd
yes.
O'Quinn,
Yeah.
Todd Sumner O'Quinn is his name, but his full name. So he's the one who approached you first, but he's not the one who called 911, but he's the one who approached you, correct?
Correct. I believe he was yelling in front of CVS, and some other bystanders contacted 911.
Okay. And what was he saying to you? Do you remember?
For the exact verbatim, I would have to refer to my body
Sure.
cam.
You know, it's been a long time. I understand.
been.
Believe me, I understand.
But he told me that there was some sort of altercation. I believe he said he saw Mr. Bonnet being stabbed, and he saw a white suspect and a black suspect.
Do you remember the circumstances being, for the white suspect? The white suspect. Do you remember any of what he said about him?
Again, I would have to refer to the body cam because I would give an exact recording.
Right. Yeah, that definitely helps.
Yeah.
And we may do that. We'll see. Now, prior to all this happening, before you even got to the treehouse, before you even got the call, what were you doing before that?
I believe I was patrolling the trap yard in an area called La Curva prior to...
An area called what? I'm sorry.
It's called La Curva. It's a trap yard.
Oh, La Curva? Yeah, I know La Curva.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe I was patrolling there prior to getting the call.
Okay. Okay. And how long would you say you were doing that?
Again, it would be a guess, but approximately 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. Were you ever in the CVS parking lot that night?
I could have been prior to that.
Do you know approximately how long?
No.
What if I told you maybe hours? Maybe an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours? Just prior to the crime?
Well, it could be, yeah.
Okay, just checking. Okay. And did you go into CVS that night at all?
But I don't have a direct recollection, but if I was there, I probably went in and maybe got snacks or...
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Okay. All right, so we know where you were before. We know where you went afterwards. And, okay, so you're searching and everybody else shows up and they start searching, right? What about, the other investigators? What are they doing? Because, were they all searching on Laurel or did they, go other places? I mean, did they do anything else that you know of?
I know some units responded to a property on 2nd, but I wasn't there. I don't know who responded.
Was it the warehouse property?
Yes.
Okay, so it was the warehouse property. Now, when I say the warehouse property, you and I know what that means. I'm not sure the jury knows what that means. It's on 2nd Street. Could you please just describe it for them just so that they have an understanding of it?
Yes, it's on 2nd Street in Stock Island. It's essentially a big warehouse. It's like an aluminum or metal-sided building, pretty large, and I believe there's it's sectioned off, or at least it is now, into separate areas.
Now, what was the interest at 2nd Street, or the 2nd Street warehouse? Do you know?
I believe at the time, the information that I was able to put out and receive from the victim was that there was a suspect that possibly resided there.
It ended up being true, did it?
I actually don't know if they found him. I don't know the results.
Did you show up for when was it they brought Rory Wilson in? Were you there for that?
No,
I
sir.
know that people were masked, so it was hard to decide. I don't know whether you were there or not, so I'm just asking.
Yes, I was not.
Okay, just checking. Okay, so you got there are units at the 2nd Street warehouse, but you're not one of them. You're still back at the.
I stayed at the scene the whole time.
Okay, you're at the scene. Okay, so we'll go ahead. Okay, is there any other involvement you had in the investigation beyond, that initial night?
The very next night, I was on patrol again, and I got called again by dispatch to a residence at the end of the road because they had found a knife in their yard.
Okay, and where was it? Do you remember, where, what, was it in the mobile home park, or was it,
Yes, at the time there was a mobile home park there called Ocean's Edge.
Okay.
Water's Edge.
Water's Edge.
One of the- Water's Edge.
You're absolutely correct. I'm sorry.
And it was one of the trailers that was on, I guess, is that 2nd Street? Right at the end of Laurel Avenue there.
Yeah, I seem to remember which one. Now, did you stay there and collect the knife, or did somebody else come and do that?
No, I responded. I saw the knife, and I contacted Detective Pitcher at the time, I believe, was the lead detective, and then Key West Detective Mitchell came and collected the knife.
Now, at the crime scene, who would you say was actually in charge of the crime scene? Who was actually running the show?
I know that Key West PD Detective Mitchell was doing the collection, but
For
beyond
the forensics
that,
part, yeah.
yeah, beyond that, I don't know who.
I
was
mean,
running.
normally it would have been Sergeant Kellenberger's job, correct? I mean, I know a little bit about MCSO protocol. I don't know.
He would be
I don't know nearly as much as you, obviously. So.
He would be the supervisor of the.
He would have been the supervisor, right? Okay, and but there were people there above him, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and did people from the state attorney's office show up at the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how about, did they ever have a suspect at the crime scene?
Not that I recall.
And do you remember Anthea Clay?
I believe she showed up on a bicycle at one point.
Okay, was she a suspect in the crime?
Not that I'm aware of. I know she was mentioned by Miss Belmonte that she knew the suspect.
Okay, but that's I'm not trying to tell you what to say or anything like that. I'm just trying to see if we can both remember here, because I remember correctly, didn't Paula come out of the treehouse when she's holding her neck and screaming? Isn't that the first name that comes out of her?
I'm going to sustain it. That's,
Okay.
Fact's not an evidence.
Okay. Anyway, you do remember the Anthea, that she was mentioned by Paula.
Yes.
Okay. And she was eventually brought to the crime scene, correct?
I remember her showing up on a bicycle.
Okay. And did anybody get a statement?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I'm not saying you do. I'm just, because I don't know which officers did everything, so I just trying to get my knowledge here. So you don't know whether anybody took a statement from her.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
All right, that was just rhetorical. I'm sorry. But she wasn't arrested, correct? Or that you know of?
Not that I know of on the scene, no.
And did you have any other parts of this investigation beyond those initial days?
Yes. A few days later.
Okay, a few days later, and...
I was on shift again, and I got called to assist with arresting you.
Oh, thanks. Whatever. I'm not going to hold it against you.
I appreciate it.
Now, and then well beyond that, was there anything else you did for this investigation?
Yes, it was much later in the investigation. I was actually a detective at the time, and I was a plainclothes detective. My partner and I at the time were asked to locate Miss Anthea Clay. And then separately, my partner and I at one time, went to Miami to pair up with, our whole unit did,
Right.
to pair up with Miami-Dade detectives in an attempt to locate another person to serve a subpoena. My involvement with that, though, was literally show up and then we were dismissed. So we went home.
So just go there, go home.
Yeah, I didn't have much.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sure it wasn't fun. Okay, but the Anthea Clay thing, back to that one. So what was the intention of when you went to go engage Anthea on this time?
At the time, Captain Phelps was the boss of the unit I was in, like higher ranking.
Right, yeah.
And she asked my partner and I for assistance with locating Miss Anthea Clay. And she knew, or she had an idea of where she lived, or would be seen. So we were plain clothes, so we set up and we watched, and when we located her, the captain made contact with her, and I believe she brought her in for interview.
Right. And did she act surprised or anything like that to see you guys? Or?
I don't recall.
And you remember being brought in for the interview. Were you there for any of it? Or?
I did not. I waited outside.
Okay. So that's the extent of your involvement, though, that I know of, correct?
As best as I can recall right now, yes.
Okay. And that you know of. Okay, great. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Miss Detective. Sorry, Detective. I want to call you Detective because I remember you being a detective before,
yes,
too.
sir.
Deputy Mueller. Thank you.
Is there a redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy Mueller, good morning again. Mr. Tucker asked you about the actual time that you arrived on scene and were dispatched. And I know at this point it's been, 6 years. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection if you take a look at it, maybe your report?
Either my report or my body cam would very much refresh my recollection.
Yeah, just give me a second. Unfortunately, I didn't have a practice. That's pretty much what you testified. You're fine.
Commissioner Prochar,
Yes.
let me show you a copy of the report. See if that refreshes your recollection regarding at what time you were dispatched and arrived.
Yes, sir.
When you've had your recollection refreshed, say so, and then the prosecutor can retrieve the report and you can testify from your refreshed recollection.
Yes, sir. I'm refreshed.
And could you please describe to the jury exactly what time you were dispatched and arrived?
I was dispatched at 2018.
Okay, and in layman's terms, what
That
time?
is 8:18 p.m.
Okay, very well. Mr. Tucker asked you if he was on the scene when you arrived. Was Rory Wilson there?
Not that I recall, no.
Was Travis Johnson there?
No, sir.
Were any of the alleged perpetrators there?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You indicated that on the second night you were on duty, correct?
Correct.
And you dispatched, I guess, to a mobile home that was referred to as Water's Edge?
The trailer park itself is, yeah.
Okay.
Or was.
And that's where the knife...
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Judge. I have nothing further.
Right. So, may this witness be excused, or is she held subject to recall?
She may be excused, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would
Under
agree.
your...
I would agree, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down. Be
Thank you, sir.
excused. So, members of the jury, I think this is a good time for our morning break. So let's talk about the basic ground rules for the break. You don't have to stay in the jury room. If you want to walk around a little bit, stretch outside the jury room, you may do so. Just let the bailiffs know who wants to go outside the jury room. They will escort you through the secure portion of the courthouse. You can then, when it's time, be back in the jury assembly room, and the bailiffs will bring you back. During the break, whether you stay in the jury room or whether you go outside, the rules, the instructions that I've given you about, exposure to information, discussions, conversations, all those things that you've heard so often, they remain in effect. So we're going to break until 10:55. You can leave your notepads right there on the chairs, and we'll be back, and the state will have the opportunity to call their next witness. reported to him that they're having a difficult time hearing you. So
I'll try to speak into the microphone.
Yes.
I'll try to speak into the microphone, Your Honor.
Definitely be to your benefit to speak louder or into the mic, because
Does this sound better, Your Honor? Actually, is there any way to turn this up?
that sounds better. I think it's probably they're referring to when you're at the podium and questioning witnesses, and you tend to be a bit soft-spoken. So,
Okay. I'll try and speak louder.
yeah. All right. So we've got all the jurors in the jury room.
Yes, sir.
State's got their next witness standing by.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let's bring the jurors back.
All jurors in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back to the courtroom, members of the jury. I hope you enjoyed your break. At this particular point in time, we're back on the record. We're going to resume with presentation of the state's case in chief. So, counsel, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, still call Detective Marcus Del Valle from U.S. Police Department.
All right. Detective Marcus Del Valle. Sir, if you could please come forward through the gate, approach the deputy right in front of the witness stand there. A bit closer there. That's good. Turn, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat on the witness stand.
Permission to proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, please.
Marcus Del Valle. Last name is Delvalle.
And how are you currently employed?
Excuse me.
Where are you currently employed?
City of Key West Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the City of Key West Police Department?
Since 2012, and prior to that, a year and a half as a reserve officer.
Okay. And I'd like to direct your attention to November 17th of 2017. Were you working as a detective at that time?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to respond out to alleged incident in Stock Island?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your role out there?
I was called in. I was off that day, but I was called in by the sergeant on the unit. There had been an incident that occurred, and they needed somebody to process the scene. We already have one detective out there that worked for QS Police, and they needed a second one, so I responded to assist him in processing the scene.
Do you remember what the name of that other detective was?
Stephen Mitchell.
Okay, very well. Please describe for the jury your responsibilities and duties in processing the scene. What does that entail?
I'm one of the field evidence technicians. In processing the scene is picking up evidence, documented evidence, taking measurements and whatever needs to be done to processing, which includes also photographing the scene.
Okay. When you responded there, did you respond to what's commonly referred to as a treehouse?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to walk through the scene?
Briefly, I did. When I got there, I met up with Detective Mitchell, and he gave me a little tour of what was going on. There was two scenes, one outside, one inside. I took a walk through the treehouse, which was a wooden structure, and walked through. He showed me what was going on so I could get a gist of what was going on. And yes, I did walk through it.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm not assuming these are the same, but let's just check just to make sure. Okay. I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. Thank you. Appreciate that. One more, right? Or is that the last one? That's the last one. Yeah, we're good. Nope.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
Detective Devine, I'd like to show you the previously marked State's Exhibit B12 for identification, and ask you to take a look at those photos. Please let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, that's beginning with the first photo is going to be the interior looking out of the property.
Okay.
And then the rest of it's going to be going up the stairs up to the area where they had the couch located at. We walked through that. I walked up the staircase and then back up down, and then that was pretty much what I'd done on that portion of the treehouse itself.
It would be safe to say that's the walkthrough portion, correct?
Yes, yeah, it was the walkthrough that I'd done.
And do they accurately and fairly depict the way the treehouse looked on the night of the incident?
Yes, absolutely.
Point at this stage, there we move these into evidence as State's number 2. I don't believe there's an objection.
Any objection?
Nope.
All right, no. Let's get them marked. We'll admit the ID exhibit into evidence as the State's 2A through...
Looks like 8 through 12 to be in there.
It's going to be...
8 through 2A to 2L.
All right. Composite exhibit for State 2A through L. Admitted into evidence.
Detective Del Valle, while the clerk is marking that, a couple of questions. Do you remember what time you responded, more or less, that evening?
To the minute I can. It was later. It was late afternoon, like maybe 7 or 8 o'clock. I can't remember exact time.
You were toward the end of the day, correct?
It was towards the end of the day. Yes, sir.
Judge, may I question this?
Yes.
Detective Tobias, let's show you the first photograph here. Is that the entrance to the actual treehouse?
That's the entrance into the yard.
To the yard?
Yes, and this is going to be the yard here.
And
That's going up to, that's, I think that's the first floor of the tree house that's going
You got to
up.
try to speak up, please.
I'm sorry, sir. That's the first floor. That's the stairs going up to the first floor. That's part of the deck. I don't know exactly which part, but that's part of the deck. Stairs going up again. So it was three sets, I believe it was 3 sets. And that's the area where they were staying at.
it's like a makeshift bed.
Yeah, makeshift bed that they had, like a little common area that they were staying at. Same, this is all the same floor.
Makeshift living areas, correct?
Yes, sir. And that same thing there, the bed in the back that they were staying at.
Okay, perfect. Commission publish these photos, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Of your knowledge, does the treehouse have running water or electricity?
I don't think it had any no running water and no, I know for sure no electricity.
Okay. Now, that was your first part of your investigation, just taking a walkthrough and just kind of surveying what was going on inside and make sure everything was okay and secured. You would agree with me that one of your responsibilities as a crime scene investigator is to secure the scene and make sure that the scene and the evidence, if there's any, would be safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please explain for the jury what was your next part in this investigation.
Next part, when just to clarify, when I arrived on scene, the sheriff's department already had the scene secured with crime scene tape, and it was kind of isolated to that area where it happened at. I went outside. There was 2 scenes. One was the inside of the property, which Detective Mitchell processed. The second portion of that was the outside, which was the street, all the way down to running east on the main street. So I started picking up evidence that was laying in the street that was part of the scene. That was my primary task in that scene, was collecting the outside evidence.
Do you remember what type of evidence you collected on the outside of the scene?
Yeah, there was, prior to me getting there was Detective Mitchell collected a $100 bill that was laying outside. He showed it to me, showed me where it was at. Then I went down the street. I collected numerous amount of change, quarters, dimes, nickels. There was a lot of personal items as far as makeup that was strewn through the whole street that I started marking and photographing and collecting. But it was mainly personal items, and it appeared to be like from possibly a female's purse.
Did you ever have an opportunity to speak to Ms. Belmonte?
I spoke to no one on the scene.
Okay. Commissioner Person, witness, Your Honor.
Yes?
Detective Goodbye, I'd like to show you what's been previously warrants. That states C9 for identification. I'm going to ask you to take a look at those to see if you recognize those.
Yes, that's the same property, and that's the mailbox going to the property.
Is that the outside, the interior?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately reflect the outside and exterior of the property as they were on the evening in question?
Yes, sir.
Permission to stay with the move to move this and that and try.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit that exhibit as states next in order, which I believe would be 3A through
What are the next things you did on this case? That evening?
That evening was collect all the items that were strewn on the street. We photographed it, like I said, photographed it, documented it, collected it, packaged it, and then we passed it on to the detectives that were with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office that were working the case.
And the street you referred to, what street was that?
I believe Laurel?
Laurel?
Yes, sir.
Avenue. Okay.
Could we get the two that's sitting around, if we're finished?
Yes.
Those, we can bring those over to the clerk and, thank you. We've got 3 marked now.
Permission to focus.
Yes.
Thank you. What time did you finish on the scene that evening? Do you remember?
That evening, I believe it was like 11 o'clock at night, 11:30 at night. It was late.
Did you have an opportunity to go back the next day, or did you need to go back the next day for anything?
The next day I did go back. It was later, excuse me, later in the afternoon. I did go back. Detective Mitchell called me. He had been called out because they had found some other evidence in a yard. So I responded and assisted Detective Mitchell as he collected some evidence.
Okay, let's hold it right there and let him finish.
Okay.
Detective Valley, just to recap. The Valley, I'm sorry. The next day you went back out because did you receive a call from Detective Mitchell?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that call?
Sheriff Department, I guess, had gotten a call from a gentleman that owned a trailer on the property, that he had found possible evidence in his yard off of Laurel Avenue. If you go down, I guess to the east, to the end of the street, there's a trailer there at the time, and he had called that he had found evidence, which was a knife.
Okay. So did you respond to the scene?
Yes, I responded there and met up with Detective Mitchell, who was already on the scene. He was in the process of taking pictures of the knife that was in a planter.
So you assisted Detective Mitchell in recovering the knife?
Yes, sir.
And do you know exactly where the knife was located? On the property?
Knife was located on this gentleman's property. As you walk into the property, to the left of the property, there was like a planter, and the knife was sitting inside of the planter.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective Delgado, I'd like to show you in previous remarks the state's B5 for identification and entry. Take a look at those photographs. I hope you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
And what are those pictures of?
This is the knife that was inside of the planter. It's still sitting in the planter, but it's a knife that did have what appeared to have blood on it.
Is that the knife you recovered, you assisted?
Yeah, I assisted. Yes, sir.
Did you recover on the scene the next day?
Yes, sir.
And if the knife reflects the description and the picture of the knife?
Yes, absolutely.
Have moved this exhibit into evidence. It states, I want to say, 4.
Any objection?
No.
Permission to publish.
Well, let's admit it as
Yes.
4, and we have, it's a composite with how many parts? 4A through E.
Public to the jury now?
Yes.
Thank you. Detective DeValle, after you and Detective Mitchell secured the knife, what did you do with the knife?
Knife was collected. It was boxed, and the Detective Mitchell passed it on to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office detectives with a proper chain of command, custody form and all that.
Did you have any other involvement in this case as far as investigation?
As far as investigation, that was it. Prior to, yeah, that was it. We collected that, and I think that was it. Detective Mitchell did collect some stuff before I got there, but I wasn't present for that.
Very well. Thank you for your testimony. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Stay with Lieutenant.
Cross-examination.
Detective DeValle, right?
Yes, sir.
We just met outside, right? We just introduced ourselves. First time I've ever met you, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Now, that investigation, I remember a lot about Stephen Mitchell and what he did. I wasn't sure how much you were there for. Was there any problems with gathering any of the evidence?
No problems at all.
What about tire tracks from the truck?
Tire tracks, yeah, he took a sample of the tire tracks, and due to the kit that we used that was out of date, and it didn't adhere to the tire track that was next to Cosmos. Yes,
next to the marine.
But that was
it's a marina, or
yes,
is it
sir.
a marina or a marine store?
Marina. I believe they
okay.
work on engines.
But there were tire tracks there. You guys tried to get it.
Yes, and Detective Mitchell tried to pick them up. Here, you it's a form that you put on there, and it's you use like plaster of Paris, put it on, mix it with water. He's the one that done all that process of doing it, but it didn't adhere to it, so he wasn't able to pick nothing up.
That's good to know. I asked Deputy Mueller, same thing. You said when you got there that they'd already blocked off the street? Or was it
Yes,
still
the
just
street
the
was,
street?
everything was, yes, the scene was secured and blocked off.
Okay, it was already secured, blocked off?
Yes, sir.
So you weren't there prior to that?
Prior,
So them blocking off the street?
no, the street, when I got there,
Okay.
scene was already blocked off and secured.
Okay.
I was not there.
No pedestrians going through?
Wait, we got to
Yeah.
take one at a
I'm sorry.
time, so
Yes, sir.
let him finish, and so we can keep it separated. Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
When I got there, that I was called out, scene was secured, there was yellow tape up, and they had police, deputies were already securing the scene, so I did not get there at the beginning of the call.
Okay. Just checking because, again, I wasn't there, so I don't know. How about, did you guys make sure you got all the evidence, from the treehouse, or was there any left over? I mean,
Okay,
that you know.
the treehouse itself.
Yeah, the treehouse property
Detective Mitchell would have to answer that. As far as the outside that I could see and saw and documented, that was all picked up.
Okay.
And that the only thing that I did collect and helped him collect was the knife.
Okay.
Anything that he collected, you would have to talk to him to see what he put in.
And the knife went into a box and then went to the evidence room? Is that
Yes, sir. That was once that was collected. All items that were collected, once we collected it, it was turned over to the sheriff department because we work for the city of Key West.
Right.
We just assisted them and assist other agency. All items that were taken were properly given to the sheriff's department and documented with proper receipts and chain of custody.
How long that took? Curiosity. About how big?
How long? That was done that night. That was passed
that
over.
same night? Okay,
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, you said you handled the knife. It went into property. Did it ever go to
The medical examiner?
Yeah. Or make its way
I
to the
cannot
medical
answer
examiner.
that because it's not my case.
Okay.
That's something that the sheriff department.
But you guys boxed it up?
Yeah, all we do is collect it, give it to them. Sheriff department is in charge of the investigation. They're the primary response department.
Yeah.
And the detectives that are working the case, the lead detective are the ones that take care of that property, sending it away.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we know where all the evidence went and what happened there. So that was the extent of your your investigation with this, though, right? It's just the crime scene when you first got there, the knife, and is there anything else? I think I seem to be forgetting something here.
Pretty much that's all I done. Detective Mitchell did collect a mask, and he did put that into evidence, but you'd
But that
have
was
to talk to
Detective
him. Yeah,
Mitchell.
you'd have to
Okay.
talk to him about that because he's the one that collected it.
Now, is it normal for you guys to get called out when the sheriff's department investigates something, or is that kind of abnormal?
We do help each other out, assist other agency, which would
That
be
makes
helping
sense.
each other out. On this case, I believe the crime scene technician was out. I believe he might have been in the hospital that night, so they didn't have nobody on call to do evidence collection, which is crime scene investigation. So we went out to assist them to help them do it.
Okay, and you guys don't remember taking any DNA or scrapings from Paul Belmont?
All that is going to have to be under Detective Mitchell's.
Okay.
Good. You check his report, everything's in there on
I
that.
seem to remember it being
I
fairly
I
lengthy.
cannot testify to something I did not do.
Okay, no, I'm just checking because
Okay.
I remember I even told you in the hallway. I don't even remember what you did for the
Yeah.
most part.
I'm going to object. There's no questions, Counsel. Mr. Shepherd's trying to testify.
Okay, as I said, we want to take it one step at a time in terms of question, pause, answer. So
Okay, I'll take it a little slower for the prosecution.
for the judge as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, I don't think I have any further questions for the witness. I think you've pretty much explained what you did. Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
Is there a redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Right, and what about this witness? Is
He may be
he
excused at
subject,
this time.
subject to recall, or he can be excused?
He may be excused.
Right. Thank you. You
Thank
can
you,
step
Judge.
down and be excused. Maybe we can approach the bench here a moment to both sides and address scheduling. Speaking with everyone about scheduling, I like to keep the jurors as apprised as I can in terms of what our schedule is. So the state's going to call their next witness in a moment, and his testimony may have to be broken up before lunch and after lunch. So I figure we'll break for lunch somewhere, 12:10, 12:15, something like that. And you have some idea, so for purposes of planning. So state your next witness.
Yes, sir. The state's going to call Roger Raggett.
All right. Sir, would you please come forward right through the gate there? You get close to the deputy right here by the witness stand, this gentleman right here. That's good. Thank you very much. Stay right there. Face this lady. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Have a seat right here on the witness stand and speak loudly and clearly so we all can hear you.
All right. Yeah.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. I'm going to ask you for your name. What's your full name, sir?
Roger Ellen Ruggett.
Ruggett. How do you spell your last name?
R-A-U-G-U-T-T.
All right, Mr. Ruggett. First of all, good morning to you, sir. Thank you for being here this morning. Mr. Ruggett, I want to talk to you a little bit about an event that happened to you a few years ago.
Yeah.
Do you live in Key West?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived in Key West?
Since '84.
So, a long time.
Long time.
And where were you born and raised?
Mobridge, South Dakota.
Okay. Came to Key West in '84, you said. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
All right. And have you lived in Key West ever since?
Yes, I have.
All right. Are you currently employed?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of work do you do, Mr. Ruggett?
I'm over here at the golf course.
Over at the golf course?
Yes.
Here in Key West?
Stock Island.
Stock Island? Okay. And what kind of work do you do over there at the golf course?
Maintenance.
Maintenance work?
Cut grass.
How long have you worked there, Mr. Ruggett?
Since '84.
Been there since '84.
Yeah.
All right. And do you live down here?
Stock Island, Key West, yes.
Okay. You have a home or an apartment? What kind of do you live in?
I got a trailer over here.
All right. Now, Mr. Ruggett, you said you've been in Key West since 1984. Is that right?
Oh, yes, '84.
All right. And you've lived your life down here, right? Since '84.
Yeah, '84.
During your lifetime down here, did you become friends with a woman known as Paula Belmonte?
Yes, I have.
All right. Why don't you tell the jury, how did you become friends with Miss Belmonte?
We partied together.
You partied together.
Yes.
All right. Tell us about that. What does that mean when you say you partied together?
Well, we had drank, smoked.
All right. Well, let's break that down. You said you drank. You drank alcohol?
Yes.
What kind of alcohol did you drink with her?
Bud Light.
Did she also drink Bud Light?
Occasionally.
Was beer your beverage of choice?
Yes.
All right. What about hard alcohol? Did you used to intake any hard alcohol?
Captain Morgan.
All right.
Rum.
And what about Miss Belmonte? Did she also enjoy hard liquor too?
No, I don't think so.
Nope. She stuck to the beer?
Yeah.
All right. Now you said you used to party together, right?
Yeah.
How often would you get together with her to party? Daily, weekly, once a month?
Yeah, well, yeah, 3 times a month or 3 times a week or something.
3 times a week?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
All right. And when you'd party with her, where would you party?
My place, her place.
Okay. You said your place, you have a trailer over on Stock Island, right?
Yes, I do.
What was her place? Like, where did you used to party with her when you went to her place?
Different places, where she used to live.
Did she have a permanent home?
Not really. No, she moved around quite a bit, like me.
Was she ever homeless?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure she was.
Living on the streets?
Uh-huh. Yes, she was.
And you guys would still get together and party and what have you?
Yes, we would.
Now, you said you used to party together and you said you used to drink, right?
Yes.
And you said you guys used to also smoke.
Yes.
What did you guys smoke? Tobacco?
Tobacco.
All right. Did you ever do any hard drugs with her?
Like coke and crack.
Like cocaine? Yes, sir.
Yeah, we smoked crack and snorted coke and smoked cigarettes and
You smoked crack with her? Did you smoke the crack?
Yes,
Did she used to smoke crack as well?
yes,
We're talking about crack cocaine, right?
yes.
And how do you smoke it? You smoke it, you put it, you heat it up? How do you do that?
You put it in a stem. They call a stem, and then you light it up and puff.
And that's how you get the high from ingesting the smoke, I guess, from it?
Yeah, you get high from just the smoke.
All right. And you said you used to smoke crack with Miss Belmonte, right?
Paula.
Or Paula. Okay, fair enough, Paula. How often would you guys smoke crack together?
3 times a week.
Okay. Who used to supply it? Did you supply it, or did
Nope.
she supply it?
She did.
She supplied it?
Yes, she did.
Did you used to pay her for what you smoked, or did she just share it with you?
She shared it with me, and sometimes I paid for it.
All right. And you guys would I guess the word you used was party together, right?
Yes, I would.
All right. It's a hard lifestyle, right?
Yeah, you lose a lot of sleep.
Yeah. Takes its toll, right?
Takes its toll. Yes, it does.
All right, but this is the lifestyle you've lived. Is that fair to say?
Say again?
But that is the lifestyle you lived, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that fair to
It's
say?
the lifestyle.
And is that the
Smoking. Drinking and smoking, yeah.
Okay, and is that the lifestyle that Paula lived as well?
Oh, yes.
Now, at some point, did Paula take up residence in something called the Tree House?
Oh, yes.
All right, let's tell the jury, what is this place called the Tree House? What exactly is it?
A man has built a stairway up around the top of his trailer, and Paul needs to stay up there.
And that was it an actual tree in the center of this structure?
It just wasn't no tree. It was just actual part that the man built. Stairway going up.
Next to his trailer, you said, right?
Over the top of his trailer.
And the man that built it, do you know what his name is?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Fred. I mean, what's his name? Matt.
Matthew?
No, it wasn't Matt either. It was.
You don't remember?
Fred, or Ed, or Fred.
Okay. He's the one that built this structure.
Yes, he did.
Now, you said Paula was living there, right?
Yes, she was.
Or she was staying there, so to speak.
She was living there.
All right. Now, you say she was living there, but Mr. Raggett, I want to be clear. This is not a fully functioning home, per se, right?
No, it's just a deck up there.
I mean, is there running water in this structure?
No running water.
No bathroom facilities?
No bathroom facilities.
What about electricity? Is there any electricity?
No electricity.
So at nighttime, I guess it gets pretty dark, right?
Yes, it did.
So what'd you guys do for light at nighttime when you'd be over there partying?
Flashlights.
I couldn't hear you. What was that?
Flashlights.
Oh, flashlight. Okay, fair enough. So there were flashlights, and I guess that was the way you guys would illuminate the place at night. That's how you bring some light to the place.
Yes.
Okay.
It would be.
Now, how long? Do you remember, like, how long Paula was staying at this place called the Tree House?
6 months. About 6 months, I reckon.
Was it normal for her to move around a lot, or did she stay put?
It was normal for her to move around a lot.
Okay. Do you remember, or do you know, rather, was she paying anybody money to stay in this facility? Like, did she pay anybody rent to live there?
I'm not sure. I never mentioned money.
Did you know a man named Matthew Bonnet?
Matthew Bonnet. No, I didn't.
Didn't know him? All right. But you knew Paula, right?
Yes, I knew Paula.
Okay, so you're there partying with Paula. I want to take you back to August of 2017. You remember that month?
August 17th, yeah.
All right. Something big happened, right? While you were over with Paula one night.
Yes, it did.
All right. Let's tell the jury about what happened. Do you remember the specific date?
No.
And I'm sorry, I said August. I think I meant to say November. It was November of 2017. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
All right. And Do you remember where Paula was living at that point in time?
Yes, I do.
Where was she living?
Up in that tree house.
All right. Now I want to talk about the date specifically, November 17th of 2017.
All right.
Is that where she was living?
Yes, she was.
All right. Had you been over there to visit her when
Yes,
she
I
was living there?
Yes, I was.
And on November 17th, were you over there on that particular day?
Yes, I was.
Was that the first time you'd gone over there, or had you been over there
No, I've been
before?
up there several times.
All right. And again, you guys would party. Is that fair?
Yes, I were. Yes, we were.
So when you went over there on November 17th, did you go? What was the purpose in going over there?
Either to visit with Matt, which I remember now, Matt or her, you know.
All right. Now you said Matt. You do remember Matt?
I remember now.
Okay. Who's Matt?
Matt is the owner of the property.
All right. And is that the one that lived in that trailer?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember his last name?
No, I don't.
If I told you the name Bonnet, does that ring any bells?
No, I don't.
All right. How did you know him as? Matt?
Just Matt.
Just Matt. Okay. So would you ever party with Matt?
Yes.
And where would you party with him? In his trailer?
Yes.
And what kind of stuff did you do with Matt when you partied?
Played chess.
Played chess? Did you ever drink alcohol with him?
Yes.
And again, what kind of alcohol did you guys drink?
Beer.
Is that what Matt drank as well?
Yes.
Matt ever drink hard alcohol?
No.
All right. What about the crack cocaine? Did you ever share or do crack cocaine with Matt?
Yes.
Did he used to do it as well?
Yes.
All right. So you were friendly with Matt as well as Paula. Is that fair to say?
Paul and Matt, yes.
Now, on November 17th of 2017, do you recall going over to the treehouse that day?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you remember what time you went over there?
Almost about 2:30, 4 o'clock.
Sun still up, or had it gotten dark already?
Sun was still up.
Sun was still up?
Yeah.
And when you went over there, do you remember who you went to visit that day?
Paula.
Was Paula? Was she there when you went over?
Yes.
Now, did you have a way to contact her? I mean, did she have a phone or anything like that?
Yes, cell phone.
And did you have a phone?
Yes.
So when you'd go to visit her, would you contact her first, or would you just show up?
I'd just show up. Or,
All right.
Or call her.
All right. On November 17th, do you remember, did you call her that day, or did you just show up?
No, I just showed up, I believe.
Just showed up?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Ragged, if you need any water, I can get you some water, just so you know, okay?
No, I'm fine.
You all right? Okay. So, Mr. Ragged, you said you went over there to visit with Paula, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Sun still up?
Yes, it was.
Daylight?
Daylight.
And is she at the treehouse?
She's in the treehouse.
And do you make contact with her?
Yes.
And where did you make contact with her? Inside the treehouse?
Yeah, upstairs, not a treehouse, yes.
All right. And did you guys do any partying that day?
Yes.
All right. And again, just so we're clear, Mr. Raggett, so the jury's clear, when you say partying, what on this particular day, what were you guys doing? Were you drinking
Yes.
alcohol?
I was. She wasn't.
She wasn't drinking alcohol?
No.
What were you drinking?
Beer.
Okay.
Bud Light.
Bud Light. All right. And you said Paula wasn't drinking that day, right?
She wasn't drinking.
Okay. What about the crack cocaine? Were you guys doing crack cocaine that day?
Yes, we were.
Was Paula doing crack cocaine?
Yes, she was.
And were you doing crack cocaine?
Yes, I was.
All right, and again, that's where you heat it up and inhale it, I guess,
Yes.
right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So, where did the supply come that day that you guys were smoking? Did you bring it, or did Paula have it?
Paula had it.
She had the supply?
Yes.
Did she ever sell it to you?
Yes.
Did she sell to other people?
Yes.
Were you ever there when she sold to other people?
Yes.
All right. So explain that to us. Her customers would come to the treehouse, I presume?
Yes.
And she would sell them what?
Crack cocaine.
Okay. Did she sell any other kinds of drugs besides crack cocaine?
No.
And did she do this regularly?
Yes.
And you said you were there at times when she would do that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And
Truth.
yes, sir, that's what we want, the truth. Did you used to sell it?
No.
You didn't sell?
No, I just smoked it.
Just smoked it, okay. On November 17th, when you were over there with her, you said she wasn't drinking, but you were, is that right?
Yes.
And you guys were both smoking crack?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did day become night that day?
Yes, it did.
All right, sunset?
Yes.
Got dark outside?
It's getting dark.
So when it gets dark outside, what's the lighting like inside of that treehouse?
Well, get the lights from the store and stuff. You know,
I mean, is it as
Right
bright
there.
as it is in this room right now?
no, not at all. Not at all. Darker.
Dark?
Not dark.
Hard to see when it gets dark in the treehouse? That's a question, I'm sorry. Is it hard to see when it gets dark?
It's definitely hard to see.
Do you remember using flashlights on that particular day or not to help with lighting?
No, it wasn't that dark at the time.
Okay,
What you're getting into?
all right. And you had been, how long had you been there until something happened?
It was getting dawn, you know. It was getting a little bit dark, not much.
So not dawn, it was getting
Before it
dark,
went down,
right?
Before it went down, yeah.
All right. Were you there after the sunset and it actually got dark outside?
Yes.
Now, in the actual treehouse structure, where did she sleep? What was her area in that treehouse?
Right in the middle, tarped around with tarps around her.
Okay, in the middle, you said, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, was there anything higher up in the treehouse
No.
that other people stayed in?
No.
Just her. And you said she stayed in what you called the middle portion, is that right?
With tarps around her.
With tarps?
Yeah, just with tarps.
And what would be the purpose of the tarps?
Yeah, just keep
Try to keep the rain out and stuff like that?
keep the rain out, yeah.
Okay. Now, you guys were partying, right?
Yes, we were.
At some point, did something happen that night while you guys were partying?
Yes, it did.
All right, well, let's tell the jury about that. What happened? You're partying, at this point, it's nighttime, right?
It's getting dark, yeah, it's getting a little dark.
All right. And what happens, Mr. Raggett? What happens while you're in there with Paula? First of all, let me ask you, was anybody else there with you besides Paula?
No, just me and Paula.
Just you and Paula? Do you remember seeing Matt that day?
Earlier
Earlier the day you saw him?
downstairs in his place.
But as it became nighttime and you were in the treehouse with Paula, was Matt with you guys at that time?
Upstairs in the treehouse, yes.
That's where you were with Paula, right?
Yes, I was.
So where was Matt? As it became nighttime, where I know you and Paula were in the treehouse, but where was Matt located?
He was downstairs in his trailer.
All right. Do you remember if anybody was with Matt or if he was alone, or do you know if he had people over?
He was alone. He was alone.
Okay. Now, at some point, you said something happened, right?
Yes, something happened.
All right. Well, let's tell the jury what happened.
Two guys came up the steps, looked around the corner. They were wearing a skull mask, and they came up, and I stood up, one of them nailed me, knocked me right back into the chair.
All right, and let me stop you, Mr. Raggett. I'm gonna break this down, okay? Because I have questions while you're giving this jury the story. You said two men came in. Is that right?
Two people with skull masks.
With skull masks.
Yes.
Now, how do you know it was two? You were able to see them?
Yeah, they looked right on the corner. And I go, what the hell's this?
And they came right on in?
Yeah, they came right around, yeah, you know. Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, sir, that wasn't clear. Could you repeat what you just said?
They just came up the steps and right around. They got to make a turn on the steps, you know.
Okay.
Then they right on the top there, and then they came walking up, and they popped me in the head.
All right, they popped you there. Let me ask you, Mr. Raggett, how are you able to tell there were two of them? Are you able to see enough?
Yeah.
Even though it was dark?
Yeah.
Could you make out their faces?
No, they were wearing skull masks.
Okay. Could you tell what ethnicity they were. Were they black, white? Could you tell anything in that regard?
Nope, they were wearing gloves as well as skull masks.
So you couldn't even see skin to tell if what ethnicity?
That's right.
All right. And you know there were two of them.
I knew there were two of them, yeah.
Now you said when they came in, what was your reaction to it?
I stood up, said, what the hell's going on here? You know, and they hit me, knocked me back into my chair.
All right.
And they,
Do you remember if they hit you?
Before I get back up again, this person took a knife and put it to my throat, or he put it right here in front of my face, and gave me the motion like this. You know, don't want to hear that damn thing out of you, you know?
And what did you take that to mean, that gesture? And Judge, for the record, the witness is putting his finger over his mouth. What did you take that to mean, Mr. Raggett?
Don't
talk?
Don't talk, don't do nothing. So I sat there.
Now you said you took a couple of hits from this person, right?
Oh, he hit me, yeah.
How many times did you get hit?
Well, 4.
All right. And then you said when you stood up, they knocked you down again?
Yeah.
When you were being hit, do you recall was a weapon being used or was it a bare hand hit?
Yeah, it was barehanded, it was a glove. I could feel the glove, you know, hit me too. Yeah.
Okay. So you felt the glove on his hand?
Yeah.
And that's what you felt. Where on your body were you being hit?
In the head.
In the head. All right. Did it hurt?
Yeah.
And when you got hit, you said about 4 times?
3 or 4.
Were both men hitting you, or was it just one of the 2 men hitting you?
Both of them were hitting me.
Both of them were hitting you.
Huh?
All right. And ultimately, you said one of them gave you that sign, right?
Yeah.
Now, when he did that, did he leave you alone, or did he stay with you?
He kept that knife in front of my face, yes.
All right. And then at some point, do you remember seeing Paula during this struggle?
Oh yeah, she was sitting right there, getting beat up too.
And who was beating her up?
The other guy with the skull mask on.
The other guy with the skull mask on?
Uh-huh.
So were they both beating on Paula, or at this point was one with you and one with Paula, if you remember?
One was beating on me and the other was beating on Paula.
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know, I could tell by the Swazer who the one was, you know, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew the Swazer. Got that word right, Swazer? Uh-huh.
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Oh, his style, his walk, his talk.
Okay. Were they, like height-wise, were they tall guys, short guys? Were they the same height, or was there a difference between the two?
One tall, one short.
I'm sorry, and I talked over you, and I apologize.
One tall, one short.
Okay. One's tall and one's short, you said, right?
You've got to say yes or no, sir. I not or if you could just.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Raggett, you said one of the men was tall and one of the men was shorter. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall which one was focusing attention on you and which one was focusing attention on Paula?
Yes.
Okay, which one was on you, the tall guy or the short guy?
Tall guy.
And the other one on Paula was the shorter guy?
Yeah.
All right. Now, did this...
Yes. Okay.
No, you did okay. How long did this go on for?
Hell,
I know it's probably hard to say.
10 minutes.
Okay. 10 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, it was.
All right. And at some point, what were they doing to Paula? Were you able to observe what they were doing to Paula?
Yeah, jerking her around, saying we cut your damn throat, you know.
Do you remember them doing any? I'm sorry.
Give it up, you know. Give it up, Paula, give it up, you know. She goes, Roger, help me. I said, yeah, give it up. You know, give them what they want. Get the hell out of here, you know. Nothing to get poked about, you know.
Sure. At some point, do you know if they inflicted any injuries on Paula?
Yeah.
And what'd they do to her?
Hit her in the head.
Hit her in the head? Did they cut her?
Yeah.
Where'd they cut her?
Neck. It's right here, I guess.
Do you remember seeing that?
No.
Then how do you know she got cut there?
Because, I hit her, I handed her a rag before I ran down the steps.
Well, let's talk about that.
Okay?
At some point, when they kept saying give it up, were they specific about what they wanted her to give up?
Yeah.
What they want?
Money and drugs.
How do you know that?
Because they said give up the money or the drugs. Either
All right.
one. Take them both.
And did she ultimately give up the money and drugs?
Yeah.
And did she
Yes.
just hand it over? Do you remember how she was able to give it to them?
She said, right there it is. Take it and get the hell out of here.
And what'd she point to?
A little container on a little container.
All right. A small container, you said, right?
Yeah. A little
All
container.
right. When she pointed that out to them, did they grab the container?
Yes.
And did they leave?
Yes.
All right, now, did they leave pretty much together? Did they leave, did one leave before the other, or did they leave at the same time?
No. No, they left. They left because the man was holding a knife in front of my face, hit me, knocked me through the tarp, jumped over a railing after Matt, and ran down steps and struck that man, and then ran back up steps and said, "We gotta go."
All right.
All the time I was under that tarp, you know.
Okay. Now, were you guys calling for help while this was happening?
Matt did. I heard him yell,
Matt said what?
"Help!"
Okay. Did Matt come up the stairs to where you and Paula were?
No. Well, yes, he did. He came up steps and he turned around and went right back down.
All right, so Mr. Raggett, I want to make sure that we're clear for the jury, because I want to make sure this is clear. So during the struggle with these two men, at some point did Matt come up to that platform where you and Paula were?
Matt made it up to the platform, seen what was going on, turned around and started walking back down, and that man hit me, knocked me through a tarp, and
you said you heard Matt yell for help?
then I heard Matt yell for help.
Okay.
And then that man would knock me through the tarp with that skull mask on, said, "We gotta go," to the other guy.
All right.
With a skull mask on, and they left.
And do you know if they ever made contact with Matt?
No.
Do you know if they ever got to Matt? I mean, were they able to get to him? Did they interact with Matt at all?
You don't have to rap with Matt when that person jumped down the steps there and stabbed his ass.
Stabbed Matt?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember where they stabbed Matt? Was where on his body he got stabbed?
No.
And you said he came back upstairs, this man in the mask, and said to the other guy, "We got to go."
We gotta go. We gotta go. That's the only thing you said.
Did they leave?
Yes.
Now, when they left, what did you do? What's the first thing you did? Did you go to Paula?
I went to Paula, see how she was, found a rag for put on her wound, and I ran down steps. I jumped over Matt, and I headed out to the alley to see where they went.
All right. Were you able to see where they went?
No.
When you got down to the alley,
they were already gone.
already gone.
Uh-huh.
Did you go back into the treehouse then after you went out to the alley?
Nope, I took off.
Took off.
Yeah.
Did you ever render any aid to Matt when you saw
No.
Matt? When you last saw Matt, was he standing or was he on the ground?
He was laying down.
Do you remember if he was bleeding at all?
No,
You don't remember, or he wasn't?
I don't remember, but I didn't see it. I didn't see no blood.
Okay. But you did render aid to Paula, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I gave her a rag. I found a towel there and I grabbed, hold it, I gave it to her, and I ran down steps.
Okay. There.
Yes.
Okay, so okay. Judge, I'm going to show the defense what's been previously marked as Echo Composite 1 through 4. Have you shown the defense judge and approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Reagan, I'm going to have you take a look at these photographs, okay?
Okay.
Tell me if you recognize them. Before we talk about them, tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, Paula.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just Paula. Don't recognize that.
Okay.
Well, it's probably Paula's hand, but I
Okay.
wouldn't know.
Let me ask you, do these photographs appear to show Paula? So these two you don't recognize, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, Judge, I'm going to pull these out.
Yeah.
Let's go with the two that you do recognize, okay?
That's Paula.
Do these pictures fairly and accurately show the injuries that Paula received on that night?
I believe so.
Is that what you observed on her that night?
I didn't look. All I did was head her rag and leave.
Okay. Judge, at this time I'd seek to move in what's been previously marked as Echo 1 and 2 to evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admit states E, identification 1 and 2 is 5, A and B. Yeah, give the ones that want to Crawford, give them back to the prosecutor, mark and admit the 2.
Thank you. Okay, now that they're in evidence as states Exhibit 5, Composite A and B, Mr. Rugged, I'm going to show these to the jury. Let's keep this one first. I'm going to have you tell them what they're looking at here. Is this your friend Paula?
Yes, that's my friend Paula.
All right. She's got some redness on her face. Is that from the beating she took that night?
Oh yeah, it worked over good. Oh yes, yes.
And this one here, you said you put a rag in her neck, right?
I gave her a rag. I didn't put it there. I gave her a rag.
All right. Why'd you give her a rag?
Because she was bleeding. And she said she was.
And after you gave her the rag, that's when you went downstairs, is that right?
Ran downstairs.
Okay. Thank you, ladies. Mr. Reagan, do you know Tyrone Tucker?
Say again?
Do you know Franklin Tucker? Do you know a man by the name of Franklin Tucker?
No, I don't know Franklin Tucker.
I'm going to have you take a look at the defense table. Do you recognize that man?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, on this particular night, let me ask you this. How did you know it was 2 men? I know they had masks on.
I didn't know those 2 men. They had skull masks on. I didn't know them.
But how do you know it was men and not women?
Say again?
How did you know they were males and not females? You know.
That's a hard one.
Okay. But in your memory, it's 2 men.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you ever have contact with Paula again after this particular day?
Oh yeah.
You've seen her again?
Oh yeah.
Have you guys talked about what?
Later on, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I had seen her later on that day. Not that day, but after everything was over with.
And have you guys partied together since then?
No.
Never again since that night?
Nope.
Now, all those events that happened here in Monroe County, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember, you said you saw a knife. Do you remember how many knives you saw?
I seen 2 knives, yeah.
You
They
think?
were carrying knives. Big ones, big knives.
Okay, they were or were not steak knives?
Oh, it was a big old white handled steak knife.
Okay.
Right in my face.
And you think that there was more than one knife?
The other guy was carrying a knife too.
So you think they both had a weapon, or a knife rather?
Yes, they both had weapons.
Mr. Raggett, give me just 1 second. Let me check with my partner, okay? It's fine. I don't trouble with it. Judge, I'm going to show defense counsel as the mark for identification is Foxtrot.
Yeah, I know.
Approach.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Rugger, I'm going to show you a photograph, okay? Tell me if you recognize this person.
Looks like Matt, doesn't it?
Is that who you knew as Matt?
I thought, no, maybe. I don't know who that is.
All right. You don't know? You do or you don't know?
Well, it looks like Matt. Looks like Matt, personally.
All right. Judge, at this time, I seek to move in F for evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, states F for identification is admitted as next in order, being state 6.
So, Mr. Raggett, this is the man that you knew as Matt?
No, it kind of looks like him.
Kind of looks like him?
Yeah.
But you can't say 100%.
Well, his hair's a little shorter.
Okay, fair enough. But you think it looks like Matt? Is that right?
Yes, it kind of looks like Matt. Yes, I did. Yes, it is. Yes, it does.
Fair enough. Thank you, ladies. Mr. Raggett, I don't have any other questions for you, sir. Thank you.
Well, you certainly set me up.
Okay, sir. If you just kindly stay in place there, please.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to address the jury. Members of the jury, thank you so much for your patience and attention during our morning session. As I told you, when this witness was called, we'd break for lunch about now, and that's what we're going to do. Now, leave your notepads there on the seat when you get up. I have a hearing, a short hearing in a separate matter at 1:30, so I'm going to ask that you please be back in the jury assembly room by, let's see, it's 1:45. That's about an hour and a half for your lunch break. Follow the cautionary instructions that the court has consistently given you. Enjoy your lunch. 1:45, be back. You'll be excused till then. I wait to hear the doors closed. Okay, so the jurors are now gone. Mr. Raggett, you're going to be back on the witness stand after lunch because the defense has the right to ask you questions also.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if anybody wants me to give them any special instructions during the lunch break or not. You know,
I don't think it's necessary, Judge. Nothing from the state.
Avoid talking about the case. That's it.
Oh, okay, so the rule of sequestration of witnesses has been invoked. That basically means that you shouldn't be discussing your testimony or the case with anyone during the lunch break.
All right.
All right?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, enjoy your lunch, and please be back here at like 1:40, all right? It's like 12:16 right now, so you're back by 1:40. That should give you ample time for lunch, and we'll see you then, all right?
Okay, yes.
All right, thank you. You can be excused
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
for until after lunch, 1:40. Anything else from anybody before we break?
Nothing from the state, Judge. I'm sorry. Nothing from the state.
Mr. Tucker, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you,
We'll be
Judge.
back. It's here, the lawyer. Mr. Raggett,
Yes.
could you come back up to the witness stand, please? Right back up to where you were seated before we broke for lunch, sir.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
All right, so we have everybody by way of jurors in the jury room? Yes, sir. Bring them in, please. Good to see you all back after lunch. Hopefully it was pleasant. We're back on the record, State versus Tucker. By way of recap, this morning you were given formal preliminary instructions. You heard opening statements from both sides. The state began presentation of its case in chief, called a couple of witnesses, and then Mr. Raggett here, he was called as their third witness, and the state had completed its direct examination when we broke for lunch. So now he's back on the witness stand, still under oath, and I'm going to give the defendant an opportunity for cross-examination. If you'd like to.
Hi, Mr. Raggett. How are you doing today?
Fine, thank you.
Good. I'm going to try not to be too long with you, man. I know we've held you up quite long enough already, so I'm not going to keep you up here forever, okay?
Okay.
Try and be quick about this. Let's see. Going over some of your testimony. Now, you said you didn't know my name, you don't know me, right? We've never partied together, right?
No, I don't know you.
Okay, good. Now, you said, you know, when you were being attacked, right, and the one guy had you, he was holding up a knife, correct?
Right in front of my face.
Right in front of your face. Now, do you think you'd recognize that knife again if you ever saw it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And, Mark?
Oh, yes. Yes.
That's Exhibit 1.
Well, that would be Defendant's Exhibit A, but has the clerk called Mr. Tucker, the clerk has to first of all see it and put an official sticker with Defendant's Exhibit A thereon.
I'm sorry. I'm familiar with this. I'm trying to familiar with this. I'm trying, you know. Is that familiar to you?
So you're showing the witness what's been marked as Defendant's
No.
Exhibit A. Sir, let me just, for the record, state the witness is being shown Defendant's Exhibit A for identification. Okay, and you're asked if you recognize that.
No, it had a white handle.
White hand. Okay. Good. Thank you. Just want to check. Thanks. Okay, so, again, we're going back over this attack. And you said somewhere in there when Matt came upstairs, right? When he actually came up the stairs, right? You said that, what did the guy say? You said something, he said something and they jumped down the stairs or something like that. Do you remember that?
No, he hit me.
Uh-huh.
He hit me and knocked me through a tarp.
Okay. Did he say anything before, you know, after or after he did that?
No, he didn't say nothing.
Okay. All right. I must have misunderstood you then. Because I thought you said something like, was it, you know, we got to get out of here or something like that?
He did say that, but he said that later when he came back up the steps.
Oh, when he came back up. Okay. I just want to make sure. And just like the knife, you know, would you recognize his voice again if you ever heard him?
He didn't say nothing.
Well, I mean, if he said, didn't he say we got to get out of here?
That's about it.
Okay, but you wouldn't recognize his voice?
No, I don't think I would.
Okay, just checking. Now, again, I just confirmed, you know, just a second ago that, you know, you don't know me, don't know my name, anything like that, right? We've never met.
He was wearing a skull mask.
Right, I got that part, but, you know, but you don't know my name, correct?
No,
Okay,
I don't
good.
know you.
Good. So if, you know, if investigators, and I'm going to read this to you just, you know, just to make sure, but if investigators said something along the lines of, Rogers stated that,
I'm objecting, Judge, to this.
would you like
I
me to
don't know
have
what
him
he's
read it?
reading from.
Well, then
I
I
showed
guess.
it to you.
Well, 1 second, take it easy. You wanted to see what was.
Judge, yes, he's reading from a document that is not in evidence, and I don't know where this line of questioning is.
I'm reading it for
Well, would we like to have a bench conference to address the issue? Members of the jury, we've reached one of those points where the bench conference isn't going to do the job, so sorry to send you into the jury room so soon, but it happens, so bear with me, please. Okay, so now the jurors are gone, and we can be heard without whispering. And can I have a copy or see this document that's the source of this question? Thank you.
It's the original affidavit.
Okay, it is an affidavit. So this is the arrest affidavit, okay, and it is sworn out by Danielle Malone. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay, and would you direct me, please, to the portion of it that you wanted to inquire about?
It's actually underlined in there.
Well, I don't know, but just show it to me.
Gotcha. Actually, right there, in green.
Okay, so, and the state has a copy of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what question did you want to ask? What was your specific question?
My question is if you made that statement.
Well, but that's not the question you're going to ask them. You're going to. I want to hear the exact question, not did you make that.
I mean, I was going to read it to him rather than have him read it. If he would like that, that's fine. It's just I want to know if you made that statement.
I understand what you're talking about. When I go and have an objection on a sensitive issue that's been objected to, and I take the jury out, I like to know exactly what the question is, because many times, somehow or other, things get altered between the time of this hearing, and I'm not talking about you, and I'm just talking about my experience over the years, that unless I nail it down, then somehow or other the question changes and the issue changes. So I would like to hear exactly what question you want to ask. That's
Your Honor, I was going to say, did you say this and then read that?
Would you do that, please?
Thank you, sir.
So just like, I anticipate there's going to be instances
Okay, Roger, bear with
in the
me.
course of this trial where we're going to have these sessions and proffers and the like, so it's all part of the process.
Okay.
So go ahead and ask the question you'd like to ask.
Roger, I'm just going to ask you a real simple question, okay? When this investigation was going on, did you ever say that Franklin Tyrone Tucker put his finger towards his mouth and made a sound?
Okay.
I didn't say-
Wait. You don't have to answer that right now. That's the question. State.
I have no problem with that question, Judge.
Okay.
What I understand Mr. Tucker's trying to do is he wants to show the jury this tainted investigation and how they went after him. And it's improper for him to stand and read from a document that obviously he's going to make sure the jury, telegraph the jury, here's an affidavit for my arrest, and they lied in it. That has nothing to do with this trial. He was arrested already. So any inadequacies in that affidavit are done. He's here facing trial. Mr. Tucker, you don't have to give me weird looks or threatening glances or whatever that's supposed to
That
be.
was not supposed to be a threatening glance. I really take offense that you would say that.
In any event,
Anyhow, Judge, I have no
it
problem.
was a glare, but regardless, I understand your point. So, and again, based upon what I heard in the opening, this may become an issue, and we'll have to deal with it as the time comes. But all these alleged infirmities in the investigation, I'm not sure how that's ultimately
Our
relevant.
argument's going to be relevant all the way through, every single time. So it's not relevant about the inadequacies of this affidavit.
You're telling me the inadequacies?
The question he can can ask this this witness is, have you ever ID'd me during the pendency of this investigation as being the person who stabbed, or the person who held you participated in this robbery? And I believe the answer is going to be no, I haven't. And then that's it.
Oh, wait a second.
No impeachment.
Just, I want to be clear here.
Wait, Mr. Tucker, you have a bad habit, sir, of interrupting and not allowing people to complete what they're saying.
I thought he was done.
I'm going to give you the same opportunity to speak uninterrupted that I expect everybody else to have. So, I don't know if he has to say, did you ID him? I think he can ask about this specific, did you ever say such and such?
I agree, Judge. I agree with that 100%, but what I think is not relevant or permissible is it looks like he's trying to impeach this witness. There's been no proper statement made. There is a statement made in that affidavit that, according to this witness, Tyrone Tucker did these things. That might understand the officer's belief or perspective, but at the end of the day, it's not impeaching this witness. It's simply asking this witness a question. And the question exactly what Your Honor stated. And I think that that's what we're stuck with. He can ask the question, he'll get an answer, and that's as far as it can go.
Well, I think he's trying to show that in this particular statement, depending upon how you interpret it, he knew Tucker's name, which is contrary to his statement here that he doesn't know his name. Yes, you can ask the question that you posed when I asked you what it is. So is there anything else you wanted to say? No?
No, I just wanted to answer that question, Your Honor. That's it.
Okay, so the court will allow that, and we'll go from there.
So it also has the court, listen, the defendant has a knack to turn and look at me or ask me questions, before I objected to something, he turned to me and said, why? That's improper. He needs to direct his inquiries to Your Honor as to what's going on. I don't want communication with this defendant in any format of that variety.
Well, I think so far, at least...
Earlier he said, I'll slow down for the state, like we couldn't keep up. These little comments...
And I think I interjected quite rapidly for the judge, is what I said. So I think overall, so far things have been fairly amicable. Over time, as the trial goes on, I've observed inevitably in almost every case, things get a bit heated and we have to stay within bounds. But it is true that whatever arguments or concerns should be directed towards the judge by way of argument and objection, and the interpersonal dynamics between the lawyers or the defendant and the lawyers, other than basic communications needed, should be avoided. So,
may I speak, Your Honor?
yes, sir.
In my defense, as far as that went, I wasn't the one who jumped up and started getting animated about the whole thing. It's like you're telling me that a statement that the witness supposedly made, I can't ask the question. It's not relevant.
Mr. Tucker, I don't want to disparage you, but lawyers and judges spend years studying rules
I
of
get
evidence,
this.
and they're more subtle than you realize sometimes.
I would imagine.
So I said that you could ask the question that you posed, and I don't really want to go any, I don't think I need to go any further.
No, I think we're fine, Your Honor.
Okay. So let's bring back the jury.
All jurors present, Your Honor.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. We're ready to proceed in your presence, so we'll let the defendant continue with his cross-examination.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. And I would like to apologize to the jury for having to go back there and take a break.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's fine. Let's just move on now. And
Roger, I'd like to apologize to you, too.
that's absolutely not necessary. And we're going to just go on to the next inquiry.
Okay. All right. Again, just a simple question for you, Roger. This is it, okay? Did you ever say that Franklin Tyrone Tucker put his finger towards his mouth and made a shh sound?
No.
Okay, no?
No, I said he put his finger to his mouth, and that's it.
Okay, good.
Didn't say no name.
Good. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any redirect examination?
Yes, Judge. So, Mr. Raggett,
Yes.
when you were describing the attack earlier to the jury before lunch, you talked about these two men, correct?
Yes, two men.
You don't know this man sitting here, right?
No, I don't know him.
What about the other man? Have you ever heard of a man named Rory Wilson?
No.
Maybe known as Detroit?
No.
You don't know that person?
No.
All right. Before, when you described the two different men, you said one was bigger and one was smaller. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Were you talking height-wise? Were you talking weight? Or were you talking
Weight
both?
and height. Weight and height.
So one guy was definitely taller?
Yes.
And was the taller guy also weighed more than the other guy?
No, he laid less.
Okay, so explain that to me. You got a tall guy and then a shorter, heavier guy?
The guy I knew by his swagger and meeting him before, was the heavier, shorter, heavy guy. And the man took that knife to my throat and told me to shut my mouth. Didn't tell me, just gave me a gesture. Was taller and skinnier.
Okay. And when you looked in the other room, at some point, was the taller man in there with Paula attacking Paula?
No.
Okay. And then the man that went downstairs to help Matthew, do you remember if that was the taller man or the shorter man?
Taller man.
Okay. All right. And when he went downstairs to address Matthew, who was still upstairs with you and Paula?
The shorter man wearing a skull mask.
And where were you during that process? When he went downstairs to Matthew, where were you?
I was hung up in a tarp. They hit me and knocked me through off the chair and into a hanging tarp.
Okay.
I was coming out of there. I was trying to come out of there. And as I was coming out of there, I seen the taller man jump over the rail, and then I heard Matt scream.
Okay. And again, the guy that was attacking you and punching you, that was the taller one, you said?
Yeah, he hit me and knocked me through that.
Okay. All right. 1 second, please, sir. Mr. Rugged, I have no further questions for you, sir. Thank you.
So, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir. Actually, could I get a redirect, Your Honor? Just answer a couple questions.
You want to do some recross,
Yes.
which is generally not allowed, but if you want to stay within the scope of the direct, I'll give you the opportunity, so go ahead.
Just curious about
Scope of the redirect.
Right, just the questions you just asked. Right.
That's what I mean.
Roger,
Yes.
You just described both men that attacked you, correct? You described one as a short, stocky guy, and another guy as a tall, skinny guy, right? Just to make sure I'm
Well,
clear.
it wasn't that tall, but he
Oh, not this tall.
it wasn't that tall.
Okay, about like this tall?
No, well, you both
Like in
your
between?
height. About your height.
Oh, about my height. Okay, and but fatter, right? Or is that the bigger dude?
No, the man I know was a short, fat one. He was black, and I knew him by the way he moved and talked, and because we talked before.
I got you.
You know, we knew it was him, but
Okay.
the tall guy, I didn't know because he didn't say nothing. He didn't say much.
Did you know
at
his
all.
name by
He didn't say
chance?
nothing. He didn't say nothing except for "we got to go." That's the only part I could say.
The guy you knew, did you know his name?
No.
No, you didn't know his name, but you saw him around.
Say again.
You saw him around, so you said you knew him by his swank, I think is what it was?
Slander, you know, it's just style, his walk.
Style,
you
his
know?
walk,
I
okay.
met him before. You
Okay,
know?
gotcha. But that was at your treehouse where you met him?
And in other places.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
And
Okay.
other places, you know.
No more questions, Your Honor. I'm good. Thank you.
So now may he be excused?
I have a redirect?
Redirect?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Rugger, you just said that the taller guy was about his height, right?
Yes, I did.
That's what you just said, right?
On his height, a little taller than the other guy.
This guy right here, his height.
Yes, I said that.
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, now may the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, thank you, sir. You can step down and be excused. Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot, Roger.
Okay, so state have another witness to call?
Mr. Cosme, I believe is out there.
So, got your phone secure? Yeah. All right, so why don't you come on up here by the deputy? And if you'd stop right there, turn and face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, please have a seat on the witness stand, sir. Speak loudly and clearly so everyone is able to hear you.
Thanks.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Cosme.
Good afternoon.
I know we've kept you waiting all day. I appreciate your patience, sir. I'm sorry, but I appreciate you being here. Could you state your full name for the record?
My name is Juan Luis Cosme.
Juan Luis Cosme, right?
Yes.
And, sir, where do you currently live?
I live in Big Pine Key, 1212 West Shore Drive.
Here in Monroe County?
Yes.
And how long have you lived down here, sir?
27 years.
Okay. Where'd you live before your Monroe County?
Orlando.
Orlando, okay, very well. So you've been in Monroe County quite a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, no worries. What kind of work do you do, Mr. Cosme?
I own a Suzuki and a Yamaha outboards dealership. We do repair boats. We sell the engines. We sell the boats, or blue water sport fishing boats. That's what we do.
And where's that business located?
That's at 5670 Laurel Avenue.
5670 Laurel?
Stock Island.
On Stock Island. Here in Key West?
Yes.
Now, is your building, is it like an outdoor marina with, boat dock or boat lifts and everything?
Well, it's just it's not in the water, it's just a building,
Okay,
what is it, on the ground, ground level.
sure. How long have you had that business?
I started in 2005.
And you've had it ever since?
Yeah.
All right, coming up on 20 years then, right?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Cosby, let me ask you, on that business, is it equipped with any kind of surveillance videos or surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And explain to the jury, what kind of a surveillance system do you have there?
Well, we have a Barnes alarm system. That's our provider. and we have cameras facing everywhere because that, Laurel Avenue, it's not a good place. When I first bought the property, I was like, wow, look at all this stuff happening here, especially that house that we're talking about here, the tree house. But I started, telling people, you can't do that here, you can't do that here, and I'll call the cops. There was a lot of stuff going on,
Okay, so you were familiar with the structure that was referred to as the treehouse?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury, what exactly was that structure?
It was, I don't know, it was like, I never went in there, it was like this house, you can barely see it, it was all overgrown with weeds. And there was a lot of activity there. That's one of the places that I always look. I'm like, when that place right there, it's a lot of prostitutes, coming in and out.
Not a good place.
Not a good place, I mean, it's Laurel Avenue, Stock Island, but it's better now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's better now.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. Let me ask, your surveillance videos, did you put those in for security?
For security, yes. 100%.
All right. And does your system, does it run constant, like 24 hours a day?
Yes.
And does it rewrite over itself, or does it archive the video footage? How does that work?
I'm not sure about that, man. If I have problems, I call Barnes Alarm, and they know fix it.
And they know how to access it?
Yeah, I don't even know how to work it, to tell you the truth, man.
All right, fair enough. So let me take you back to November of, and you said you're familiar with this treehouse structure, right?
Well, it's not there anymore, but yes.
How close to your business was that structure?
It's like there was an empty lot next to me, and then that property, so it was two, one lot, and then it was two lots,
So if you had to estimate footage, what are we talking here? Football field length or less?
Yeah, less, yeah. It's really close. Yeah.
And so you had this surveillance system that you use for your business, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Now, let me take you back to November 17th of 2017. Do you recall that date?
Yeah, I do. I had just bought the property. It wasn't that long, and I see like this tape everywhere. What happened? Because when I got there was cops all the time.
When you got to work, or did you live in there? Oh, you don't live down there.
When I bought the property, there was always cops, because I used to call them, because I'd be like, these people are doing this, and trying to clean up the place, my business is going there. I didn't want a bunch of people, bad people or whatever, but
so you bought the property in and around, right around that time?
Around that time, yeah, and yeah, it was weird because there was a lot of people coming in and out of the house, and there was one man that was cool, man, and I always used to talk to. He had long beard and white hair, and he'd just walk around without a shirt, and he'd say, "Hey, how's it going, man?" And,
okay.
And I think that's the guy, that you guys are talking about. And
do you know a man named Matthew Bonnet?
I don't remember his name, because I think that was the guy,
Okay. Now, did you go to work that morning, and when you went to work, you saw activity over there?
I did. I saw tape, a bunch of police officers there, more than ever, and I was like, what's going on? And, somebody got, somebody.
Okay, stabbed over there, right?
That's what I'm going to say, but.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, it was bad, and I was sad because I met the guy, and the guy was cool,
Was there a lot of chatter going on about what had happened there?
Yeah, it was obvious, like there was a lady, Paula, and that, what it was it's obvious, the cops should have been already busted those people already before any of this stuff happened, You could see people going in and out of that place, and then especially that lady, she would go in there all the time with a bike, and she would stop over there,
I'm sorry, did you personally know her?
No, I just knew who she was, because I knew. I asked the cops. I was like, "Who's that lady?"
Okay.
And it's like, "Oh, blah blah, this and that," But
now, Mr. Cosme, at some point, did the police come over to your business to inquire about surveillance cameras?
Yes, they did. And I told them, I don't know how to work it, but you guys can go ahead and go in there, get whatever you need, man.
And were they able to pull surveillance tapes?
I believe so.
From the evening before.
Yes.
And You gave them full access to your system?
Yes.
And they came into your business, I guess, and
Yes.
and effectuated that?
Yes.
All right. But you weren't there at the overnight hours when something happened, right?
No, no.
You caught this the next
Close
morning?
at 5 o'clock and that's it, you know.
Okay. Nothing further for you, sir. Thank you very much.
Is that it?
No, that's it for the direct examination. There might be some cross-examination. We'll let Mr. Tucker have that opportunity.
Mr. Cosme, right?
Yes, Cosme,
Right.
C-O-S-M-E.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure I have your name right.
Thank you.
I remember seeing it on the video, but I didn't. I never knew if I pronounced it right. All right. So you say you have video surveillance on the entire operation, your entire operation, correct? Okay, and you knew Paula, right? You knew Paula, the chick on the bike, right?
I didn't know her, you know. I just know of her, you know. I know, because I bought that property and I was like,
Yeah.
I want to know what's going on around my place of business, you know.
No, that makes sense. It makes complete
Yeah.
sense. And so you were looking to just see, man, make sure that nobody's messing around with the boats, nobody's messing around with the outboards. I mean,
That's right.
They love outboards. I know this. Okay, so yeah, you put these security cameras up. Have you ever seen me over by there?
Who?
Me, over by your shop or over by the treehouse.
You know, I see a lot of people, man, and you look familiar to me, you know.
I did live on Stock Island.
You know, yeah, they look familiar to me, you know, and, you know, maybe not, I don't know. It was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
You know, so.
No, and I get what you're kind of saying. Same thing with Paula. It's like, okay, you knew her,
But with
but
Paula, you can tell her, man.
yeah, but you knew her, but
All over the place.
I gotcha. All right, so, but yeah, I look familiar to you at least, right? You kind of knew me from around, I guess, right?
You know, I'd say that if I saw you every day, it would be, you know, you would be more familiar to me. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I saw Paula.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. I get that. But okay, now, you gave the tapes over to the police. You gave them all the tapes, though, right? Or at least that you know of,
Yeah,
because I know
let
you
them
don't.
have access to whatever they
Yes.
needed, you know, and the.
So they took it, not you giving it over.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure, because I wanted to clarify, whether they were the ones who went in and got it, or whether you went and retrieved it for them.
No, they did it because I really don't know how to work this.
Okay, no, don't get me wrong. I'm bad with that kind of stuff sometimes too. Okay, all right. Well, I think that's about all I have. I mean, thank you for your time. Okay.
You're welcome.
All right.
Any redirect examination? State? Redirect?
Yes, Mr. Cosme, so I just want to clarify, the officers didn't take these tapes against your will, right?
Against my will?
Yeah.
Of course not. You know, that's what they're there for. You know, they're there for surveillance, for anything that happens. I have my cameras faced out to the streets. I can look all the way to the other marina, because when I first moved, like before, I said that Stock Island, they call it Stock Rock. You know, but because there's a lot of crime and people go there to do bad things. It's changing, you know, it's changing good, you know. I love Stock Island, but, you know, it's stuff like that happened, you know, like I think that was like one of the last really bad things that happened.
Fair enough.
there.
And you made those videos available willingly
Yes, of course,
to the
that's what
police?
they're there for, you know.
All right,
for-
wonderful. Judge, I have nothing further at this time.
Right, may the witness step down and be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you. You can step down and be excused. Next witness?
David Fernandez.
Please step forward through the gate. Approach the deputy right here in front of the witness stand. Stop right there. Turn and face the clerk. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the charge now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat on the witness stand. Speak loudly and clearly so we're all able to hear you.
Judge, can we come sidebar real quick?
Yes? Looks like this is a good time to take an early afternoon break, members of the jury. I told you that, these things happen, nothing untoward or unusual, but we're going to take a 15-minute break. You don't have to remain in the jury room. You now know the protocols for breaks, so we'll get going again right around 2:45. So see you back then. Follow the court's cautionary instructions. Outside the courtroom. So do you need the witness up here, or?
Yeah, Judge, I'm just going to put this in to make sure that he knows, because I'm going to have this witness step down and play it for the jury. So I just want to make sure that we're all on sync.
Okay, so you want to make sure that there's nothing there that shouldn't be there? Is that the idea, that you start publishing something that's inadmissible?
We start all over again.
We don't want that.
So I literally need like 3 minutes and I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, I understand, but it seemed like
Nope, I agree.
give him a break. Obviously, Mr. Tucker can be here if he cares to.
Yep.
If not, 2:45. All right, we'll be back. We're back.
Thank you, Judge. We're ready to go.
Just out of curiosity, I saw Jill. I don't know if anybody touched base with her about what Mr. Tucker said, that the medical note was sent to Jill. She was in here. I don't know if anybody had a chance to check with her or not.
Judge, she did say she got it and she was going to forward it, but I will find out.
Okay.
We'll have it for you tomorrow.
I just came to mind as I saw her. So.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, let's bring in the jury.
I see. I mean, we want to require more.
All jurors present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Please have a seat. All right, can we thank you for your patience? State's now ready to start their direct examination of the witness who has already been placed under oath and is on the witness stand and ready to go.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Fernandez, good afternoon. Are you officer or deputy?
Sergeant Fernandez.
Okay, I'm wrong on both accounts. Sergeant Fernandez, good afternoon, sir. Can you state your full name for the record?
David Fernandez,
And Sergeant, how are you employed?
with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you worked for them?
since October 28th of 2008.
2008.
Yes.
And your current title?
Detective Sergeant.
All
out
right.
of Marathon.
Very well. And you are you stationed out of one location, or do you travel up and down the Keys?
Right now I'm stationed out of Marathon, Florida.
All right. All right, Sergeant. Well, thank you for being here today. I want to take you back. First of all, when did you become a detective sergeant?
Approximately a year and a half ago.
Okay, so before that, let's go back to 2017. What title did you have at that point in time?
Detective Lower Keys.
Detective Lower Keys. Okay. And you were based, I guess that involves Key West?
Stock Island area up to Big Pine, our lower sector.
Okay.
Our office is out of headquarters.
All right, very well. And that's over on Stock Island, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Sergeant, let's talk about back in November 17th of 2017. Were you working for the sheriff at that point in time?
Yes.
And were you working as a detective in the Lower Keys?
Yes.
And were you at some point called to assist in an investigation of an event that happened over on Stock Island?
Yes.
All right, and this was a stabbing at a place called the Treehouse, is that right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that location?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury what exactly was that location?
It's a looks like a rundown kind of vacant property. There was a trailer on it and a balcony on top of the trailer. It's hard to see in and out from the road. We've responded to calls there throughout my career here.
Is it actually a dwelling where people live?
Yes, it's people come and go from that location, except I believe the trailer. There may have been someone staying there a lot longer, but the treehouse is known for people coming and going.
I guess people who pass through vagrants or people who don't have a permanent home?
Yes.
And there's no running water at the treehouse, is that right?
That I know of, no.
Okay. Electricity?
That I know of, no.
All right. Sergeant, you were asked to get involved in this investigation to track down some videos. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. Tell the jury, how did that request come to you, and what action did you take when you got the request?
So it's from the lead detective. It was either Detective Malone or Detective Pitcher that there's video available from, I believe it's Lower Keys Electric on 2nd Avenue, and then also video from Cosme Marine on Laurel Avenue.
And were you able to go to those locations?
Yes.
And what was your purpose in going to those locations?
Retrieving the video, a property receipt, and then turning it over to the lead detective.
All right. And did you in fact do that?
Yes.
Now, when you went over there to collect the videos, did you watch the videos?
Yes.
Were you asked to watch the videos?
To be able to upload it into a disc or a USB, we would normally watch it, make sure what we have and what we can see.
All right.
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you watched those videos prior to coming to trial here today. Is that right?
Yes.
So this time I'm going to have our clerk pre-mark a thumb drive as a state exhibit. I think I might have one.
Joe. You need this. Yeah, I know, but she needs a sticker on it too.
Oh. Sergeant, now you were in my office yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Watch these videos?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the videos that you brought, that you obtained through this investigation?
Yes, I do.
Were they altered with or tampered with in any way?
No.
At this time, Judge, I've already published them to the defense on the break, and I'd seek to move in what's been previously marked as golf for identification.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admit State's Exhibit G for identification of the evidence. That's would be number 7.
So I don't embarrass myself, Judge. I'm going to have my helper here.
So you want to publish them now?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'd like to publish to the jury and have the detective, if you would, Detective, step down and have you go ahead and bring them up for us, because I know you know this is better than I can.
Okay.
Do you mind if I turn over around there?
Tucker, he can position himself, or we can position the screen so he's able to see and the jury's able to see. So
Is that better?
you can pull up that chair there, or the bailiff can help you to pull. Well, just want to be sure that jurors, if you're all able to see the screen where on the exhibit is being published. Yes? All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, thank you for stepping down. If you could bring up the first video. Beautiful. And let's go ahead and play that for the jury. These are the videos you went and obtained during the investigation?
Yes.
And what area are we seeing right now?
So where this vehicle is coming down, that's 2nd Street, and this would be 2nd Avenue.
So where would the treehouse be in reference to what we're looking at here?
The treehouse would be down 2nd Street, the direction of this truck, and then you would have Maloney.
So the treehouse is over there?
Correct. Yes.
Where's Tom Thumb?
Tom Thumb is the same direction.
Is the treehouse?
It's up that way, where the truck.
Mr. Tucker, you'll have your chance to cross-examine right now. Please don't.
Clarification.
All right, Sergeant, if you could just rewind it 10 seconds so we can see what we just watched there. Can you tell the jury, what evidentiary value did you find from this video?
So my understanding at the time was there is a statement made by a co-defendant of his movements throughout that night, and it was corroborating his statements. And this video would depict that.
So the importance of this video is the person we just saw walking across the road there.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And the video goes on for, I think, almost 10 minutes. Do you recall if there's anything else on this video of an evidentiary value that that would be something that was germane to this investigation?
No, I do not.
Okay. Let's stop this one then. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, timestamp. What time is this video?
2017, which would be 8/17.
And the date?
November 17th of 2017.
Okay. So around, for those who are not familiar with military time, we're looking about 8:17 in the evening, right?
Yes.
And that's when we see the person walking across there. Now, in relation to where the treehouse is located, are they walking towards it or from it?
Walking towards it.
All right. Yeah, so let's bring up the other one then. Okay, now where is this video taken? What perspective are we looking at here?
So this is Laurel Avenue. With that building, what you see on the corner is CVS on Stock Island. And this business belongs
You talking about this building here?
Yes.
So that's CVS.
Correct.
The one that's right on US 1?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. What other perspective were you giving us?
This is Cosman Marine, which is on the corner of Laurel Avenue and 2nd Street.
Where would the treehouse be in relation to the vantage that we're looking at now?
So the tree house would be just a couple properties down Laurel Avenue, right in this area.
Down that way.
Yes.
You said a couple of properties?
Yes.
Can you estimate footage, or it's tough, right?
So next door to that is a motorcycle repair shop, and then it's either right next to that or the following property. It's pretty close. It's not too far. I would have to fast forward if we want to get to that. It's just like 20.
That's going to be my next question was, so now, did anything of an evidentiary value revealed from this video during your investigation?
Yes.
And take us to the part that you're referring to.
So the same thing, my understanding is there was a statement made by one of the co-defendants, and it was to corroborate his story.
Can you show us where on the video you see anything of an evidentiary value? All right, Sergeant, what are we getting ready to see here?
So there's a vehicle. Okay. So as you can see, there, if I rewind it a second, but the two headlights here, there's a vehicle that's going to come and approach in front of Cosmo Marine and then stop right in front of this vessel here.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Do you know what kind of vehicle that is? Can you tell from the video?
It looks like a truck to me. If I rewind. With the front, the direction it is, and also it appears to be a bed of a truck to me.
Okay.
What's that?
Sorry, again, right now, the questions are coming from the prosecutor here, and again, Mr. Tucker can ask in cross-examination.
And that's where you can see a reflection here. Like movement or something of light and no light on that area right here where the mouse is pointing in this area. And if you keep watching, it continues.
Okay. And what do we see there?
So here we see two people walking from the direction of the truck towards the tree house, which correlates with the movement you can see near that lighting of the truck there.
So those two individuals we see walking, would they be walking in the direction where the treehouse would be located?
Yes.
Can you rewind it just one more time so we can really watch for a moment? Very well. Well, was there anything, let me ask you, is there anything else of evidentiary value after what we just saw?
I don't recall. The video looks like it's another maybe 10 minutes or so. I don't recall anything on this specific video, but
Very well. All right, we're good for now then. Yeah, you can leave out, that's fine. So Detective Fernandez, when your job is to retrieve these videos, is that right?
yes,
And you did that, correct?
yes.
And did you put them into or upload them into your data system so you'd have them, or they would have them as part of this investigation?
I did not personally upload them. I transferred them over from a property receipt.
All right. Did you have anything, any other hand in this investigation at this point after retrieving these videos?
So I retrieved the videos. I did get information from a citizen that provided some information. I was in there.
Okay.
But for the video part,
That's it then. All right. Sergeant, I have no further questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Detective Sergeant Fernandez, it's been a long time. How you been?
Good. Thank you.
You can position the podium as you, that's good for you.
Okay, good. Actually, up here would be a little bit better for me, I'm probably sure.
Right.
I don't want it to fall over, though. There we go. All right. Now, this video here, right? Now, you see the two guys get out of the truck. That's true. Do you see anybody sitting, waiting in the truck?
No.
So you can't see that there's actually a driver in the truck, right?
No, I cannot.
Good. That's all I need from this video. Video previous, you said that the only thing that was evidentiary value was the guy walking up.
That I recall, but my position was to retrieve the video.
Okay, but you did watch it, right?
Very little, as I did today.
Do you remember at the time what the video was, what it was purported to be when you first got it?
I remember watching just what we showed today in court.
Yeah. You don't remember Captain Phelps calling it something else?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
Just checking. Okay, so if I remember correctly, that video has a little bit longer to go on the other one, and there is some other evidentiary value on there. But we'll go ahead and go.
You, of course, are entitled to
Go back and check it out?
whatever you care to on this exhibit. It's in evidence.
Would you like me to?
Yeah, if you would. That would help. And you said this was originally to corroborate co-defendant's testimony, correct?
I would be speaking on that. That's what I believe.
Judge, I think the podium's blocking a view for some of these jurors.
Okay, so we'll try to position it in a way that's good for everyone.
Where we're back at the beginning again?
Yeah, start at the beginning here, 12 seconds.
We're going to see now. Has anybody admitted who they are in this video?
I do not.
Let's get to that some more time. Okay, that's where the guy's walking up, right? Yes.
Mr. Tyrone, jurors can't see.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. I've seen this video probably 1,000 times. You can't find it. It's more important to see. Okay, so he walks up. If I remember correctly, we can fast forward a little bit. Probably not too far.
You want me to fast forward?
Yeah, so when he's walking back.
Do you know how much more that is?
I really don't know offhand what the timestamp is, but I know it's not too far.
I don't know how to fast forward. I can either skip.
Yeah, just jump a little bit. Okay.
Or you tell me when.
A little bit, just a little bit at a time, man, just so we can get it going a little quicker. I just know it's not too long after he walks up.
Keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, our court reporter here is asking me to ask you gentlemen to speak louder, please. Again, we don't have the benefit of the mic, so all right.
There we go, right here. Now, if I remember right, this is about evidentiary value too, correct? If I remember, I'm sure you're pretty familiar with this video. It's a pretty big part of the investigation, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, that was identified as Rory Wilson.
I do not know.
Yeah. All right. Well, went back up to the treehouse. That was what you were saying. That way is up to the treehouse, right?
Correct.
And that way is taxed, correct?
Correct.
And that's going towards where, the warehouse?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so that's pretty much the evidentiary value of that video. The one question we have always had, and I'd love to have, ask you since you're here and you collected it, is why didn't we get more video of this?
I can't answer that.
You were just told to go get it.
Yes.
You weren't told to get specific times or anything like that,
No.
right? All right. You were just what you always wanted to know. I figured I'd ask you why you were here. Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
State of any redirect examination?
No, sir.
All right. So is this witness subject to recall, or is he to be?
No, Judge, as far as I'm concerned, he could be excused.
Thank you. You can step down and be excused. Further witnesses for the state?
No more lined up for today, Judge.
Okay. So why don't we approach the bench here? So that's what you anticipated in today's presentation. So what about tomorrow? Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. All right, members of the jury, we thank you so much for your attention and patience during the course of the day, but we're going to call it a day. I may have mentioned to you previously, and if I haven't, I'll mention it now, that trials are a function often of logistics, travel, timing, and the like. So the state anticipated that the witnesses that they had here today would fill the time. We've got, a while before 5, but there's no more witnesses lined up. So good news is we have a short day for you, and the good news also is that we're on schedule. I try to focus on many things, including what I call the big picture, and I want to be sure as the days unfold that we're not wasting time, which we're not, and that we're going to do our best to adhere to what I told you originally, and we're doing those things. So I would say tomorrow at 9:15 would be a good starting time. Enjoy the remainder of your day. Follow the court's cautionary instructions, and we'll be ready to proceed with further evidence in the state's case in chief. So if you'll be here at 9:15, I'll look forward to it. The notepads stay right there on the chair. The bailiff's going to collect them, secure them, and they'll be ready for your use tomorrow. Have a good evening. All right, jurors are gone, so I told them 9:15, feeling that we could be here at 9 to, again, address any potential questions or issues. Hopefully there won't be any, but at least we'll give ourselves that cushion. So, as far as the thumb drive's concerned, is that going to be...
Oh, that has to be, that's in evidence. So.
Right, I understand, that's what I mean. So we probably want to take it out of the equipment and put it in the envelope and give it to the clerk.
And just so I'm clear, your assistant is Devon, correct?
Yes.
Okay, look forward to it.
All right, thank you. All right, unless there's something else, well, have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.
Thank you.
Okay. You got everything? All right. State versus Tucker. I don't see any of the attorneys or defendant here. Indicated 9 a.m. for the attorneys and defendant, 9:15 for the jurors. So apparently there was misinterpretation, or perhaps they're working on a settlement. that's the case, I can understand if they're running late, but can't get started without those players. So this Deputy Gibb is trying to look around a little bit. But I guess I'll come back at 9:15 and straighten things out.
Mark H. Jones, Secretary presiding.
Morning, please.
Morning, Sergeant.
All right, well, we're making progress. I came out at 9, which is when I told the attorneys and Mr. Tucker to be here. I told the jurors 9:15, so I was speculating that perhaps there was a misunderstanding, or maybe there was negotiations for a settlement ongoing that necessitated everyone's absence. So what happened with you guys?
No, sir. No negotiation. It was. We thought Your Honor had said 9:15, and we took that to mean us, and so that's what time we planned. Our apologies.
Okay. Well, so Mr. Tucker is.
He's in the building.
Oh, hallelujah.
Come on. Yeah. Why didn't I plug that? Whatever it normally is. Like, what is yours? I don't know how my
Strong answer. I've had quite a series of events this morning. Which when I got here, Tom Walker came up. I didn't even recognize him. Came up in the bag, so I had to talk to him. You know, the traffic here. It's like a series of events. But
Well, in any event, I guess both you and the state misunderstood the instructions for you all to be here at 9. The state was here at 9:15, which. In any event, please endeavor to be on time in the future. I don't, keep a stopwatch here. Be pretty flexible and understanding, but this is like the third or fourth time that we've been waiting for you. It's got to stop. So, in any event, here we are. State versus Tucker. We've got the prosecution. We've got the defendant. And I did receive the, what should I call it, the note from Janice M. Adams, Director of Care Management, Lower Keys Medical Center. And I don't want to be a stickler here or be unreasonable. What I have says Paula Belmonte is a patient at Lower Keys Medical Center. What additional information do you need? So, is she going to be a patient next week? Is her condition such that she's just physically unable to endure the rigors of travel and appearing live and in person? Those are the questions. So, in other words,
If you would, Your Honor, if I might.
yeah.
No, I understand totally that note is definitely vague, and you definitely need more details than that. I would understand that. If you recall, I didn't send the note. I didn't see it before Your Honor saw it. So let me go ahead and I'll get with them and make sure they send you a much more detailed explanation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to really pry into Ms. Belmonte's personal health information. I mean, it's not news that unfortunately the woman is very ill.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. That's
Yeah.
been a fact that we've all operated with for many years now, frankly. But nevertheless, when it comes down to this trial and her personal appearance, that's pretty important.
Oh, definitely, Your Honor. And
Seems like it would be.
I think they could also do it where they don't give away any of her privileged medical information, but they could also put it in a way that, Your Honor would know that she is definitely not capable of showing up here in person. One of the things, just to let Your Honor know, it is a condition that is on top of what we already knew was a life-threatening condition. So, and she was under quarantine. That they could at least put in there that she was under quarantine.
Yeah, I don't really need to have any details about what specifically it is, but if the doctors say this woman is going to be in the hospital for the foreseeable future, even if she gets out, it would be a threat to her health to travel to the courthouse, be in the courthouse, get on the witness stand, endure the rigors of personal cross-examination. All that can be provided without compromising any confidential information.
Yep.
Moreover, in terms of the law on this ongoing issue, I've done some research, had staff do some research, and there's a case from the Florida Supreme Court, Harrell versus State, 709 Southern 2nd, 1364. That's 709 Southern 2nd, 1364 from 98. But to me, it's right on point. It talks about the utilization of remote transmission of testimony in lieu of a deposition to perpetuate. Now, that was before the days of Zoom, but they were talking about satellite transmission. And ultimately, the court left to the sound discretion of the judge in so many words, but I'm not to be sure that was a valid reason for the witness not to be able to appear, either due to illness or being outside the jurisdiction. And an analysis of the interests and procedures, which would be best, and who's calling the witness and the like. So ultimately, I think it comes down to an exercise of sound discretion. If technically it can happen, and if she's unable to be here, and there can be the provisions where we're going to have the most assurance that it's going to go as smoothly as we can hope for, again, without being able to control everything. There's always the unknown. It seems like it would favor the Zoom, but if you all want to look at that case, it might be instructive.
Yes, sir.
So, otherwise, state is ready to proceed.
Judge, we are ready to proceed. I just want to check. Our witness went to the office, and I think she's walking over now. So let me just check and call and see if she's here.
What about the defendant?
Yes, I'm ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Okay. And the jurors are here, but let's just wait till Mr. Mansfield makes this check. Just curious.
Okay with that.
That's going to be continued to. All right. Yeah. All right. Bring in the jury.
Elevator, and they are here.
All right, so let's bring in the jury, please. Good morning, ladies, gentlemen of the jury. Great to see you all here this morning. Thank you for being here on time. Sorry you had to wait a few minutes to come out, but as I've tried to explain, frequently there's things that arise that the judge needs to address. They're not for the jurors' consideration, and those things happen. I try to expedite them to the extent that I can, and I'm always aware of your time. I don't take it for granted. So thank you for your patience this morning. As I say, it's good to see you. I know it's been a long week. We've had a busy week. From my vantage point, a productive week. And so today's Friday. And as you know from my scheduling announcements that Monday is a national holiday. It's a state court holiday. We won't be in session. So after today, the next time we'll be in session is Tuesday. But for today, the state commenced presentation of its case in chief yesterday, and we're going to allow them to continue with that today. So please continue to give what's presented to you your close attention and focus. And with that, State, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State would call Deputy Danielle Malone.
All right. Deputy Danielle Malone. Please come forward, ma'am, right through the gate there. You would approach the deputy positioned in front of the witness stand. Say stop right there is good. Turn, face the clerk. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, please have a seat on the witness stand. So, good morning. I did note that you brought what looked like some sort of binder you carried up to the witness stand with you, and that's all right, except you cannot refer to that while you're testifying unless you're specifically asked and allowed to do so.
Yes, sir.
All right. And please speak loudly and clearly.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name again for the record, please.
My name is Danielle Malone,
And where are you currently employed?
the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity are you employed there?
I am currently employed as a communications supervisor in the 911 center
How long have you been employed with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office?
since January 2007.
That's approximately, what, 15, 16 years?
Yeah, I believe it's 16.
Have you always served in the communications division, or have you served in other areas?
I've served in other areas within the agency.
Please explain for the jury what other areas you've served.
When I first started, I was a deputy sheriff trainee, went through the police academy, and then I was on road patrol for approximately 4.5 years, and then I moved into a canine handler spot, which is also road patrol, just with the dog. Did that for about 4.5 years. After that, my dog retired, and I went back to being road patrol for about 6-7 months. Then I went into the communications department for approximately 9 months. And then from the communications department went into the major crimes detective bureau and was there for, I think, 2.5 years.
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention to November 17th of 2017. Were you working in the major crimes unit at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to become involved in a case that's commonly referred to as a treehouse case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was the nature of your involvement in that case?
I was one of the assisting detectives to
investigate the case?
Yes, to investigate the case.
Okay, and during the course of that investigation, were you ever asked to retrieve and obtain videos that may be relevant to this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you in fact do so?
Yes, sir.
And were those videos provided to you by Detective Fernandez of the Monroe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Procedural.
Yes.
So Jim, I'd like you to take a look at that exhibit, please, and the interior. Familiar with that item?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a flash drive with Cosme video surveillance.
Are those the ones that were provided to you by Detective Fernandez?
I believe this is a copy of
A copy of it?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, I've reviewed this flash drive.
Okay, and does it fairly accurately represent the video footage that you retrieved in reference to this case?
Yes, sir.
This time we move states
H.
States H into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, just only because I haven't seen what videos are on the tape. I don't know what's on the flash drive. You know.
Well, did you want to confer with the prosecutor, or?
Yeah, just for a second, because I'd like to see what's on the drive, just if I could. Oh, okay. You're talking about the following two?
Yep.
Okay, as long as it's just those videos, that's fine. No, I definitely watched those videos thousands of times. I've never seen that. So.
Judge, move the exhibit H into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No.
All right, so H is admitted into evidence as the next in order, being number 8. Number 8.
This time I would like to publish the videos.
All right, you can do it. And
If the court may allow me, I think I can use one of our investigators just to, while I ask questions, he's going to
work or the video?
Work them out, sir.
All right, that's fine. Mr. Tucker, if you don't have an adequate view from where you are, then you can position yourself where you were yesterday during the publication of a video.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you. There's a secret behind you.
These videos together and you can explain for the jury what they're looking at.
You'll have a good view.
Sure.
We all have to be mindful of keeping our voices up because that's stationary mic position. All right, let's roll.
I believe it's going to be the other video is going to be first.
Detective Malone, while we're setting up those videos, I just wanted to ask you a couple of quick groundwork questions. Did you have an opportunity to review the videos for evidentiary value?
I did.
And based on your training experience, they did reveal some type of evidentiary value that you could explain to the jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So,
Well, there's no question.
Detective Malone, would you please direct Mr. Mueller to the exact location of the video that we would like to display to the jury?
can I have a copy of my report because I have the timestamps? So we don't have to...
If that will refresh your recollection.
Yes, sir.
Do you have your report with you?
I do.
Okay, Judge, may the state refresh your recollection?
Yes?
It's in my copy.
Would you mind if I take a look at that, Your Honor?
What, sir?
Whatever report she's referring to.
The state would need to show to the defendant whatever document she's using to refresh recollection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you explain to the jury what exactly are we looking at right now?
Right now, we're looking at the still of the video camera from Cosme Marine, which is a business that is just off right next door to the tree house. This is the marine lot here. Right here is a vacant lot.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tucker, what?
I was wondering, this isn't an official objection. I was just wondering if there's any way we can make it bigger for the jury to see. Because they've got it in a window that's just, there we go, full screen. That's what I was asking for.
Okay, so this is the marine repair shop with their boats and their fence, their lot. This is their covering directly across the street where you see the lights here, here, and here. This is the parking lot of CVS and then the CVS building. Right here at the time in 2017, this was a vacant lot. And right next to this boat is the fence for the yard, for the tree house, for the residents for this.
Upon reviewing this video for evidentiary value, what juncture, at what time stamp would you like the jury for you to be able to play the video for the jury?
The first timestamp will be 1943.
Can you explain for the jury what you're saying, what the evidentiary value you found during the course of the investigation is?
Coming up here in a couple of seconds, we're going to see a vehicle pull onto the screen coming from this way. Based on my interview, based on the interview with the getaway driver, John Travis Johnson, he advised that he pulled up with.
Actually, you can't say it. Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. She's speaking for the other witness.
I'm going to sustain the objection. That's
I'm telling us what other people told you to sustain what you want the jury to see in evidentiary value, if anything else.
We're going to see a pickup truck pull into view and then pull up right in front of these folks. It'll be at 1943 in about 23 seconds.
Was it the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What evidentiary value does that have, based on your investigation?
That it is consistent with the vehicle pulling up initially and then leaving and coming back a few minutes later.
It's consistent with the vehicle that's alleged to have gone to the treehouse in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anything of evidentiary value on this video?
At 19:45 and 15 seconds, the truck pulls back up in the same direction that it came from. Stops. You can see on the video right here the light that it's there when the truck stopped. In about a minute, if that, no less than a minute, you're going to see in this portion right here, one person, two people walking towards where the treehouse is.
Let me play that. Jury.
You can see in that, in between, that little spot in between the two boats, the light from the vehicle. And then you're going to see one figure appear here ahead, and then the second figure appear here, walking towards the trees.
Thank you. Is there a second video that you
Yes.
reviewed for evidentiary value? After strike that, is there anything of value based on your training and investigation in this case on this video?
It's at 19:51 and 17 seconds.
And what would the jury be looking at that portion of the video?
When this portion starts, you're going to see from this direction where the treehouse is, right next to this boat. you're gonna see somebody come out here with a flashlight.
Something or someone?
Somebody
Okay.
that has a flashlight in their hand. And you're gonna see the flashlight bobbing as they go up this hill, this bank, to the CPS parking lot.
And if I'm asked, while we're waiting for that, is that the light?
That's the gentleman going up into the parking lot.
And at the right of the screens, the truck that pulled up is still there, correct?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
So just to recap, we see.
Objection, Your Honor. It's speculative.
How about speculative, but it's asked and answered, so we'll go to the next
Very
question.
well. Is there anything else of evidentiary value on this video?
On this video, this section of the video, no.
Okay, then let's move to the second video that you reviewed so that we can play for the jury, please. And describe for the jury what they're going to be seeing in this video, please.
This video is where that video just ended. This is picking up right there with the video. Video files are sometimes too large to do all at once. So especially surveillance, you get them in sections, and this is the next section of this.
Did you have an opportunity to review this video for evidentiary value?
Yes, sir.
And you need to refresh your recollection with respect to the part of the video that's relevant for the jury.
Yes, and then if I could just look at the times. At should be what's that time? That's the beginning. Okay, I think it's because the timestamp 51:34, so it should be the very last second of the first video. I'm sorry.
What about the previous video?
The previous video.
And what are we looking for here? What is evidentiary value here that the jury can?
Once we see the flashlight come up here, then we're going to see a person wearing all dark running. It's very quick and it just happened. So, we're going to see somebody come out from the treehouse right in here. And run that in the direction of where the truck was, where the truck is stopped.
Very well, thank you.
And then on the next video.
Ma'am, he has a nice question.
Excuse me, Judge, I was confirmed with my
I understand.
comment. And on the second video, did you review the second video for evidentiary value?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you please go to that video and please advise where we can go as far as timestamps to have the video entire.
1951-51. And we're going to see somebody come out this area and walk right here. And they're going to walk up this way, and they're going to eventually come up into the town hall.
What, if any, evidentiary value is that?
That was one of the subjects that was in the trailer at the treehouse.
Okay. Based on your training and experience and your investigation in this case, that's what you concluded?
Yes, sir.
With respect to this video, is there anything else of evidentiary value?
Yes. 1952 you're going to see the gentleman with the flashlight that's going to be up here. He's going to come back down and walk back towards the treehouse. You see the flashlight here. Come down, walking back this way. And then very shortly you're gonna walk back up that way, and then the gentleman that we saw just walking out, he's gonna appear back on the screen again up near the CVS parking lot.
Again, objection, Your Honor. She's saying it's the same person. She can't possibly tell that. There's no way she can tell that.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Certainly cross-examine her.
Yeah. And they're coming up into the CVS parking lot. And then right after that at 1954 and 13 seconds, you're going to see a subject again come from here wearing all dark clothing, again heading in the direction where towards 2nd Street where the truck was parked in between these boats. He's going to be lumbering. I guess is the best way to describe it. He's not running, he's not walking, but he's lumbering. You'll see when it comes out. Right there. And I believe that is everything that's on these.
Very well. Okay, thank you so much. In these videos, you just made for the jury. Did you do anything else in this case?
I also did the initial interview of Paula Belmonte.
Okay, well, we'll address that in a moment. With respect to collecting any samples of DNA for swabs and testing, did you do any of that?
Yes, sir. I took the buccal swabs from Rory Wilson and Franklin Tucker.
Commissioner Percy.
Yes.
As far as collecting DNA swabs from potential suspects, is that a formal class that you go to? Do you learn it at the Sheriff's Department? Please explain for the jury how you did that, how you learned that.
When I came into major crimes, one of the more senior major crimes detectives walked me through it, showed me how to do it, and actually was with me the first couple times that I had taken buccal DNA swabs from subjects.
Okay, can you please describe that process for the jury?
So when we're taking a DNA swab, a buccal swab, they come in a sterile packet, and it's basically a Q-tip with a wood stick, and they're pretty long, about yay long. We ask the subject to open their mouth. We put on protective latex or nitrile gloves. We have the subject open their mouth. We open the sterile package. We insert the Q-tip into their mouth, onto the inside of their cheek, and then we do at least 3 circles, going like one way, clockwise, and then going counterclockwise in the other. Then we take that swab, we put it back into that sterile case, then we put it into a small cardboard case that is specifically for buccal swabs, tape that up, and then we put it into a brown paper bag, and that gets taped up. We also do a second swab. We take the exact same process, another sterile Q-tip, and have the subject open their mouth, and then we swab the opposite cheek and making big circles, back into the cardboard box that gets sealed. The box gets labeled with date and time that we took the sample, who we took the sample from, and then them boxes go into the brown paper bag that gets all taped up and then gets labels printed onto it with barcodes for tracking for property.
You indicated that in this case you took swabs from Mr. Rory Hank Wilson and also from Mr. Franklin Tyrone Tucker, the defendant in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Permission to approach the witness, right?
Yes.
It should have been previously marked as states exhibit for identification I and J.
Yes, sir.
Look at it. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir. I see my initials on the tape and on the label that was made on this one, and the same thing here. I see my initials on the edges of the tape, on the label, and again the edges of the tape that's on the backside.
And exhibit I, which is the swab that was taken from the defendant in this case, Mr. Tucker. Did you follow the same procedures just described for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Did you deviate from those procedures in any shape, fashion, or form?
No, sir.
Okay, same questions for State's Exhibit J. And that one is the swab you took from Mr. Wilson. Did you follow the same exact procedures that you described for the jury here?
Yes, sir.
Did you deviate in any shape, fashion, or form in any manner?
No, sir.
Judge, at this time, the state will move in state's act for I and J into evidence.
Is there any objection? Admit those as the next two in order being
9 and 10.
9 and 10.
Have a moment, Judge.
Yes.
Malone, you indicated that you conducted some interviews in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and without telling me the substance of those interviews, who did you interview?
I interviewed Paula Bellamonte
Okay, and who else?
and Roger Ragut, I believe is how you pronounce his last
Okay,
name.
and did you have an opportunity to interview Rory Hank Wilson?
I was in the interview room at times during his interview, yes.
Okay, so you participated in the process?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, is there any way I could get the, are you deputy now, or?
No, I am not a deputy anymore.
Okay. Well, Ms. Malone, could you please come up and help me with the video again? Because I wanted to go through the videos that you showed to the jury, so we can go ahead and go over your testimony.
So you want to publish that exhibit?
Yes, please.
What's that exhibit? We know. Yeah, the last video.
And I'd also.
State 8. Okay. Is that loaded up, or does that have to be? I'm asking the state.
Your Honor, if I may, in order to my cross-examination. I'm also going to need the video, the first Cosme's video.
I'm sorry, sir, I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This mic doesn't seem to pick me up very well. Your Honor, I was also asking if I may. There's been a video that was entered into evidence yesterday with Detective Fernandez. That Miss Malone is Miss Malone is very well aware of that video too, and is also part of my cross. So
Yes, sir. You certainly can utilize whatever's been admitted into evidence.
Actually, could we also queue up? I'm sorry. Could we also queue up the?
Really, I mean, it's you or the state perhaps can assist in terms of the publication of the video.
Yes, sir. We have no problem.
Thank you. So, which one would you like to start with?
Let's go ahead and start with the first Cosmos video, if we could.
Okay. That's number 7.
That would be the one from yesterday that Fernandez, Detective Fernandez, put in.
Apparently, he'd like to use number 7, if I understand correctly, the one that was admitted yesterday. Okay, there it is. So. Now it's loaded.
Got it all. Oh, thank you. I forgot this. All right. And if we could go ahead, and this is the first one, so let's go ahead and queue up to when the truck goes ahead and pulls up. I couldn't remember. Could you refresh my memory, Danielle?
1943
1940.
in about 23 seconds. Mr. Tucker, do you want me over there?
That would actually help. I'd appreciate that. Okay, so this is the truck pulling up, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Parks there. We all agree on that, right?
Okay, please speak up.
I'm sorry, we all agree that truck's behind the boats, correct?
Yeah, hold up behind the boat, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Miss Malone, is this, did you say that you could see the driver in this video?
Of the truck, no, sir.
And never? Have you ever said that you can actually see John Travis Johnson sitting in the truck in this video?
No, sir, I cannot see him in this video.
Did you ever say you could?
Withdraw.
No, I never said I could see him. I said I could deduce that it wasn't.
Okay. There's something else I'll have to qualify with the state later. Okay. Now, from this video, okay, you say this corroborates evidence of what? Again, just remind me.
Evidence.
Objection to the question, Judge.
No, she testified. Sorry.
Overrule the objection. So.
Okay. Ms. Malone, could you go ahead and just repeat for us what evidentiary value this video had?
Based on the confession from co-defendants and their testimony stating who was in the trunk and what was happening with the truck.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. And could you explain to me how that testimony, that this is a truck. We all agree on that. It's coming up. How does this, again, corroborate his testimony about who is in the truck?
Because when he gave us his confession, he told us exactly what they did in the truck, who was in the truck, how they came out once to scout the place and then came back a second time, and that's when the people got out of the truck and approached the police.
Okay. So that confirms, again, that he admits that he went around once. He admits that he went to the scene. But how does that, again, how does this video tell you anything about anybody that's in that truck?
Based on everything that I knew and know, that's who's in the truck.
Again, please tell me or tell the jury what report or what video you're referring to that tells you who's in that truck.
Objection, Judge. Asked and answered.
Yeah, that's been asked and answered. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Anyway, again, based on your training experience, you can tell who's in that truck. Okay, that's what you just said. Okay, just clarify. Okay, can we please go up to the next video? Okay, again, this video is what, I'm sure you're very familiar with it, Ms. Malone. Could you please explain to us what this video is again?
This is the video from the Florida Keys electric surveillance.
Okay. And David Fernandez was the one who was tasked with retrieving this video, though, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, I just refreshing my memory here. Okay, and so but you're well aware of what's on the video, correct?
Yes, I watched the video.
Okay. All right, please, if you would go ahead and just play it. We'll play it to when we see the person in the video. Okay, could we please stop there? Okay. Now, based on your investigation, who is that in the video?
I believe that is John Travis Johnson, but I'm not certain at this time.
Okay. Just to refresh my memory and again to clarify for the jury, at the time you were what level were you on the investigation as far as being in charge or making decisions, please? I'm just trying to, again, I don't know the ranks of the MCSO, so.
I was assisting in the investigation. I was an assisting detective.
Okay, and so in the hierarchy, it would have been Captain Phelps, Detective Pitcher, then yourself, correct?
No.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I forgot about Sergeant Kellenberger. He would have been in between, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it would have been Pitcher then you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure I understand. Okay, so again, you know who was in the video based on the investigation, not just from the video and surveilling the video, but again from your position in the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right, and who did you guys think was this person in this video originally when you originally were investigating, very beginning, when you were developing suspects?
I don't recall.
Okay, do you recall Captain Phelps? Or again, I seem to remember, but we'll figure that out later. But do you remember Captain Phelps saying anybody was in this video? Sustain
the objection.
I'll withdraw. Yes, let's go ahead and, again, from your understanding, this is John Travis Johnson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could we please continue the video, but we're going to have to go unknown. It's an unknown timestamp. We went to it yesterday. I just don't remember the timestamp on the video. But that's John Travis Johnson. And which way is he heading right now?
Since I go out, familiarize myself, I'm not. Go to Staten Island very often. So that's apartments She should be headed towards Tom Thumb. And then from Tom Thumb is the fire station.
This is the treehouse.
The treehouse
Okay.
and West Warren.
So yes, but it's all not that far, correct? I mean, it's like within a block of each other, or something like that, right?
Yeah, like what, a block, maybe two.
Okay. All right, so he's heading up towards the treehouse, right? Towards Tom Thumb Fire Department treehouse, right?
Yes, sir, he's headed in that direction.
Okay.
Judge, if I may, could we ask Mr. Tucker just...
Oh, I'm so
Jurors
sorry.
on the end could have a clear
And
view of the video, please.
And if you may, if you like, a closer look. And, let's see, I need to say how far we would have to go. Danielle, could you remind me what timestamp the next one is?
I don't have these timestamps for this video.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. I was just trying to speed this up. I would like to say it's 23. So. Yeah, it's like 18. Actually, it's getting ready to turn 23 now. Just might as well play it. Now, maybe while we're waiting, you could, yeah, okay, okay, this is what we're looking for. Okay, wait, let's wait till they get in the light before we pause it. Okay, could you please pause it right here? Okay, now, do you know who the two individuals in this video are?
I believe the one is still John Travis Johnson.
Okay, and,
The other one, I'm not certain.
okay. Has anybody admitted to being the person in this video during your investigation?
Objection, call for hearsay.
We sustain the objection.
Okay. I was going based on the investigation, whether or not she knows who that person is, not just what's in the video.
Same objection.
Well,
Okay.
it's a different question. I'll allow that question.
Ms. Malone, I'm sorry. Based on your entire investigation, right? You investigated the treehouse case from when until when?
From that day until sometime in 2019.
2019, okay. So so 2017 is when it happened. So 2019 is when you finished, or you haven't worked the case since then, correct? Yes. Okay, good. All right, so during the investigation, did you guys ever identify who's in this video?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and leave it at that. But you do know it's John Travis Johnson, correct? Or at least that you believe that.
I believe it was him, yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, can we go ahead and re-queue up the video, the last video? I forgot something on there, if I may.
So now we're shifting to number 8, the one that was admitted this morning.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. And if we could go, I don't know if you remember the timestamp when the truck comes up and they get out.
23?
Okay.
1943? Or, no, 1943.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm dyslexic.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify a few things just to make sure. All right then, thank you. Okay, so in this video, we see a truck, right? I would agree it's a truck. I think even the state said it's a truck, right? Okay, you know this is John Travis Johnson's truck because he told you it's his truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just making sure.
Uh, 1944 to what I meant I had one from the factory.
Just to be clear, the jury's not having any hard time seeing any of this? Okay, just want to make sure.
Well, tell me if you are having any difficulty seeing. You can't see
Okay,
it?
should we move this
Okay.
up closer, Your Honor?
Excuse me?
Should we move the screen a little closer to the jury?
We're able to, you know,
To help you see better.
That's about as good as it's going to get, and I do want to, you know, remind the jurors, just like all other evidence that's introduced during the course of the trial, it will be available for your deliberations. So merely because it's being published now isn't your only view of it. So during your deliberations, you'll have the ability to view, like I said, this evidence as well as all the other evidence that's introduced during the whole trial. Yes, sir.
Is there any way you can enhance it, make it larger or more?
Sir,
I'll get a little bit
answer,
bigger.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tucker. Please, that answer is.
Okay. And can we go ahead and full screen it for him so it's easier to see? Oh, is it? Okay. All right. Well, go ahead and just play from there. Okay, so truck pulls up, parks. Now, again, you say there's two subjects that come out of the car, right?
Yes, sir.
This is, you know, apparent because we can't see it, but apparently they came out of the truck. Okay. Okay, could you please pause it right here? Okay, we see two subjects. I would assume, I'm hoping the jury can see this. Again, is that what you describe as two subjects?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And could you describe who those two subjects were based on what you see right here?
It would be Mr. Wilson and Mr. Tucker,
Okay, and how would you know that?
based on everything I know.
But not what's in the video. I'm asking you to
Gotta
testify.
let her finish her answer,
Sorry.
please. Anyway, did you finish your answer?
I know that it's them two people based on all the evidence that I knew at the time when I wrote my arrest affidavit.
And to be clear, did you write your arrest affidavit after seeing this video or before seeing this video? I'm
After seeing this video.
okay. And you know that it's those two subjects based on not what's in the video. I'm asking you to testify exactly what's on the video right now, not what you learned from your investigation. What can you see in the video?
Two subjects walking to the treehouse.
Exactly. Okay, just making sure. Two subjects walking towards the treehouse, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can go ahead and we can go ahead and take this video off, and then go to the next one in this series, if you would.
I think that's on
No, I'm sorry. That would be the other one. I'm looking for the second, the Cosmos videos, please. Oh, they still have it up there. I guess we would have to return this one first. I can imagine. Could we get the flash drive that was with the videos that the state just submitted?
Okay. So we're looking for number 8.
Yes, it's just that the series started with this video and then two others.
Finished with number 7.
Yes, I'm finished with all the videos on this one.
Okay, so we can exchange number 7 for number 8.
See this? Is this the one where we see the subject that's running with the flashlight up the hill? Is that this video?
No, that's the very tail end. I mean, you do at one point, but not the initial time.
Let's take a look at this.
So you want-
Let's take a look at this one, and then if we need to, we'll go to the other one. Okay, it's coming down the hill. I see. Okay, so according to your investigation, who was that subject running down the hill?
Mr. Tyrone.
Okay, just making sure. Okay. So that's according to the investigation, but again, just to clarify, can you see that that's Todd O'Quinn in this video?
No.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, but that's based on your investigation. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, if I remember correctly. You're going to see another subject come out. If I remember correctly. If you would refresh my memory, is this?
Yes.
Okay, again, can we pause for a second? Okay, who's this? Who do you suspect, based on your investigation, that is?
I believe that is Roosevelt, Washington.
Okay, you believe that's Roosevelt, Washington. Okay, but from the video, again, you can't see that that's Roosevelt, Washington, right?
Correct.
Okay, just want to say. Okay, clarify those two things. Okay, and is there anything else of evidentiary value on this that you remember?
There's the last part where the subject is leaving the treehouse and you see kind of lumbering.
Okay, let's go ahead and we'll let it go to that point. I don't know offhand.
If I can.
Yes, if you may, please.
Yes.
1954 in about 13 seconds.
And to clarify, Ms. Malone, you're reading from the official affidavit that you wrote, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, there's a person that just ran up the hill. Could we please back it up a little bit? Okay, there's somebody right there at the top. Oh, that right there. See somebody who came running up the hill?
Yes, sir.
Can you pause that, please? Again, according to your investigation, who do you believe that that is?
That one, I'm not sure who that was.
So it's an unknown party, and they could, again, even though we've accepted that, these people are running from the treehouse, you can't actually see that, correct?
What, the treehouse?
Yeah, the treehouse proper, the property.
No, you can see kind of where the fence is here.
Right, but you can't see the gate where people go in and out or anything like
No.
that. Okay, just checking. And so you don't know who this subject is, though, but we're going to assume that they came from the treehouse too, correct?
Probably, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Again, I think she believes there's another one on here, if I remember correctly.
There's one more in this.
Okay. If you go ahead.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Okay, right there, if you would. Okay, if you back it up just a little bit. Just we want to make sure we have the person as best view that we can give them. Right there, pause. Okay, so we can kind of see the top of the head here, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay, and we both agree that that's a subject walking away from the treehouse location, right?
Yes, sir.
Where, not necessarily from the treehouse, but from that location. Okay. Again, so this subject, according to your investigation, again, who's this subject?
That subject is Rory Wilson.
Rory Wilson. Okay. And again, but you can't see that that's Rory Wilson, right? Is there anything in this video where you can actually see that's Rory Wilson in this video?
His body shape, barrel-chested.
Okay, it's a big man, but there's a lot of big men out there. Can you see that that's Rory Wilson?
Without doing everything that I know,
Again, not based on your investigation,
It's a person
just the
going to the
video.
treehouse.
Just from the video, not from your investigation. I'm saying, looking at this video right now, you can tell me, based on this picture, that that's Rory Wilson.
again, I said no. Without,
No. Okay, that's all we need. No, just no. Okay, and then, but based on your investigation, you're thinking that might be Rory Wilson.
I know that's Rory Wilson.
Okay, gotcha. Just checking. Okay, we can go ahead and queue up to the next in the Cosme's videos. Yeah, that would be the second one. Yeah. I think that would be it. Okay.
This is going to be the one that starts at like 42.
Thank you. Oh, this is back to the first video.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, sir, this is the first.
Okay, yeah, I was like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, something should have happened by now. Okay, so we're back to the first video. Again, we can go ahead and I keep on referring it to it as the second video only because as I've looked at it, it was always the second video. But if you could bring up the ones that they actually put up today, and we'll go ahead and take one from there. This is the one that was introduced yesterday.
It's the same video.
Oh, it's the same video, which is just different on this one. Okay, all right. And so we have that one. We saw the one where, again, you believe it's Rory Wilson. Is there anybody else that's seen coming from that direction on those videos?
In that manner?
Or just in any manner? Now, again, different subjects coming to and from the treehouse. Or at least the treehouse location, the same direction.
There's the gentleman that we introduced was Mr. Washington.
Okay.
There's the gentleman with the flashlight.
Okay.
And then
Let's just get down to the point. This will be better for everybody, I think, at this point. I'm sure we're all sick of watching these videos. Okay. In those videos...
We'll sustain the objection, disregard the commentary.
Okay. Sorry, Your Honor. Apologize to the prosecution. Okay, we looked at these videos. In these videos, just taking these videos as a video that you're watching right now to clarify, you cannot identify a single person in those videos, can you?
erasing the knowledge that
Erasing your knowledge. Erase the investigation. Just be the jury. What can you see in these videos?
subjects going to and leaving the treehouse
Okay.
area.
The area, the location. Right. I'm just clarifying, correct?
Yes.
Talking about the location. Okay. But you can't identify a single person in those videos. Correct?
And all knowledge of everything.
Absent your knowledge.
Yes, you can't see faces in the videos.
Okay, good. That's all I wanted to clarify. Okay, if you would, we can go ahead and we'll be done with the videos for right now. I am going to have to clarify something with the state or qualify something with the state later. If you would, thank you. Actually, I will need to pull that's report. Yeah. I'm going to be asking questions about it. Well, this is impeachment testimony.
Okay, but you can ask questions about opposition to these. You can't read from the document.
I'm not going to read from the document. I'm going to ask her questions from it. Now, if I have to, to put up the document to impeach the testimony, then that's something else. All right. Danielle, it's Miss Malone. I'm sorry. I'll be disrespectful. Miss Malone. Now, you just told me that you agree. There's nothing, you can't identify a single person in that video, right?
I agree, Matt.
Okay.
I'm going to sustain it. That's
Okay.
established.
Okay, good. I'm just making sure we have that established. Okay, but when you wrote your affidavit, you did put that it timestamped this, timestamped that, you could see exact people, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those two, the people, I'm sorry, the people that you attributed it to in your affidavit, who would those be?
The subjects that I named as getting
Yes.
out of the truck,
Okay, yes.
that would be Rory Wilson and Franklin Tucker.
Okay, Rory Wilson and Tyrone Tucker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. And you said that your investigation led you to write that in the affidavit, but to put those timestamps in there saying that you could see those people in that video, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what was your investigation prior to obtaining these videos?
I believe I would have to look at an exact timeline, but I believe that was day 5.
That would be day 5 in the investigation.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay, day 5 in the investigation, what evidence did you have saying that I took part in this crime?
The confession of John Travis Johnson, the
Okay.
getaway driver.
Okay, and what tells you he's the getaway driver?
He told us.
Okay, so you're basing it solely on what he told you.
No,
Okay, what other evidence did you have to suggest that he's the getaway driver?
that he's the getaway, that he told us.
Okay, that he told you. That's
Yes,
it.
sir.
Simply as that. Okay, and was he the one who actually said it first, or did one of the other investigators say it before him?
I don't recall.
Okay, you don't recall. Just making sure. Now, were you actually present when John Travis Johnson was, when he was actually interviewed?
I was present for some of it, not all of it.
Okay. Okay. You, if I remember correctly, you were present and reviewing videos, if my memory serves right, on when John Travis Johnson originally.
Objection.
I'm sorry. I'll take that back. It's a horribly phrased question. I take it back. Okay. You were there for part of the interviews with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember reviewing videos with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If again, just to verify, were those the same videos that we were just looking at for the most part?
Yes, sir.
Because I can't remember any other ones. So, okay. Now, when you're reviewing these videos with John Travis Johnson, does he at one point to the video in the Fuller Keys Electric video, right? Doesn't he at one point to the subject in that video and say it's him?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'll have to have you cue up another video. Okay. So you don't recall at this point, but you did say that, you just, because of the investigation, you knew that was John Travis Johnson in that video, not because you could see him in the video.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain the objection.
Okay.
Point's been made multiple times.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay. In your arrest affidavit, did you write that you could see me at certain timestamps doing different things in the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it, again, what in your investigation led you to be able to say that?
It was the totality of all the evidence, witness statements, confessions
Okay.
that we had obtained.
May I? Again, specifically.
Judge, I'm going to object.
I'm
Ask the question.
okay.
Whoa.
I'd just like to get more
It's Mr.
specific.
Alvarez's witness here, so I think we're going to have one or the other.
Okay, Judge, can we come sidebar?
We can come sidebar.
Okay. Danielle, I'm sorry, Miss Malone. Back to the offense report and the affidavit that you wrote, correct? Okay, let's get back to that for a second. Did you ever write in that report that witnesses had made statements with my name in them?
Yeah, I do believe so.
Okay. Which witnesses used my name? And when they were telling you the story of whatever they saw, whatever they witnessed, which witnesses actually used my name?
Objection, here, sir.
I'm going to overrule the objection, so you can answer the question, ma'am.
In Rory Wilson's initial interview with us, he put you in the warehouse planning the robbery by name. John Travis Johnson also said your name.
So both suspects, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just checking. Okay, so anybody else beyond the suspects?
Not that I recall.
Okay, not that you recall. Okay, good. Okay, so You were familiar with that. Okay, let's move on a little forward. That same truck that I can't say it's the same truck. Let me back up. The truck. There's a truck that you search later on in the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you went to search this truck, what truck was? What truck? Why were you searching this truck?
It was John Travis Johnson's truck.
Okay, it was John Travis Johnson's truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and okay, how do you remember? If I remember correctly, you were the one who actually signed for the search warrant on that truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you probably know better than I would. How long after John Travis Johnson was arrested was it before you went and searched this vehicle?
I would have to look at the report for exact dates.
Give me an approximate.
But he was arrested around November 22nd-ish, and I believe we did the search warrant around December 5th or 6th.
Okay, so how many days is that? Could you add those up for me? Approximately, I would say approximately 15, 20 days, something like that?
Yeah, probably 2 weeks.
Okay, just checking. Okay, so where was the truck in these 15, 20 days before you searched it?
At one point, it was at an address in Big Pine.
Okay.
And then it was moved to Mr. Johnson's boss's house.
Okay, and moved by who? And this is after Travis was arrested, right?
Correct.
Okay, just checking. Okay, but moved by who?
It was towed by Mr. Johnson's boss.
Okay, over to one of his lots, correct?
Yeah, I think his
Okay, good.
house or lot. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And okay, so after it got towed over to this lot, did the police, did they decide to impound it, or I'm sorry, the sheriff's department, did they decide to impound the vehicle, or take the vehicle, or secure it somehow?
No, we just conducted a search warrant of the vehicle and
Yeah.
searched the vehicle.
And this is after it had been sitting there for 10, 15, 20 days, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just check. Okay, and when you went to do the search of the vehicle, was there anybody else with you?
There was quite a few people.
Okay, could you recall any of them off the top of your head?
Detective Underwood was there.
Okay,
Deputy Hoverson was there. I believe retired Sergeant Hernandez was there.
okay, retired sergeant.
And Captain Phelps.
And Captain Phelps, okay. And, okay, so, did you do a video of this, when you guys searched the vehicle? Did you do a video of that at all, or do you
Yes, sir.
remember? Okay, go ahead and find that one too.
I'm going to stop you right there, Mr. Tucker. I think it's time to take a morning break.
That would be,
So, members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Again, same procedures that we've used in terms of those who choose to stay in the jury room, those who choose to go beyond, the rules that apply in terms of communication and the like. 11 o'clock, we'll ask you to be back and go from there. So anybody have any specific instructions for the witness during the break, or just?
No, not speaking, not specific.
All right, so you're going to be back on the witness stand, obviously, but you can take a break.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll be back at 11.
Judge, one quick thing to address if the court could. We're getting messages from people that Mr. Alvarez and I's conversations here at the table is being picked up by the cameras here, and people could hear it out there in the viewing land. That's not going to work for us.
No.
So I don't know what can be done, but maybe they either have to move their mics or move something, but if people can hear our conversation.
Yeah. Again, I have no technical expertise, but that's Tucker. Jurors are in the jury room, so any resolution of this?
Yeah, just we're okay with it now. I think we're all right. One other issue for the court, just for the court to consider, and Mr. Tucker showed us the courtesy of letting us know that he thinks he's got a lot of cross-examination that will take the rest of the day, and that we wouldn't get to any other witnesses. We inquired as to what the nature of that cross was going to be, and he indicated his intent to go into depth on the IA investigations in the case and the findings of whatever findings those are. Our objection is going to be that it's not relevant to the facts in this particular trial or to the evidence that's being presented, and that it's going to contain a lot of hearsay. I mean, the results of those reports and any reading of those reports, that's hearsay. So I don't know if the court wants to address it now or wait until it happens, but
If I may, Your Honor?
Yeah.
He says reports. The only IA report I plan on using for this cross-examination is an IA report from this case where it was sustained that she mishandled 35 pieces of evidence in this case. And again, these are including videos. So I would consider that highly relevant.
I mean, I guess we'll get to it, but I don't consider it relevant. If there's some showing of a tainted piece of evidence or a chain of custody that's been compromised, but this, it's not, the trial is not about...
Your Honor.
Yes, sir, I am speaking. The trial is not about putting the investigation on trial. It is specifically the facts and circumstances. So as I said, I'll certainly let you make your proffer. When we get to the point where it's, becomes a subject, we'll deal with it. But my strong inclination is that that is not relevant evidence.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I don't understand. Maybe it is the layman in me, and maybe you can educate me on this. How that it's the credibility of the investigation that is what is the evidence they're using against me in this trial. How is that not credible if the investigation was not conducted, on any kind of good standard?
It's not the credibility of the investigation; it's the credibility of the evidence. That's what's at issue. But like I said, if you can show that there's been a bit of evidence that's been tainted, if there's been a witness that's been compromised, but to say, oh, this was just an investigation that violated all these standards, no, sir, that's not relevant.
Well, I would imagine that, again, 208 pieces of evidence were mishandled. That was what was sustained in this investigation, including DNA, including video, including physical evidence. And yes, this is evidence that the prosecution is actually putting into evidence in this trial.
Okay. Well, I'll look forward to your showing or objection that some evidence is, in fact, that's being admitted or offered is not authentic, is been compromised. That's fine. But in terms of how the internal affairs may have assessed the investigation, that in and of itself is not relevant as a general proposition. Again, it's not the investigation that's on trial, it's the evidence emanating from that investigation. And so if there's specific pieces, I know I'm repeating myself, but if there's specific pieces of evidence that simply doesn't withstand the foundtional requirements, I'll be happy to make an appropriate ruling. So that's about as much as I can show.
Okay, I'm trying to navigate this line, Your Honor.
I know you are, and I'm not saying that you're doing anything wrong. Just like any other case, there's disputes, disagreements, and the judge is asked to make a ruling, and I make my best ruling. And like I said, if we get to a specific part and there's an objection and we need to go outside the jury, we'll do that. If you need to make a proffer, that is a showing of what you would like to have presented absent an adverse ruling, you can do that to preserve the record, but that's how it works. So in any event, with that said, bring in the jury, please. Thank you. Please be seated, members of the jury. Back on the record, the witness remains on the witness stand under oath, subject to continued cross-examination.
Okay, Ms. Malone, let's see, I'm not exactly sure where we left off, but let's go ahead and we'll get back to the investigation. All right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and at this point, at the Cosme videos, at that point in the investigation, how far in were you, again, did you say?
When we got the videos, I believe we were at day 5.
Day 5. Okay, so you got these videos the same day that Travis Johnson was arrested, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And now, prior to that point in the investigation, you're at day 5. What other evidence did you have to say that I was in that video? You said it was based on your investigation, so.
Again, John Travis Johnson's confession.
So John Travis Johnson's word that it's me in that video.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And any other evidence that said I had anything to do with this prior to that video?
Mr. Rory Wilson again stating that you were part of the planning of the robbery of Paula Belmonte.
We'll take a look at that later. So at this point, you're taking Travis Johnson's story and Rory Wilson's story, correct? That's your evidence at this point.
In combination with Todd O'Quinn's statement of the way he went up to the CVS yelling for the police, yes.
And Todd O'Quinn's statement, and Todd O'Quinn was who?
One of the people that was in the house with Matthew Bonnet, in the trailer with Matthew Bonnet.
He was in the house in the trailer with Matthew Bonnet. He's the gentleman we saw running up the hill. Did you say that?
Yeah, with the flashlight, yes.
Yes. Okay. So he's that gentleman. That's the man we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that gentleman also say he's 100% sure it wasn't me over and over again?
I don't know. He didn't say that to me.
It was said. Okay. Again, we'll have to pull up that video. Okay. So you're saying that Todd O'Quinn never said that you know of that it wasn't me?
Not to me, no, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. And now you did do the lineup with Todd O'Quinn, correct?
Yes, sir. I did one of the lineups.
Okay. And did Todd O'Quinn, was I included in that lineup or?
No, sir.
Okay. And who was included in that lineup?
John Travis Johnson.
Okay. Did Todd O'Quinn ever point to John Travis Johnson's picture in that lineup?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he point to him as in that lineup?
As being the person that...
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. What question did they ask when they were doing the lineup? When they asked him to point to a picture and say, and identify anybody, what were they asking him? What were you guys asking him?
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
Sustaining the objection.
Okay, fine. Ms. Malone, he points to John Travis Johnson, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Again, we won't be redundant here. Ms. Malone, okay, we've already established that, yes, again, John Travis Johnson's the picture that he pointed to, right?
Objection.
I'll overrule that objection. Wait, I'm sorry, I'm going to sustain the objection. So
I was just looking for clarification. Okay, anyway, that's an answer. Okay, let's move on then. Okay, so John Travis Johnson, Rory Wilson, that's your evidence suggesting I have anything to do with this at this point.
Objection asked and answered numerous times.
We'll proceed.
Okay. Now, you said that based on your investigation, that's how you're identifying me in that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your investigation was John Travis Johnson. Okay, anything else besides John Travis Johnson and Rory Wilson?
Objection asked and answered,
I don't believe she answered that question yet.
Actually, she did.
Okay. Well, okay, so then we can move on. All right. So that's the extent of the investigation at that point that you know of. Okay, anything else from the investigation prior to that as far as, your handling of evidence, your handling of videos? What was your duties in the investigation in those first 5 days?
Well, multiple. We did the first day,
Okay.
that night,
That might be the easiest.
I was directed to go interview the living victim, Paula Lamonte, in the hospital. I stayed with her the entire time she was in the hospital. And then I went with Sergeant Kellenberger, and we went and found Roger Ragout at his place of business, the QS Golf Course.
This would be the first night, right?
This is the first night.
Anything else the first or anything else the first night?
Not particularly. I was.
Oh, can we put a pause right there for just a second? I'm so sorry. Okay, so the first night you went to interview Paula Belamonte at the hospital.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and during that interview with Paula Belmonte, did she tell you anybody who she thought, any suspects, any identifiers?
Objection here, Senor.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay. Did she ever say that it was me?
Same objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay, I was asking because she's the one who completed the interview. Got it.
Objection of both.
Okay.
I'm sustained.
Okay. All right. So, again, you did that. Then you went and you did another interview. What did you do after that?
We canvassed the area, that street, Laurel Avenue.
Okay.
I believe when I went home that night was about 4 or 5 a.m. the next morning.
Okay. And then you came back the next morning and...
Next morning, I don't remember what time, but it wasn't late. It was before noon, I believe. We came back to the scene, and I believe it was that day, the next day, that Key West CSI finished up with the actual scene.
So it was the second day?
Yes, the second day.
Second day. And you came at around noon, you said?
I don't remember the exact time.
Now, it was when you did come back on that second day, were you at the treehouse or were you canvassing someplace else? What were you doing again?
I was at the treehouse. I walked almost all of Stock Island.
Oh, yeah, I can believe it. Okay.
That day, looking for.
Okay. So, you guys were just looking for evidence around the neighborhood, that kind
Yes,
of
sir.
stuff. Okay, gotcha. All right. Were you there for Detective Pitcher's interview of Todd O'Quinn?
The
At
initial
the
night.
treehouse, at the treehouse location.
The first night, I was there for.
Oh, okay.
I believe a very small portion of it.
Of Todd O'Quinn's interview?
Yeah, the
Okay.
initial one that night. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, the second, I was talking about the second interview during the daytime. He did it at the treehouse, and I would assume you would have been there just because, it's about the same time.
I don't recall being there for that interview.
I just didn't know.
I put like 8 miles on my shoes that second day walking
so you
Stock
weren't-
Island.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you weren't there.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, were you there when they brought Miss Paula Belamonte to the treehouse that day?
The second day?
Second day.
No, I brought her to the treehouse that night when she got released from the hospital,
And,
but not the second day.
and why'd you bring her back to the treehouse that night?
They wanted to get, I believe, fingernail scrapings.
Fingernail scrapings. Okay, but you didn't bring her back the second day.
No,
Okay, and you weren't present when they did.
no.
Okay, good. All right, and were you there when Miss Anthea Clay was there
Maybe.
on the second day?
No, not on the second day. Maybe that initial night.
Oh, the first night. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first night you were there when they brought Anthea Clay to the crime scene.
I don't know. I wasn't there when they brought her to the crime scene, but she may have been around that night.
Okay, and according to your offense report, your affidavit, who is Miss Anthea Clay?
Anthea Clay was, I guess, a roommate at some point with Paula and Matthew Bonnet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not certain where she stayed on the property, but she stayed there at some point and had just left like very recently
Okay. And,
for that incident.
okay, but in the affidavit you wrote, was she ever named as a suspect?
Yes, Paula stated that she believed Anathea Clay had something to do with setting up the robbery.
Was Paula the only one?
That's,
Just asking what she wrote in her report.
I'll overrule the objection.
that told me
Well-
that she's the only one I remember.
Okay, I'm referring back to your affidavit again. Like, remember we were talking about your affidavit earlier? I'm referring back to your affidavit. In your affidavit, in your statement, about the investigation, did you say that, somebody else besides that actually named her as a suspect?
I don't recall.
Okay. We'll have to take a look at the affidavit again. Okay, so you've got Anathea Clay. You saw her the first night, correct?
I think I may have seen her.
Okay, good. And on that first night, okay, you said Paula named her as a suspect, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they brought her to the crime scene that night. You were there for that.
No, I believe I was with Paula still.
I thought you said, I'm a little off. Okay, maybe it's just me. But okay, so they brought her back down there. Again, did you see her leave when she left the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Do you know where she came from before she got to the crime scene?
No, sir.
Okay. But they didn't arrest Anathea Clay.
No, sir.
Okay, just check. All right, so they didn't arrest her. Did they ever bring her back in for an interview that you know of?
I wasn't a part of it, but yes, I do believe they interviewed her at some point.
Okay. They interviewed her at some point. Do you remember approximately what?
I mean, probably a year or so after.
A year or so?
Afterwards.
A year or so afterwards?
Yes, sir.
After what? Oh, after the crime happened?
After the crime happened,
Okay.
yeah, 2019-ish.
Okay, so after the crime happened. And, you can't recall if she was named a suspect in your affidavit.
Objection's been asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
I wrote in my affidavit that Paula stated that Anathea Clay had set up the robbery.
Were there any CIs that they talked to in the affidavit?
Yes.
Confidential informants?
Yes.
Okay, and did this confidential informant say that Anathea Clay was a suspect?
Objection, hearsay.
If it's in the affidavit, I'll overrule it, if that's what you're asking about.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
I believe I wrote that in my affidavit. I'd have to
So that would
look
be a
at it
second
to-
person.
to
that said-
refresh.
I'm sorry.
I'd have to look at it to refresh. It's
Okay, and we may very well do that. That might be a good idea.
Okay.
If we could refresh the witnesses, would that be fine, Your Honor?
Haven't quite asked the proper question, but in any event, we're looking at the report. Refresh your recollection, Detective?
yes, sir.
You have your report there?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let us know when you've reviewed it and your recollection has been refreshed, then close it up. And is your recollection
Yes, sir.
refreshed?
Ma'am,
Question.
now that we've refreshed your recollection, do you remember a CI that says the same thing?
Yes, the
Okay.
CI stated that Paula had set up Anathea Clay and didn't return it. And it sounded like it was a drug deal that money didn't get exchanged. So in return, Anathea set up the robbery as payback.
Okay, so that's what's in the affidavit, is that Anathea Clay was setting this up as payback for something that Paul had done to her, allegedly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and that's in the rest of the affidavit. So that's definitely naming her as a suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, again, you just told me a second ago that they interviewed Anthea Clay, but it wasn't until way after, correct?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Year and a half, 2 years, something like that? Is that, I'm not sure if I heard correctly. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I believe it was sometime in 2019.
So 2019 from a crime that happened in 2017.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did anybody, that you know of, I mean, did they try to apprehend Miss Clay? I mean, was there a warrant out for her arrest? I mean, she's a suspect.
No.
Okay, so to your knowledge, nobody ever put out a warrant for her?
No.
Okay, and did they ever do any other work trying to find Miss Clay? I mean, did they, what attempts were made to find this murder suspect?
We never got to the point to classify her as a murder suspect, and I am unfamiliar with what attempts were made. That wasn't in my scope of the investigation to locate her.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. If I remember right, your scope in the investigation, you're right below the lead detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it wouldn't be in the scope of your investigation to know where a murder suspect is.
Again, Anthea Clay never became a murder suspect during the course of our investigation.
Well, didn't you just tell me you had a witness that literally stated that, she set this crime up as payback? Okay.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Yes, we had two people that told us that Miss Clay had potentially set up this robbery to occur as payback, but that's as far as we got. We found no evidence other than them two statements.
Oops, I'm sorry. Did you ever make any attempts to interview her? Bring her in for an interview or to talk to her?
I did not. That was not part of my job in this investigation.
Okay. Do you know of anybody, besides yourself, who may have done this?
I don't know.
Okay, so to your knowledge, they don't interview her, pick her up or interview her until 2019?
I know that's when she got interviewed.
Okay. And did they arrest her after the interview?
No, sir.
Okay, and was the evidence still the same, or did it change, or is there a reason why she wasn't arrested?
Because she never rose to the level of a murder suspect in this investigation.
With two witnesses saying that she was?
Objection argumentative.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now, did you know, I want to know a little bit more about this Anthea Clay thing, just a little bit. Okay, it's Treehouse, I think I asked you if you were there, if Miss Clay, when she was brought back to the Treehouse on the second day. You said no, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Okay, so you weren't there for this, but did they find any evidence that you know of from Miss Clay at the Treehouse on the second day that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Were you ever made aware of writings on a wall that were on the Treehouse wall?
Yeah, in like 2019, I believe.
You were made aware of those in 2019?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't know anything about those until then?
Correct.
Okay, good. And what were these writings on the wall purported to be?
Honestly, I don't
remember
know.
what they were?
No,
Okay.
sir.
And do you remember what evidentiary value they had?
No, sir.
Okay, so I don't know, you said you saw pictures, is that correct?
I may have seen a picture, but not that I recall. It was like spray paint words on a wall.
Okay, but you don't know who wrote them, and you don't know?
No, sir.
Okay, were you there for when they interviewed Miss Anthea Clay?
I was not.
Okay, so that would have been who interviewed her? Just out of refreshing my memory.
I believe that was Captain Phelps, Detective Corey, and maybe Detective Moeller.
Okay. All right, so, that would be Detective Moeller, Detective Corey, and Captain Phelps.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And, okay, again, we're back to the beginning of the investigation again. So the first night, you said you took care of Paula, and then the next night, and then after that, it was Roger Roget, right? And you interviewed him. Okay, so what did you do on the second day besides canvass? Anything?
I believe that was it.
Just canvassing for evidence, and you didn't find any?
No, I didn't.
Okay, what evidence were you there What evidence were you there for when that was gathered?
I believe it was the second day they found a mask in a boat.
Okay, but you didn't collect it, somebody else did. Who was it that collected that evidence? Do you remember?
I don't know. I wasn't there when they found it. I just was told they found it.
Okay, so you're told they found him. Oh, you didn't actually see it?
I saw it.
Oh, okay. You
As
saw
we
it.
were waiting for the crime scene detective, whichever one it was, come and get it.
Okay, so someone come and bag it and tag it, right?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so, but you never found any evidence on that second day?
No, sir.
Okay, what would you do on the third day?
I believe more walking and canvassing Stock Island.
Do you remember knocking on any doors? I mean, do you remember what neighborhood you were canvassing in, where you were?
We were walking, a good majority of the time was in Water's Edge Trailer Park. That's not there anymore, but it was just down the street from where the treehouse was.
Okay.
In that area, and then focusing on 2nd Street that goes past Tom Thumb, the fire station, Florida Keys Electric, and then the warehouse.
Okay.
In that area.
So just that little part of the neighborhood in Stock Island? Okay.
Yes, that general area.
You just kind of reminded me something about the Florida Keys Electric video. That was, for the record, was that the video that I had you replay up there? The moment, we were talking about John Travis Johnson, that stuff.
Yes, I believe that was the Florida Keys Electric video.
Okay, just want to make sure. And how much time of the video did they give? How time did you guys collect? Do you remember?
I don't
on that
know.
video?
I don't know.
You don't remember? Okay, yeah, you weren't the one who collected that. I forgot. But do you know of any more than the 7? I think it's 7 minutes. I want to say, but whatever that video is in length. Did you guys ever get any more from Florida Keys Electric that you know of?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so not to your knowledge. Okay, so we're back to you're canvassing the neighborhood and you're going through all the different locations, that are close to there. I guess was it the Tom Thumb, the fire department, the treehouse, and you said Water's Edge Trailer Park. Okay, so you didn't find anything in those areas, is what you told us. This would be the third day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're on the third day, nothing there. What'd you do on the fourth day?
The fourth day, I believe I spent a good majority of the time watching surveillance videos.
Okay, watching videos. And what were the surveillance videos? Did you collect them yourself, or did somebody bring them to you, or?
Most of them were brought to us by different detectives.
All right, just different detectives bringing them in from different places, right? Like the CVS or whatever, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, gotcha. But you're reviewing them, checking them out to see what you find.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, gotcha. And okay, so while you're doing this, these surveillance videos, again, which places were you actually reviewing? Was it which videos?
It was mainly CVS's.
The CVS's videos?
Yes.
Okay, and did you collect all the tapes from CVS, or did they give you all the tapes from CVS?
I believe so. There's hours upon hours.
I seem to remember the same thing. Okay.
Yes.
Now, but you believe they gave you all the video footage they had from CVS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there weren't any cameras broken? There weren't any cameras that were malfunctioning or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay, good. And did you find anything in the CVS videos that you were reviewing?
No, sir.
Okay, so they weren't really of evidentiary value, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other videos besides CVS?
At that time, no, I don't believe so. I believe it was
Just
mainly the CVS videos.
okay. So just the CVS videos. This would be what, the fourth day?
Yes.
Day?
Yeah, the fourth day.
So what'd you do on the fifth day?
The fifth day, I believe, is the day that I assisted with the photo lineup
Okay.
with Todd O'Quinn We also got the Cosme video
Okay.
on the 5th day.
Okay, do you remember when you got the video?
I do not.
I don't remember if it was in the morning or the afternoon.
I believe it was late.
Okay,
I believe it was
more in the evening.
more in the evening.
Okay, so more than, and okay, now, let's see, 17th, and I said we're on day 5, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so that would be 17th to the 18th, 19th, 20th, and then 21st. Okay, what did you do on the 21st?
The 21st.
Oh, actually, that would be the 5th day, would be the 21st. Now, again, you just said that you were reviewing videos. Did you do anything else that day?
Not that I recall.
Did you guys perhaps conduct a no-knock raid on the warehouse on the 21st?
Yeah, that might have been the 21st.
Okay, was Mr. Wilson taken into custody on the 21st?
I would have to refresh my memory as to the exact date that happened.
Did they? Okay, you were, if I remember correctly, you were there. So when I was brought in to the station on the 21st, was I brought in handcuffs?
Yes, I do believe so, sir.
Okay, and now did you at one time say I was free to go?
I don't know if I said it, but somebody did.
Okay, and but I'm in handcuffs, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Anyway, so I'm brought in on the 21st. We established that because that was the night of the no-knock raid. Now, the no-knock raid, you took myself and Rory Wilson down to the headquarters, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not you personally. Somebody else drove me. Okay. And this is where you did the initial interviews with the suspects, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, you know, like I said, you know, at some point, because I actually remember we did the interviews together somewhat. But okay, in the interview process, was I taken out of the interview room and taken downstairs and put in a squad car, still in handcuffs?
You were placed back into handcuffs.
And put down in a squad car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long was I down there?
I don't know offhand.
What was the purpose of putting me down there?
I believe so we can interview Rory.
Okay. Now, was I still free to go at any time?
At that time, no, I don't know. I would say no. You were in handcuffs in the back of a police car.
Okay, and was I in handcuffs in the back of a police car when I left the warehouse to come back? Or when I entered this, I should say, because you were at the station, when I entered the station, did I enter in handcuffs?
I don't recall.
Okay, this would be right after that. Okay, so were you at the raid itself?
I was.
Okay, and did you initiate the search warrant for that raid?
Did I write the search warrant?
Did you go and seek the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and you're the one who got the search warrant for it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did you write the search warrant for, specifically?
For any and all evidence that could be found at whatever the warehouse's exact address on 2nd Street.
And the address of the warehouse is a big place.
Yes, sir.
So was it the address for the entire warehouse, or was it just that one spot?
It was the address for the warehouse, but I do believe I specified the living areas where Rory Wilson was at.
Okay, so Rory Wilson's apartment.
Yes.
Okay, was Rory Wilson's apartment attached to the upstairs of the warehouse?
Honestly, it was all attached.
I mean, was it considered the same spot? I mean, like, okay, a lot of apartments and apartment buildings are attached, but that doesn't mean they're the same apartment. Was it the same spot as far as, was it the same apartment, or was it a different apartment upstairs?
To my knowledge, it was the same apartment.
And, okay, what led you to believe that?
Because I didn't know anything else about the warehouse other than it was sectioned off into apartments.
Okay, and how long were you at the warehouse that night? I don't know, so I'd like to ask.
Maybe 20 minutes.
20 minutes, and when was this, when they first came in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so were you there at the front door, or were you at the back?
I was at the front door.
Okay, in the front door, and now the front door is the one they took me out of, correct?
I don't know.
Okay, because I don't remember, but okay. But here's the thing, it's okay. So you were at the front door, but you weren't close enough to see whether or not I was the one that they pulled from upstairs.
Correct. I was there at the front to set the perimeter around so where I was at when they executed the search warrant was all the way out at the street.
Okay.
Watching the street and kind of the sides of the very large building of the
Good, yeah.
warehouse.
Could you just explain to the jury, the whole idea of the perimeter, what you're doing with the perimeter when you did that?
Yes, sir.
I mean, explain to them what you're doing when you're doing that. What are you doing when you're setting the perimeter? Why did you do it?
In case somebody, when we executed the search warrant, in case somebody fled out of the building, we would be out far enough to be able to detain them, apprehend them, find out who they are.
Okay. So back to that. So the idea from the beginning was to detain me, right? To detain me, not just Rory Wilson, but to detain me.
I didn't know who you were, sir.
Okay, so you didn't know who I was at that point.
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. You don't know, but you know who I was after I got to the station, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So when I get to the station, where do I go from there? Do you remember?
After we were done with the interviews?
After they brought me into the station, what'd you guys do with me?
Interviewed
At this point,
you.
I'm going to object on a relevance basis.
Oh, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you. Ms. Malone, what did you guys, I'm in handcuffs. Coming into the station, what did you're there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who else was there? Do you remember?
Detective Pitcher was there.
Okay. And anybody else?
Probably Captain Phelps.
Probably Captain Phelps. Okay. So Captain Phelps, Detective Pitcher, yourself, and you can't remember anybody else being there?
No, I don't remember anybody else specifically that would have been there.
So who brought me in? Who brought me in? Where they put me? It wasn't you, correct?
It was not me.
Okay, so it wasn't me. When's the first time you met me?
In the interview room.
In the interview room. Okay, so we're in the interview room. You just brought me in. I would assume your intentions were to question me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you guys ask me a bunch of questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and at the end of those questions, did they let me go, did they allow me to leave the station?
Yes, after the interview, you were free to leave and you left.
Okay, and so is it safe to assume that there wasn't, in your opinion or in the lead detective's opinion, whoever's making the decision, it wasn't enough to arrest me?
Correct.
Okay, and okay, so afterwards, I'm obviously free. I get arrested the night of the 22nd, because I remember that 21st went to the 22nd. But okay, that night, what changed in between the 21st and the 22nd when I get arrested?
During your interview and Rory Wilson's interview, you both put yourselves with John Travis Johnson.
Well, that's, we might have to watch that too. But okay, so the thing is...
I will sustain the objection. Again, there's no commentary allowed.
I'll watch myself, Your Honor. Okay, Ms. Malone, you said that, I was brought in because of that. What I'm saying is our interviews were done on the 21st, right? Rory Wilson's and mine, the ones that you just said that we used John Travis Johnson as an alibi or whatever, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I was let go after that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you're saying I was arrested for those same two interviews. So why wasn't I arrested at that point?
Because we had not interviewed John Travis Johnson yet.
Okay, so it was John Travis Johnson's interview that got me arrested.
That was the final, to put it all together, everything that we knew. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now don't get me wrong. Rory Wilson allegedly testified that, or made statements about me. It's not again, it's alleged that it's Rory Wilson allegedly made statements about me, correct?
Yes, he stated that you were there during the planning of the robbery.
I'm just asking whether or not he made statements. I didn't ask what he said.
Sorry, yes.
Now, okay, so that is what you're alleging here. And, okay, John Travis Johnson allegedly made statements against me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those are the two things. Anything else in this investigation, so far we're up to day 5 when I get arrested. Anything else in this investigation saying that, saying I had something to do with this?
The Cosme video.
And the Cosme video, you just said, not too long ago, correct me if I'm wrong, that Cosme video, you can't tell who's in the video, that you decided who's in the video based on the investigation.
Correct.
Okay, and your investigation was Rory Wilson and John Travis Johnson at this point, right?
Correct.
So you're saying that their word tells you that I'm the guy in the video.
Correct.
Okay, and even though you can't see me. You can't see me in the video. So it's just them saying it's me, that's good enough, right?
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe I should clarify myself just a little bit. I guess I'm a little nervous or whatever. But here's the thing. Video. When we were watching the video, we established that yes, you could not see anybody in that video, right?
I could see people, body shapes, body maze,
but not make an identification.
not faces. No, sir.
Right, no faces. Okay, and now you just testified that the only investigation that you knew of me, right, was from Rory and Travis.
And the Cosme video.
Well, again, this is what we're talking about, this Cosme video. Cosme video, you said you can't identify anybody in it, right? So, okay, if you can't identify anybody in it, I'm asking how that is evidence against me at that point.
At this point, I'm objecting. Yes, this is argumentative. It's been asked and answered.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Okay, well, we'll move on. Okay, so I get arrested, right? Do you remember were you there when they arrested me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and, you know, they took me, if I remember correctly, took me over to the jail, and, you know, would that be? No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
Sustain the objection. It's his testimonial, so you can
Okay.
ask questions.
Okay.
But not testify.
Did you see me again after I went to jail?
When I got the buccal swab.
Vocal swab. Now, you'll have to refresh my memory because I don't remember you taking a vocal swab from me, but did you, could you please tell me what day that was?
I would have to look at
Now,
the
did you-
property receipt to refresh my memory as to what day it was.
Okay, I'd be perfectly happy to let you do that because I honestly don't remember, and I don't remember if you did do one on me. So the thing is do you remember? Again, you put it into evidence, correct? Is there any other vocal swabs from me that you know of?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Okay, so that's the DNA that was used for the FDLE report. Is that correct?
I would assume so. That's not my purview, but,
But you bagged it and you tagged it, right?
and turned it in.
And then it goes from that to whoever is going to do the testing or whatever.
Yes, sir.
Right, gotcha. Okay. All right, so we're at that stage. Now, did you interview any of the witnesses in the case?
I was there when Roosevelt Washington was interviewed.
Okay, Roosevelt Washington.
Yes.
Did he say I had anything to do with this?
Objection here says
Or-
named.
Okay. Did he have any evidence, anything of evidentiary value to add to your investigation?
No.
Okay, so nothing from Roosevelt Washington, right? And please tell me, tell the jury actually who Roosevelt Washington was and why you would even be interviewing.
He was in the trailer with Matthew Bonnet when the robbery occurred.
Okay, so this is another person who was on scene when it actually happened.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but he didn't have anything to say really of evidentiary value.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So moving on. Any other witnesses that that you actually talked to?
I talked to one subject, Odom. I don't remember his first name.
Would that be
One of the neighborhood canvases,
Would it be Austin Odom?
probably.
Okay. And do you remember why he was of interest to you?
Because we were talking to all kinds of people that were in the area, and he lived at the warehouse.
Okay, so lived at the warehouse. To be clear, was it thought that we were all living at the warehouse?
I believe Paula stated that she thought Detroit lived there.
She's gotten a trike lift there?
That Detroit, Roy Wilson,
Detroit lived there. Gotcha.
lived there.
Could you please again tell them who Detroit, AKA
Detroit
is?
is the street name for Rory Wilson.
Okay. Now, you're saying because you got information that Detroit lived there, right? Now, how did you guys obtain this information?
That was I believe Paula told me that in her interview.
She told you?
That he lived in a warehouse, possibly on Front Street, but she wasn't certain, but it was in that area.
Now, could you, if I let you refer again back to your affidavit, would you have wrote the same thing in your affidavit?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you write the same thing, what you just said to us in your affidavit, that you had found that out by Paula Belmonte's statements?
I don't know if I wrote that in my affidavit or not.
Okay, but do you remember what you wrote in your affidavit?
I remember a majority of what I wrote. It's
just
4 pages long.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I was just not that one, right? That one you don't remember.
I don't remember if I wrote that in there or not.
Okay, just want to clarify. All right, so do you remember what else you wrote in that affidavit?
Can you be more specific?
Okay, about my part in the crime. Do you remember how I came about to be a suspect?
Yes.
Okay, and how was that?
We had found out that Rory Wilson had been at Metro PCS to pay a phone bill with another subject.
Was I a subject at that point?
No.
Okay, so I was nobody at this point.
Correct.
Okay.
At this point, I'm going to object. He asked a question, and he's not letting the computer answers.
Well, I just...
I'm going to overrule the objection at this point.
I would be, again, I apologize. I just...
I overruled the objection. I didn't see a problem there.
Okay. Miss Malone, okay. Again, how did I become a suspect as far as, okay, you didn't know anything about me at this point, Metro PCS, phone bill, please continue.
I believe Metro PCS gave us your name because I believe it was you that was actually paying your phone bill. And then 2 of the general crimes detectives that was assisting us went over to, I believe, the warehouse and talked to you, and you gave us the name of Rory Detroit Wilson.
Okay. Did they say I acted suspicious or that there was something that, something I did that made me a suspect at that point?
No.
Okay, so I'm still not a suspect, right?
No, sir.
Okay, and so please continue. Where did we go after that? How did, again, how do I become a suspect?
Once we determined the legal name of Detroit, because that's all that Paula could give us was street name Detroit, and there's shockingly quite a few people that go by the street name Detroit. Once we were able to get a name for him, that's when we prepared the search warrant for where Detroit Rory Wilson was living at the warehouse. When we executed the search warrant at the warehouse, Mr. Tucker, you were there.
Okay, but just to, again, I'm not trying to stop you in your middle of your statement, but since we're going to pause, I just want to pause right there. Okay, so still not a suspect, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so the search warrant, was my name on there to be detained?
I don't believe anybody's name was on there to be detained.
I thought you said you went and got it for Rory Wilson's apartment.
I did.
Okay, so was Rory Wilson supposed to be detained if he was a suspect of being Detroit?
That's the standard practice with the sheriff's office when we execute a search warrant. Every individual that's in that premise is detained.
Okay, please, and this is my ignorance, and I'm going to actually ask you to explain to the jury because I'm kind of ignorant of these things. Please explain to them the whole process as far as the search warrant thing. What do you do to get a search warrant? What is it that, again, how do you go about this process? When you go from writing it to getting it to executing it?
Well, in order to get a search warrant, we get everything that we know at the time that we want to try to go and search a place. We write it out in an affidavit. We have to have what they determine probable cause. We have to have a reason why we're going to this house. We laid it out based on that Paula had identified Rory Wilson Detroit as the guy that held a knife to her throat and punched her a whole bunch of times in the face while demanding her purse. We now know who he is. So now we want to go search his house because she identified him, and we want to see what evidence is in the house. Once we as the detectives, once I wrote the search warrant, I then give that form to the state attorney because they're the lawyers and everything, and they look at it and they say yay or nay as to whether or not there's enough to bother a judge with to sign the search warrant. The state attorneys at the time determined, yes, we had enough. We woke up a judge, and the judge actually met me at the sheriff's office headquarters, signed the search warrant, and then once we have that signed search warrant, depending on the type of search warrant it is, and this search warrant was for the residence of a murder suspect, we had our SWAT team execute the search warrant because when there's that type of crime, there's a danger to everybody involved. And they're trained in doing that, and they do it all the time. Us detectives that don't do that stuff, we set the perimeter, which is what I did. I was on the perimeter. They executed the search warrant, which there's a lot of, they have to read it to the occupants. And again, whenever we do a search warrant, be it for, especially on a residence, everybody that's in that residence is going into handcuffs pretty much immediately.
Okay.
And they're detained.
Is that about it?
Yeah, I believe so. I think I covered it.
Okay, good. Thank you for explaining that to him. Okay, so now going back to the search warrant and how it's executed and how you get it and all that stuff, is it based on an address or is it based on the subject? Is it based on the person or based on the address?
Honestly, it depends on the type of search warrant.
I'm talking about the one you wrote. Do you
It was
remember?
based on the address.
It's based on the address. So Rory Wilson wasn't actually considered, you weren't, there's nothing in there saying detain Rory Wilson.
Not that I recall.
Okay, but did you have the intentions on detaining Rory Wilson if you saw him there?
Absolutely.
Okay, because he's a murder suspect. That makes sense, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so, again, you're going there, you have the search warrant for Rory Wilson's apartment, and you're going there with the intention of detaining Rory. Okay, now again, is there any reason to detain me at this point?
Because you're in the apartment.
Just because I'm in the apartment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you agree that if you went into apartments, right, say it was an apartment complex, what happens when you go into the wrong apartment?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever done that.
Okay, well, again, as far as search warrants go, it has to be for that specific location. You can't just get a search warrant and go wherever you want, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's very specific, right? Okay, was Rory Wilson renting the upstairs?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Did anybody else know that was there?
Not that I know of.
So nobody knew this. Did you have a meeting before you go and execute this, or do you guys just go over there and knock on the door?
No, we had a meeting prior.
Okay. So you had a meeting prior, and again, you're not specific though. You're not very sure about which areas are Rory Wilson's and which ones are not.
Correct, because we're talking about a warehouse that was makeshift into apartments.
Okay. Makeshift into apartments, right?
Yes,
so,
sir.
Big warehouse though, right?
Yes, very
Okay.
big warehouse.
And lots of different sections of those, right?
Lots of doors. I never fully went inside it, so I couldn't.
Okay. Well, based on when you were inside of it, did it seem like there were walls that separated out the different sections, or was
Yes.
it, okay, it was just one big open room?
No, there was walls, and it was made into an apartment. There was a bathroom. I
And
remember
so-
that. I believe there was a bedroom.
Okay, so you didn't search any of the other sections or the other apartments in those sections?
I didn't search any.
Did anybody search those apartments?
I don't know, sir.
I'm just asking I'm asking you, okay, I know where you guys executed the warrant, right?
Yes.
Any of the other sections that we just talked about, those sections in that warehouse where there's other apartments or other, whatever people are renting, right? Did you guys search any of those?
No.
Okay. And again, why wouldn't you search those?
Because that's not where Rory Wilson lived.
right? Because that's not where Rory Wilson lived. Now, Rory Wilson, according to, again, the documents that have been submitted, I guess, he was that was his apartment in the back, right?
I don't remember if it was back or front, but yes.
Okay. And do you remember him having any other door other than the one that was in the warehouse?
There was one in the front, and then there was one in the back of the
No,
warehouse.
that's even why we said that, right? That you were at the front.
Yes.
And there are other people who came in from the back.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. And then that was targeted as Rory Wilson's apartment. Okay. Again, so you wouldn't know or have known whether or not the upstairs was part of Rory Wilson's apartment.
No, I would not have known that.
Okay. And had the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, had it ever been to that specific section of the warehouse prior to, the no-knock raid on there that you know of?
Not that I know of, but probably.
Okay. Just I'm curious because, again, I don't know whether you got knocked on that door ever before. That's what I'm asking. Okay, so this is your first time at the warehouse, Rory Wilson's apartment. And did they take anything of evidentiary value out of that you know of?
They took evidence, but I was not there. I don't know what all they took.
Okay, so you didn't take any, but
No.
they did take evidence
They
from
took
there.
stuff,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And you don't know if it had evidentiary value or not?
I do not.
Okay, good. All right, so okay, now we're up to, let's see, just before I get arrested, right? Or just when I got arrested. Okay, what was your involvement with the investigation after all the suspects had been arrested?
Not much.
Okay. And we talked about Anthony Clay, suspect still at large, right?
Correct. Not a suspect, but somebody we wanted to interview.
Okay, you wanted to interview her, but again, I don't want to get redundant here, but okay. So, again, according to your affidavit, she's, again, been named a suspect by a few different witnesses.
Yes.
Okay. But she's not a suspect to go and try and find.
That wasn't my
So you said there wasn't much involvement for you after this, right? As far as after Rory and me and Travis were all arrested, right? But there's not much involvement for you after that.
No, just the search warrant of
The truck.
and the recovery of Paula's backpack.
Okay. Let's get back to the search on the truck, because that reminds me of that. The search on the truck. Again, you go there. We've already established that it wasn't impounded for 10, 15, 20 days.
It wasn't searched.
Objection's been asked and answered.
Okay. Well, okay. Okay. Well, in that case, was the truck ever impounded?
Same objection.
We haven't established that it was impounded.
It's been asked and answered. I'm going to sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. What happened to the truck afterwards?
We left it where it was parked.
Left it where it was parked. Okay. Did anybody ever come to collect the truck?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Okay. Let's get back to the search of it. Now you said, that Captain Phelps was there. You were there. Who's CC?
Well,
I'm-
see if
I was just going to ask about.
Excuse me. Let's see if there's something new that hasn't been asked.
Okay. Who's CC Hoverson?
She is a deputy that works in the training division.
Okay. And why was she at this search of a vehicle used in a homicide?
For learning training purposes.
She was learning.
Yes, sir.
Now, did the forensics guy, you said John Underwood that was there, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir.
Did he search the vehicle?
I believe he did.
Okay. You believe he did, but do you know he did?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. And you said the search, if you remember right, that you videotaped the search, right? So would John Underwood be on that video checking out the truck?
I don't recall if he searched the truck.
Okay. You don't recall if he searched the truck at all. Do you remember, I would imagine he would have went before you, so do you remember you gave a reason why or why not he wouldn't?
I really, it was 6 years ago. I don't remember who.
Did you search the truck?
Yes.
Okay, what'd you find in it?
I would have to look at my report for everything. I mean, we found drug paraphernalia. We found some mask, some knives.
Okay, some masks, some knives, some drug paraphernalia.
And that's-
Pretty, was any of that taken into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, good. And did they ever, again, did it ever prove to have any evidentiary value for you?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so none of it actually proved evidentiary value. Okay, and again, anything else, anything else about the search, about the truck you want to tell the jury? Anything, did you guys do anything special with it? Did you, what procedure you used, any of that stuff? About the search of the truck, how did you go about, again, is there a procedure for it? Is there something that, a certain way you have to do it, anything like that?
No, just other than the same standard, writing the search warrant, having the state look at it, saying yay or nay, and then having a judge look at it and saying yes or no, signing it, and then there's procedural things where we got to record us reading the search warrant. Like in the case of a house, we'd read it to the occupants. In the case of an unoccupied truck, we read it to the unoccupied truck. And then paperwork that we have to give to like the owner of the truck, stuff like that, but nothing other than that.
Okay. Ms. Malone, now at this point you're a Detective Malone, right?
Yes,
Homicide detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think it would have been prudent to take a vehicle that's been used in a homicide, to impound it?
Objection argumentative.
I'm asking for expertise. She's a homicide detective. I would assume they have rules.
Overrule the objection. If you have opinion on that question, you may render it.
The issue with the trunk was the time delay and us actually knowing where the truck was. And we did have our crime scene guy do, like you could do blood, check for blood on stuff with lights and glasses, and he didn't see anything that would have been overly impactful, so there didn't seem to be a reason to impound the truck.
Didn't you just say a second ago that he didn't look at the truck?
All right, I misspoke. I don't remember what he did, but now that as we're talking about it, I remember him looking at that type of stuff.
Blood and what'd you say else?
Looking for if there was blood.
Okay, but he did do that, right?
I do believe so, yes.
And we'll go back and take a look at that.
Okay, I think, excuse me, Mr. Tucker, but I think that this is about as good a stopping point for.
I think so too, Your Honor. Thank you.
We're going to find. So
Yes.
we're going to break for lunch, folks. Again, we thank you for your patience, your attentiveness during our morning session. We're going to resume at 1:30. So follow the usual cautionary instructions. Return at 1:30, and we'll pick up from where we left off.
Quite a bit of evidence that's on video and tape and stuff like that. There's impeachment material that I'd like to be able to put up on the screen, but I don't have queued up right at this point. So lunch, you calling for lunch is perfect for you. They're giving time to get those, put them on a flash drive, give them to them, and use them as impeachment material for some of this testimony we're hearing.
Well, thank you for that heads up.
Judge, can I ask a quick scheduling question? You have the jury come back at 1:30. I've had Travis Johnson here all day yesterday, and I haven't here yet today. Do you anticipate we're going to get, that would be our next witness. Do you anticipate that we're going to get to him today and get started with him, or do you think it'd be more prudent to start fresh with him on Tuesday? I'm just looking for some guidance from the court. You want me to leave him here waiting? It'll be 1:30. Mr. Tucker has more cross to do yet. We have redirect.
Well, I guess it's kind of, Mr. Tucker's got to give us an idea of an estimate as to the length of his remaining cross-examination.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. That's why I actually did say to the prosecution that, I thought that this witness was probably going to take up the rest of the day. I was honest with them about that when we came back from break.
Well, so I think you could probably release, for Mr. Johnson, and we'll see him on Tuesday.
All right, sounds good, Judge. I'll make sure.
All right. Good afternoon. Mr. Tucker, so how are we doing? Ready to continue with the cross-examination of witness?
Yeah, Your Honor, the rest of the questions I have from Ms. Malone are based on impeachment material, and I'm still trying to download a few of the videos. Apparently the connection's a little bit slow here on my computer. Excuse me? Oh, I'm just having a little bit of trouble with the technical aspect of it right at the moment. I was wondering if you might give me a few more minutes just to get these things downloaded and where they're supposed to be.
How long you think you'd need?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Well, okay. I mean, if you think that's going to do it, I would prefer to give a little extra time than not enough. So,
I would appreciate that, Your Honor. If you.
So if we say 15 minutes.
Perfect.
Like till 1:50, and just tell the jurors that I assume they're all in the jury room. Yes, they are. That we're going to need a few extra minutes, and they should just stand by. But it'll be about 1:50, but they can stay in the jury room, and I'll be back at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I gave some extra time, so hopefully we're ready to proceed.
I appreciate it, Your Honor. There's one video that's still downloading. It keeps on wanting to resume or whatever, but I figured since I don't want to waste time, there's some things that don't need to require the videos, that I'd go proceed with those, and wait for the video later.
Okay. Bring in the jury, please.
All jurors present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Good afternoon, members of the jury. Welcome back from lunch. Hope it was pleasant. Thank you for your patience. We had to attend to a couple other details, so I know you waited in the jury room patiently, and I do appreciate it, but we're ready to continue with the cross-examination and the latest witness, that's State versus Tucker. If you can, witness, please come back on the witness stand. Good afternoon, and I'll just remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we can proceed with the continued cross-examination.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for being patient. It's been a little rough with technical things. Ms. Malone, you said you are no longer a detective, no longer a homicide detective. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what department do you work in now?
I still work for the sheriff's office. I worked in the 911 center.
Okay. Is that a civilian position or is that a batch position?
It's a civilian position.
Okay. And how did you come to be in that position?
I requested to go into dispatch.
Okay. Do you recognize this approach?
Well, has state seen the document?
It's impeachment.
Well, regardless.
May we approach?
Yes. Let's just let the state get seated, and then you may approach the witness. Okay?
May I look at the other? Yes, I have it. It is a letter of recommendation from, I believe it was Major Shabuya, that I no longer be a major crimes detective.
Okay. Now, you just testified that this move down to dispatch was voluntary, correct?
It was, yes.
Okay. But Major Scabilia is your boss, correct?
He's the boss of pretty much everybody at the sheriff's office, yes.
Okay, and in this letter, he's making a recommendation that what?
That I not be a detective, but I still was going to be a cop.
Did he give you were still going to be a cop?
Yes,
Okay, but you just told me you're not in a badge position.
because I requested a non-badge position.
Okay, good. Just want to clarify that. Okay, what else did it say in this report, this recommendation for you? Why did he give, what reason did he give as to why he didn't want you to be a major crimes detective?
I had fallen behind on paperwork on some of my cases in 2019.
Okay, and how many cases was that?
I don't know the exact numbers.
Do you remember reading this recommendation?
5 years ago.
Okay. Would you like me to refresh you and let you look at it?
Apparently 11 cases out of 17.
Okay, and 11 cases out of 17 is what he says. And now, he didn't say they were for paperwork. What did he say they were for?
I didn't read that far.
Okay, well,
Investigated deficiency, I believe, was one of the words he used.
well, did he say, these are two examples?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
I think we've
Okay.
gone within the bounds of what I allowed with respect
Okay.
to this area.
Okay. Well, being that you just read this, it wasn't over paperwork, correct?
It was over paperwork.
Okay. That's, again, for impeachment purposes, Your Honor.
You've been impeached. You've established the basis for the employment situation, and
Except for that is not the correct reason why she was fired. Or not fired, was demoted. According to this document I just showed you.
Mr. Tucker, I've made my decision.
To strike his comments.
Over the objection from the state, I allowed you to show her. I
Okay.
allowed you to
Okay.
talk and question her, but that's as far as
Okay.
I think the rules allow.
Okay. Did your boss discuss this with you at all?
No.
I'm sorry, he was major at the time, right? He's a lieutenant colonel now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did Major Scabilia, did he talk to you about why you were being demoted? Or why he
No,
recommended
they
your
sent it
demotion?
to me in an email.
Okay, they sent it to you in an email?
Yes.
You didn't discuss it with you at all?
No.
So what he sent you is the document I have?
Yes.
Okay. And again, so that's not exactly voluntarily going down to dispatch, was it?
Being removed as a detective is not a demotion. A detective is just a deputy that works in a specialized unit. I was being moved to road patrol. At the time, as I stepped back from after being in major crimes for a little over 2 years and the things that I had seen, and over the course of my law enforcement career, I knew for me, I couldn't do it anymore. So I voluntarily gave up my badge and gave up my job as a cop so I wouldn't have to see them things anymore.
So you're saying it had nothing to do with this recommendation from Chad Scabilia?
No.
Okay. And, you know, he never said that it was an insufficient investigation?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. I'm asking if she ever heard that from her boss.
I know what you're asking. I sustained the objection. So.
Okay. So in your mind, there was no reason other than you wanted to go down?
I'm sorry.
In your mind, there was no reason other than when you wanted to, again, switch departments. You know, you didn't want to wear the badge.
Correct. I did not want to deal with the things that cops have to see on a daily basis anymore.
Okay, and let's go ahead and we'll go on to something else because We can come back to this if we need to. But, can I go grab something else, Your Honor?
Yes.
Since we have, going back to the buccal swabs, right? You collected a buccal swab from me. You said you also collected one from, was it Rory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Rory Wilson and myself. Would you, and after those buccal swabs went to the lab, did you ever get the results? Did you ever see the results of those buccal swabs?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so when the results went to somebody else.
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember who that might be?
Probably Detective Pitcher, but I don't know.
Okay. And did you and Detective Pitcher, did you guys work together, or did you discuss everything about the investigation? I mean, were you working the case together?
In the first beginning of the case, yes. After the first week or so, no.
Okay, so could you tell me who was working the case after that first week or so?
Detective Pitcher,
By himself?
yes.
Okay. All right, just checking because I wanted to keep the timeline here. Okay, so, you didn't get the results from those. You just collected the samples.
Yes, sir.
If I remember correctly, before the lunch break, and I could have them read it back for me, I'm not only asking because of time. Did you say, you never said that, you saw Travis in the truck? That you saw Travis sitting in the truck in the video?
That I said I never saw Travis sitting in the
No,
truck?
that you said you saw Travis sitting in the truck in the video.
I did not say that.
Okay, good. And I'm not exactly sure where I put this. Is it put things on the screen?
I don't know.
He's mumbling, I can't hear.
He's asking how to place some sort of drive in the mechanism.
Judge, unfortunately, Mr. Mueller, who was here earlier, had to go home because he was feeling under the weather. He was sick yesterday. He just came in for the morning session. So,
I imagine you just stick it in the USB port now. You mind if I take a look?
I don't mind. If we need to, we can see if Carrie's here, and I'm sure he could assist. Carrie being the head of our tech department, so perhaps if he's, you think you have it, okay. Hope you do, but.
He's
Yes?
on his way, Judge.
What?
I called Kerry, he's on his way.
Okay, thank you. I hear the door opening as we speak. Carrie. Yes, sir. Would you mind assisting Mr. Tucker with basically operating the mechanism? He's got some sort of drive in there.
That's not plugged in. Sorry. This one down here. It's perfect.
Thank you so much.
All right. Any other questions while he's here? Or?
Judge, can we have a sidebar before we proceed?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Sorry, folks, but we've hit one of those points where I have to excuse you for a few minutes. I don't believe it will be too lengthy, but it's necessary. All right, so the jurors are gone, so we remain on the record here, and unless you all want to review it outside, off the record, outside the court's presence.
I'm trying to keep the volume down so the jury doesn't.
I'm just going to say that there, to play this.
This is a different one. That's a different one. This is the hot mic. Yeah. So, audio. Unfortunately, that's not the audio. Oh, that's a different IA audio. That's not the one I wanted to do. That's one of the ones that's downloading right now. I was in the state of thinking that's the one that I wanted to use right at the moment. We can go back to the costume and the marine video that's on there. Number one, then it's. I can have them bring up the one you guys put them down. So.
I don't know what we're talking about right now. Okay, frankly.
Okay, so let me just try to figure it out. So what was placed in there is not what you thought it was? Is that?
No, there's another audio that I was actually, I thought this audio was the audio. It's still downloaded. This one is another audio from a different investigation. Came up alone for a different question. This one here is the Cosmos Marine video that we've already gone over. The only thing is I wanted to clarify there were 2 points and I just wanted to clarify it. Yeah, to make sure that, if there were questions I didn't ask, we'll have it. I just want to ask 2 questions.
Well, in any event, if this is forthcoming, why don't you, I'm going to step down, why don't you listen to what it is so we don't have to at least go through that process if this is something you're going to use later on.
This is the same video you guys entered in. I only put it there for speed purposes. That's all.
Did you want to ask clarifying points? I got that.
2 questions. And we'll go with that. That'll be done. Okay? Then this one here, again, goes through different questions. So I'm sorry, I apologize for that. The other audio is downloading. Hopefully it'll be downloaded soon. This one here, this one is, that one will be the identification. So I don't want to do it without asking questions.
Or you just gonna?
Anyway,
I won't keep it up to the spot that just put it while you're out, right? Just to make sure that you guys are, because again, you don't want to go on.
I think this is best off the record. It's more, probably should have been dealt with ahead of time, but nevertheless, here we are. So if you want to take a look at a couple of things, so any issues you can raise with me, so perhaps we can avoid breaking again when the jurors are here. So let me know when they need me. Okay.
We've got some specific objections, and I'm going to articulate to the court my understanding of what the defendant is trying to do. The one video the defendant wants to play, his assertion is he's going to impeach the witness. He says she testified that Travis Johnson gave corroborating evidence about what was happening, about him being involved in the crime.
Corroborating evidence about Mr. Tucker being involved?
Mr. Tucker being involved in the crime. Mr. Tucker's assertion is that that she's going to be impeached, because on the video, back when Travis Johnson gave a statement in 2017, after he gave his statement, which implicated this defendant, after that statement, they asked him to watch the videos. He watched the videos, and he said, I cannot ID this defendant in the video. That does not mean she was lying about having corroborating evidence. He is very conveniently omitting the 90-minute interview he gave that he articulated very concisely that this defendant was involved in the planning and the execution of the crime. Now he wants to impeach her with the portion of that statement at the end where after he gave an oral statement, they said, okay, now that you give that and we believe you, we think you're credible, we'd like you to look at these videos. And they ask him to look at the videos, and he looks at the video and he's like, yeah, I think that might be my truck, but the headlights look a little different, and I can't say if that's Ty or not. That doesn't mean that she didn't have corroborating evidence. She did have corroborating evidence, but the video itself was not. And she kept saying today in her testimony, I know who that was in the truck based on Travis Johnson's testimony. Travis Johnson's testimony articulated that he drove them over there, they got out of the truck and went to the treehouse. But she never said that she could ID him in the video. She actually said this morning, I can't even see who the driver is. And I can't make out the faces of the people who got out of the truck. So where's the impeachment here?
Well, let's hear what Mr. Tucker has to say.
Your Honor, I don't care if she gave 90 minutes worth of, other statements, other corroborating, again, where he corroborated his whole story. His whole story could corroborate everything except when he gets to the point where he says something different. When he actually changes his story, that's when it becomes a problem. And yes, she was there, right there, reviewing the tapes with him when he says something different. So it's not corroborated. So it wasn't corroborated.
What difference did he say?
He said he couldn't see if it was his truck. He couldn't tell who either individual was in the video, and that again, he couldn't identify that or corroborate that as the video of the incident.
You're taking her testimony you're viewing it too narrowly. She's talking about the totality of what he told her, not one specific instance. So that's not, in my view, admissible impeachment.
No, and again, this is one of a few different videos and audios, and we were just having a discussion about this. The problem, from what I understand, is that they don't want the entire section or the entire video played just for the section where I'm using it for impeachment. Again, a very simple one is the IA tape that I was going to play, the one that's still downloading. That one, yeah, she specifically says.
I thought we were talking about this one here.
Yes, we've talked about all of them, Your Honor. We were talking about all of them.
I know, but I'm focusing on the one objection that's now before me.
The objection to that specific video. Okay, again, I gave you my argument. Basically, look, she asked him to identify what's in that video. He cannot. Which, again,
you can certainly cross-examine Mr. Johnson, but the way I construed her testimony was, and first of all, frankly, I've been extremely liberal in my view, because a lot of this questioning of her arguably isn't even admissible, because what her opinion is and what her conclusions are really aren't the issue. But nevertheless, I've given great leeway to attempt to impeach her by suggesting at one point that Johnson couldn't ID who was in that vehicle. She was talking about the totality of
his statement.
What he said. So I'm going to sustain the state's objections.
Okay. Other impeachment videos. We were talking specifically about a hot mic video that they're aware of. They've seen it. I've seen it. Where again, Danielle Malone said multiple times up on the stand today that they didn't know I wasn't a suspect at the time they did the raid on the warehouse. Right? She specifically said that. Right? I still wasn't a suspect. Right? This video, again, you can only get audio from it. You couldn't get the video from it, just the audio. But the audio, yes, she knew I was considered a suspect long before that raid ever happened. She was there when I was named a suspect.
Okay. I'm just concerned, excuse me, Mr. Mansfield, I'm just concerned. I've got a jury waiting out here.
I know.
And it feels like this is a matter that is just can balloon here, and I'm not sure that we're not going to have more discussions. So ideally, like all this stuff, ideally should have been ironed out ahead of time. But anyway, here we are now. So.
Well, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
You know, I agree with you totally. It's, you know, my problems with doing it earlier today is, again, you know, it was a technical problem because, okay, I have the things on my computer or on whatever drive I have them on. Getting them onto the screen is a different story. The other thing is reviewing these things so the state is okay with whatever I'm putting up there. We haven't had a chance to do. And I'd like to offer the state the opportunity to do that. But, you know, here we are. And, you know, it's like...
Judge, if I may just respond to the other video that he's trying to use for impeachment. During an investigation, there are many names that are bandied about. There are people of interest, people they want to talk to, what have you. At what point this defendant became an identifiable suspect, I don't know. It sounds like he's got a portion where she says, I don't know if she's calling him a suspect or somebody they were already aware of. I don't know that it's clear-cut impeachment because I don't know where the inconsistent statement is. Okay. But having said that, we do need to listen to that. He refers to this hot mic. I'm familiar with the hot mic scenario, but I don't know what portion he's trying to use. He said it's still down. So I would tell Your Honor, maybe we should send the jury home for the day, and we stay and work these issues out, and we pick it up. I hate to do that, but...
Yeah, I don't see much alternative, quite frankly. And again, I'm not here to point fingers or assign blame, but normally the reciprocal discovery, the defense would say, listen, I got this, this, and this. They'd be viewed, it would be redacted in the event that there's portions that required redacting, and the judge would be called upon to make these sorts of decisions once the respective sides had done what they could to narrow the issues. Whatever reason, we don't find ourselves in that posture, and I'm concerned that we're going to be going back and forth here, so I don't know how many more of these things, Mr. Tucker, you have lined up, but...
There's a few, Your Honor, and to be honest, I agree with the prosecution. I think that is the best solution, is that we can send the jury home and we take a look at these things so that way we don't run into these issues. And I will go ahead and make sure any further impeachment materials, I'll make sure that they see long before we ever get there.
Okay, I don't see much alternative. I guess when I allotted the amount of time I did, it kind of factored in these potential delays. So, big picture, as I said, the amount of time allotted factored in some of this stuff. So, I just don't want, if I'm going to be in a pay me now or pay me later scenario, whereby saying, okay, hey, the jurors breathe a sigh of relief, they go home early, but then Friday the 2nd, they're sitting here at midnight. I don't want that, but I don't think we're at that point.
No, sorry.
Okay, so when are we going to ask them to be here on Tuesday?
Judge, well, should be a full day. I don't see. I mean, we have like maybe the 9 o'clocks, and we'll get here at 9, or have them here 9:15, and we'll get started.
You all be here at 9 and 9:15 for the jurors, and of course I'll be available to help if we need some court rulings about this afternoon. All right. Okay. Let's bring them in. All right, well, that's fine. Appreciate everybody's help.
All jurors present in court.
Thank you. Welcome back. Please be seated, everyone. So, you must be wondering, what's going on, Judge? You told us to come back from lunch, and here we are, and we've been basically hurry up and wait. I can't tell you what's going on. So that's the short answer. What I can tell you is I have it well in hand, and that we're going to break early today. Something has come up, and what I foresee is that in the long run, we're far better dealing with it now between Mr. Tucker, the lawyers, and myself, rather than keep on shuttling you folks back and forth. Not to worry. We're still on schedule. That schedule that I gave you at the very beginning, we're still well within those parameters. So I'm sorry for any inconvenience that you've had to suffer this afternoon. But again, not to worry. Everything is, normal. This is all part of the trial process. And I think the best way to handle it is to wish you a good weekend, 9/15 Tuesday, and we expect that you'll be presented with more testimony at that time. So remember the instructions, follow them diligently, vigilantly. Have a great 3-day weekend, and see you on Tuesday at 9:15.
Have a great weekend yourself.
Thank you very much.
How'd you get involved in buying both?
All right, see you all on Tuesday morning. Here's the door. That means the jurors are gone. So my expectation is that you all are going to have the opportunity. What these impeachment materials are, you're going to assess them. If there are any specific objections, you're going to have them lined up. If they're not, so much the better. But if there are, then I'll return, raise them, your argument, and make a decision. And hopefully we can have a stage set, so to speak, for when we next reconvene with the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. One other thing, just for clarification. I know we discussed the technical aspects of getting Paula on Zoom, and you mentioned how we swear in. Would we swear in via Zoom, or do I need to find somebody who would do that? Look, somebody would do that on site.
I'm willing to swear her in, or as long as there's no objection. I mean, I'm assuming that everybody knows who she is. She's not a surprise witness, and so I'm able to administer an oath remotely. So if that satisfies yourself and the state, then
We have no objection to that, Judge.
Just doing logistics, Judge.
We would, however, I would ask the court if it's okay to send one of my investigators out to be in the room while she's testifying, because I'd like to know who else is in that room. Make sure there's not somebody sitting off camera that's going to be providing her with anything improper. So I would like to have a witness in that room while she provides her Zoom testimony.
is there any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, of course, Mr. Tucker can have somebody in the room also. Mr. Alvarez raised the question about showing exhibits and the like. Again, I'm not going to be up here operating the Zoom. You all are going to be doing that. There's ways to do that, but it's...
You're right. We're good, Judge. We're good because we will have our IT guy here that will help us do what we need to do.
There's a term for it where screen and screen, something...
Share screen.
Share screen. There you go. So.
Judge, just along those lines, one last issue. I know the court inquired yesterday about the email that I forwarded to your office. I know that you were requesting, I think you were requesting more accurate information with respect to Ms. Belamonte's condition.
And
it's true. I assumed that Mr. Tucker premised his question on the fact that he believed he could get that information that would
basically establish that she's simply medically unavailable. But yeah, we're
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
haven't withdrawn that request, but I think his question's based upon the premise that that can be obtained, and then going on to, okay, in anticipation. I can swear in. State can have somebody present just to monitor, observe. So can the defense if they desire. In their event that people want to use share screen, then that's going to be on them to, we'll provide the screen and the reception here. Otherwise, I guess you know what your mission is in terms of this afternoon, so the deputies will let me know if and when you need me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So you'll have to kind of stand by. All right.
State versus Frank Tucker. I see the prosecutors are here, but the defendant is not. My assistant said that he called about 3 minutes ago and says that he's at Lower Keys Medical Center attempting to get the medical information about Miss Belmonte, and is en route. So this is troubling. It's an issue that I addressed with the defendant last time he was late. So, not much I can do at this point, other than, did you all receive the materials that you were...
Judge, we received a generalized list Saturday morning that did not narrow down. I think he listed, am I mistaken, David, like a 2-hour portion of the IA interview that he said he intends to use for impeachment. Again, no specific area of the interview other than, I think it was a 1 or 2 hour block.
That is correct. And also on the 12th of, I want to say of this month, while we were in trial, he filed, I guess, some supplemental discovery that he intends to seek to use during his, I don't know what part of his case. I found out about it yesterday because I just happened to check the clerk's website. So I did file a motion to exclude that based on relevance. So I filed that motion this morning, but I do have a hard copy for the court.
Okay, well, we will address these things when Mr. Tucker appears.
Very well.
Would you, bailiffs, let me know when he arrives?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. State versus Franklin Tucker, 17 CF 841. So, Mr. Tucker, you're 3 minutes late. What's going on?
Your Honor, I actually did call the court. I was at the hospital with Miss Belmont. I filed an emergency motion because she may not be here to testify on Thursday. She may not be, not only not able, may not be able at all. I was there waiting for the primary physician. I called your office with about a half hour left before court. I could have made it here in time, left my number just so that I could get the advice from the court. But I tried to get...
Not so sure why that couldn't have been done over the 3-day weekend.
Because the primary care physician wasn't there, Your Honor. I have no say in his scheduling. But I did go in this morning. He actually, last I checked, he was writing it after I left because he was with a patient That's what I was waiting for. But he went ahead and wrote the letter that you required. And I also asked that he leave a contact so that Your Honor could go ahead and contact him directly. But her situation has apparently gotten critical. She may not be here till Thursday. Be here on Thursday or Friday when she would be potentially testifying. If Your Honor would look at the motion, it's explained in there.
Well, okay, that's not my first priority. I'm not sure what motion you're referring to.
We're putting it now. It's on the motion, emergency motion.
Well, what is the nature of the motion? What relief are you asking for?
Your Honor, that's exactly what I was just explaining. She's critical. She may not live till
You
Thursday.
explained your condition, but you didn't explain the relief that you're...
No, the relief's in the motion, Your Honor. But what it is really all I'm trying to do is accelerate the Zoom hearing that we had we talked about and be able to hold it immediately today as opposed to putting it off till Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, I'm not going to address that right now. We'll get to it. Right now, I'm going to address what I said I was, and that is the discovery or the impeachment material.
Yes, sir.
So, did you get the state the impeachment material that you were intending to use in order to provide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, State, have you received materials from the defendant?
Judge, we have the materials. Again, my objection is the defendant said any or all of this 2-hour long IA interview. And again, I'm asking for what portion, what's the inconsistency he's going to impeach, and what portion of that interview is he going to use to impeach it?
Okay. So, Mr. Tucker?
Your Honor, it's impossible for me to say exactly everything I'm going to try and impeach when I haven't finished with my questioning yet. There's no way I could tell him that. I mean, if she doesn't say something inconsistent, then I can't use it. I mean, it's that simple. I can't exactly say all I'm going to use, but I did limit myself, which I don't think I had to, but I limited myself to those things that I gave to the state.
Well, it's most extraordinary that someone would think that out of a couple hour, or however long it is, tape, that it would be virtually all potential impeachment. I mean, attorneys are expected to be able to provide the opposite side with as specific a notice as possible of what they intend to use or believe is impeachment. So
I did do that, Your Honor. I just didn't point to specifics in each testimony, which I don't think the state's going to do either.
So how would you gentlemen like to proceed? I mean, I remember speaking on Friday that you almost anticipated that I would have to view the entire thing. And so that's one of the reasons we're here and put the jurors off until 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Judge, let me just apprise the court. The defendant emailed us Saturday morning at noon, which was the deadline, and he said, I plan on using as follows: interview room tapes 1 and 2, IA tape multiple sections. And again, I would ask, we're not going to sit and play a 2-hour IA tape, so I would just ask for what's the inconsistency and what portion of the IA tape. I mean, our witness is coming back in today. We're in the middle of cross-examination. We're going to pick up with where? Where do we start? Is he going to try to impeach her right off the bat? Is he going to begin questioning her? Is there already something he feels that he has the right to impeach her on? I'm just not clear where we pick up from today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Tucker,
Your Honor,
when the witness is coming, you have to be able to cue this up and present it. We're not going to have what we had on Friday. We're not going to. That's
no. I understand, Your Honor.
People back and forth and waiting anymore. So you have to be able to identify what it is you intend to use.
Your Honor, I have identified exactly what I intend to use, and the state should be well aware of all of that evidence since it came from them. So they should have already examined it. They should already know what is potential impeachment material. Just like they don't tell me exactly what they're going to use. They just tell me which exhibits they have.
Well, sir, simply because something's provided in discovery doesn't make it admissible, nor does it mean the state's committed it to memory, nor does it mean it constitutes valid impeachment material. So
I understand that, Your Honor, but I don't know what I'm going to use until I'm finished my questioning, Your Honor.
Okay, well, let's start with the first part. I mean, again, if I have to sit here and watch the whole thing, so be it. But we're not going to have a situation where these jurors are made to wait because
I have no problem with that, Your Honor. You know, I have absolutely no problem with that. I have a flash drive that, that was part of the problem, is just the interface with the technology. I can't exactly plug my laptop in there. I found that out on Friday. Okay, so now that part I have no problem with. I also have no problem with using any of this impeachment material and definitely saying how I'm using it while I'm in the process of questioning the witness. I assume that is customary usually.
No,
right?
this is completely not customary.
No, I mean it's customary to ask a question if she makes a misstatement, or if she for lack of a better word, lies, then that's when I bring out a tape.
Okay, well, again, I got to. What else are we going to do other than to see the thing? And so that's what we're here for. So let's.
I mean, if you would like an example, I could give you one.
No, I don't want a kind of sort of maybe. I want to see this and make rulings, because otherwise I don't see where we've made 1 inch of progress from Friday afternoon.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
While I am not an attorney, and we've all made that clear, the thing is okay, the state is not going to tell me anything of any of the evidence that they plan on bringing in until they bring it in, right? They're not. They give it to me the same way. They give it to me in bulk, and I have to go through it and decide what I think they're going to use. Well, I imagine they're the same way.
No, sir. Have you ever seen a prosecutor in 27 plus years of doing this that doesn't have a very clear idea and presents it clearly? Yeah, sometimes there might be some little snippet or something, but not where there's apparently hours of tapes that they are using, frankly, very inartfully.
Okay, I'll tell you exactly one that I plan on using, and it's the hours-long tapes that they're talking about. There's 2 of them, the interview room tapes. Those I'm using to impeach the fact that she said specifically that I wasn't named a suspect till the 22nd, and I was named a suspect because of the testimony of John Travis Johnson and Rory Wilson. Those 2 hours worth of tapes, that's all they're discussing, is me being a suspect.
We're not going to have that. I mean, you can show me, but we're not going to have 2 hours worth of tapes that somehow or other impeaches a minor point. So
no, and I would actually fast forward. I do have the timestamps. I can fast forward to each section that applies to that witness.
Okay, well, let's do it then.
Well, Your Honor, if I might, I'm definitely willing to do that. I'd still like to address the other issue.
I'm not going to address it. I will address it when I'm ready to address it.
No, I was just.
This session, Mr. Tucker. You're starting to stray from the basic parameters here. I set this session for this issue, and that's what I'm going to deal with. And if Ms. Belmonte is unable to, we will deal with it. But if she's unable to testify, then we have these deposition to preserve testimony. But one way or the other, I will deal with this once I deal with the issue that I've set.
Okay,
so
I'll tell you what, I'll just play the tapes.
This is why I'm trying to do this now, so we don't have this sort of delay.
You have to forgive me, Your Honor. I was concentrating on Miss Belmont. We can definitely do this for now. Yes, it is ours.
So I don't, no, I don't operate that equipment. You're saying that you need the assistance of Terry? Is that what you're saying?
Actually, I would ask for it only because I don't want to mess with her.
Let's see if he's here.
I just don't want to take a chance on that.
Is she available?
Yes, he's out there.
Thank you. Doesn't matter to me. I mean, it's just, I said I would, I mean, cannot imagine that there isn't some specific portions of a couple hours that can't be honed in on, but be that as it may.
It's a discussion at length.
Well, that would be hearsay. That would, I mean, there, you know, if there's some statement that was made, that's one thing. But a discussion between various parties is not impeachment, sir.
The statement that you did not know that that I was a suspect until the 22nd, when you had a couple hour-long conversation about it on the 20th. That is impeachment.
Well, sir, you can claim it is, and I make the decisions, and it might be admissible in some form and not the other. But you think you're going to anyway play it, but you're yeah, good. I hope so.
And I understand your frustration.
No, sir, you don't need to placate me. Just do the business. I'm tired of all the extra fluff. Do what you claim you're going to do. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to. So,
Waiting for
which you should have had arranged. Again, if an attorney did this, it wouldn't even be close. I wouldn't have put up with it. I'm bending over backwards to try to facilitate you who doesn't really know what you're doing, and that's not a surprise, but you have the right to represent yourself, but you don't have a right to delay things or to attempt to, you can attempt to, but to admit things that aren't admissible. So in any event, this gentleman now needs one more time some assistance in operating the equipment. So could you give him a hand, please?
Thank you, sir. This is the IA interview. There are a couple of sections. Okay. I can go ahead and grab my notes.
My name is
I'm sorry, I can't. Could you pause? What is it?
Here in charge of Internal Affairs, 2019-42.
Audio or video?
Got it.
I can't see.
Would you like me to turn it?
No, apparently the court reporter has a question. What?
I just wanted to know if it was a video or an audio only.
This one is audio only. Actually, all the other ones are video, but it's only audio. You see a blank interrogation. So yes, they're all audio. To be specific.
This interview is being conducted at the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. It's the Sheriff's Conference Room, and it's taking place on May 8th, 2020 at approximately 1 p.m.
I'm trying to close my email. Just give me 1 second so I can give you more information.
No problem.
Good. Please tell me when you get to the part that you want to use, because all of this would not be. No, I don't.
In regard to what's commonly known as the treehouse murder that took place on November 17, 2017, and investigation in regard to the management handling of the case investigation.
All that stuff is completely inadmissible.
Esquire, who's a representative for one of the defendants in the case of Franklin Tyrone Tucker. Danielle, for identification purposes, please state your full name and spelling.
My name is Danielle, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, Malone, M-A-L-O-N-E.
Okay, and what is your present rank and duty assignment?
I'm currently assigned dispatch as a communications officer.
Okay, and this interview is being recorded with your full knowledge?
Yes.
Also present at this time is Inspector Donnie Barrios, Monroe County Sheriff's Office, Internal Affairs. And ma'am, if you could introduce yourself, please.
My name is Krista Mena. I'm staff counsel with the South Florida Police Benevolent Association.
Thank you. Okay.
Another male that was much skinnier than Detroit that we were looking for.
And of course, one call 911.
Yes.
Okay. So eventually, Franklin Tucker was identified as a suspect.
Yes.
How did that come? How did he get on the radar?
Well, his name first came up was, I believe, with the Metro PCS name, just because he was with Rory, and then he was.
It is not.
That's all hearsay.
Well, I mean, I understand, but this is apparently the first part that he actually wants to use, where she said his name first came up with the Metro PCS stuff, and I could have swore she testified.
That's exactly what she testified to.
She testified that I became a suspect because of Lori Wilson's testimony and Travis Johnson's testimony. I just went through it the other day.
Sir, she testified to that. That is not impeachment.
If I'm wrong, Your Honor, then I'm wrong.
It's not impeachment. That she said that.
Also living with Rory.
Okay.
And then he got solidified as a suspect. But
If you guys want to sit over here in the jury box or wherever.
honestly, his interview and John Travis Johnson's interview.
His interview being Tucker.
Yeah, being Tucker.
How did that?
Well, some of the things that he said that they all used, I believe they all used John Travis Johnson as they were with him going to buy cigarettes at some point during that night. So they linked them. All of them linked them.
This also brings up my point, Your Honor. I haven't asked some of these questions yet either. Right? So I don't know if I'm going to be able to use this yet or not. But now I'm playing it for the state. They could have, again, talked to the witness, whatever. But I mean, if they know what potential impeachment material I'm going to use or exact impeachment material.
And again, I'm familiar with this interview I understand what you're saying. My specific question is, what is the inconsistency that he claims she said on the stand, and what portion is he going to use to rebut? That's my only question.
Can I say what her answers are going to be to my questions? No. So how do I tell you?
When we broke on Friday, Judge, we were right in the middle of, he was attempting to impeach her.
One question. That's it. Right? One. Not all. One.
Well, okay, in any event, you know.
Anyway, I can keep playing it if you want. It's just, again, the witness isn't here. You can keep going if you want.
Themselves together, and they're trying to distance themselves from the crime.
Did the video, I know you mentioned video from the motorcycle place, or any other video establish the identities of your suspects?
Yes, the video from the Marine place. I remember the life, man, I don't remember what the name of it is, but it's right next door to
Cosby's Marine.
Okay, yeah, that'd be it.
Yeah.
It's right next door to the treehouse. When we finally got access to that, we could see on the video a dark colored truck circle the treehouse. Then there's a break, and then the dark colored truck comes back, parks almost right in front of Cosma's, whatever, the Marine place, and you can see two people walking away from the truck, and based on the way the one subject was walking and everything about him is filmed because of how big he was, that was going to be Detroit. And then the other one, his body type and everything matched Franklin Tyrone.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, we can't speak over one another. I'm asking where's the impeachment, if that's supposed to be impeachment.
This is an hour long, maybe an hour long. Hold on. I can tell you inside. This is how long tape. She actually has asked about this more than once. And okay, just in this one alone, she says, yes, this verifies it as this tape verifies this, which we established at length on Friday that no, it doesn't.
And she said as much. She said.
She did eventually.
We stopped the tape right where she says, Travis Johnston, what we see in the video matches up with what Travis Johnston told them.
She readily acknowledged that she can't see faces. She puts things together. This is a piece of the puzzle, sir. So if you think that, Mr. Tucker, once again, you are deteriorating into interrupting. She doesn't say she can now see the faces. She is putting the evidence together. So there's no impeachment there. Yes, sir.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Well, you do constantly. But we take our turns, and you don't seem to get that. We talk one at a time because it's polite, it's the way to communicate, and it's the way the court reporter can get the information in the record. So in any event.
I'm very sorry.
Okay, sir.
But it doesn't feel like you're listening to me.
Oh, I'm listening very much. It doesn't feel like you're listening to me, but be that as it may, that ain't impeachment.
No, so far it is not. You're correct, Your Honor. But I also said there is additional in this tape. No, it's not the only time they bring this up.
Well, okay, let's hear it, because I'm trying to avoid the jury being delayed.
I understand.
Matched up to the video that he was a getaway driver that he took off because he got freaked out.
Okay.
And all of it matched up. So.
Okay. Was there any other video? I know there's mention in the reports here somewhere, some video talked about.
There's a video of the outside of Tom Thumb. It's not actually Tom Thumb's video.
Oh, okay.
Tom Thumb, we attempted to get the video. They gave us videos the wrong day, and then we just never could. Every time we tried to get video from him, it just didn't work out.
Did, say the night of the incident, I know things go crazy. There's no doubt about that. But do you know if any detective, any road patrol deputy went, did go to Tom Thumb to see if they could roll back their video?
Me personally, I don't know if anybody did.
Okay.
I'm sure they did, but I don't know if anybody did.
Okay. Now, there was another video of two suckers walking towards what's called the warehouses where they live. It's at the corner of 3rd and 4th, I believe. Yeah, 4th and 3rd. By Tony's roof, that area.
Yeah.
That intersection. Did you see any of that video?
Yes.
Questions?
Okay, what did you see on that?
Okay.
Just two subjects walking, I believe there was two, they were walking towards what would be Tom Thumb and or the tree house.
Your Honor, to clarify, there are sections in there that, again, I haven't asked questions for yet. I don't know if she's going to lie about it. I don't know if she's going to tell the truth. So I don't know whether or not I'm going to use them. There is another section here at 2022 that I'm going to fast forward to because that section will be relevant to the question that was on the table.
I believe the night of the search warrant, John Travis Johnson wasn't on our radar yet. We didn't have the video showing the getaway driver. And nobody at the scene had mentioned John Travis Johnson yet.
Okay.
Because we didn't know there was a third guy.
Oh.
So John wasn't on our radar whatsoever. Franklin Tyrone Tucker was that night. While we went to jail.
Okay.
We eventually get the video showing that there was a getaway driver.
And right there.
And
Video showing that there's a getaway driver. That is not a video showing there's a getaway driver.
Judge, the video shows a truck pull up, drop people off and leave. That is what she's referring to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tucker. Once again, you're stepping on somebody when they're speaking. That's not how we do it. So, okay, so don't do it. Go ahead, Mr.
The
Mc.
witness is referring to a getaway driver. She's clearly and she's articulate. She's referring to the videotapes where it shows the truck pull up, drop people off, and leave. That's what she's referring to as. I don't see an inconsistency in this video and what she's saying.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
The reason I did step on Mr. Mansfield's toes is because he agreed with me yesterday that we both conceded. You cannot see the truck leave. He just said the truck leaves. No, you cannot see that.
Mm-hmm. Sustain the objection. It's a plausible explanation and interpretation. It's not impeachment. Yes, sir.
You don't see the truck leave. You don't see a getaway driver sitting there. You cannot say that there's a getaway driver in the vehicle if you can't see it leave or you can't see somebody sitting there.
Objection sustained. Let's go on to the next.
I'll go and take this tape out then. Or turn this one off. Because the other ones, like I said, I have questions that I want to ask before I use them.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just, I don't know what else to do other than but please be ready to do so in a, timely manner as opposed to making the jurors wait, because I'm not going to have that again.
Your Honor, and I apologize. I'm trying to be as clear and trying to be as specific as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't asked the questions yet, so there's no way for me to know if she's going to lie or not.
Okay. Well, in any event, whatever, there's still a requirement that we move in a particular appropriate manner and not make jurors wait inappropriately. So I don't know how much more specific I can be, and you're In any event, I'll just leave it.
And I've heard you, and I'm trying to be as, I'm trying to accommodate the court anyway. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out, because so far your notion of what impeachment is a far cry from what it legally is. So in any event, so now we've got this, well,
Exhibits, and I apologize for it. Mr. Tucker, I did file something on the discovery on the 12th. I found out about it speaking, so I was checking the clerk. I filed a motion to exclude these items. There's 7 items listed. It's a true homestead video from Ms. Paul Belmonte, an IA report, investigation report and exhibits by Mr. Colonel Chad Stabilia, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, a letter of recommendation. And it goes on to list any and all Monroe County Sheriff's Office Division of Internal Affairs documentary recordings, any and all Monroe County Sheriff Division of Internal Affairs documentary recordings mentioned in any depositions, any and all criminal, civil records from civil lawsuits resulting from this case related to any of the witnesses or parties. States the opinion that under the Florida Evidence Code they are not relevant, they should not be heard or brought before the court of administration.
okay, so let me start again. I think I've got I think I've got it up to you. I'm just trying to set the stage here that the state received supplemental discovery on January 12th, and so you're not even saying it's a discovery violation, you're just saying that it's a inadmissible?
I'm saying it's inadmissible, Judge. I mean, I would just, I guess for keeping things simple, I'm not going to claim a discovery violation, but these are all obviously not related to the facts as pertaining to this case. There are collateral matters of a civil nature. The state's opinion that under the evidence code we are not admissible.
Okay, so now, defense. Go ahead.
I was just asking. Your Honor, I did look at the evidence code, and I did, I have looked at this, can't go maybe things I made mistakes in their summaries. As far as the ones where it is, all discovery materials, all that was left in my previous terms. So that was actually, that's been in there the entire time. And bringing it to the court's attention now. Now that was, again, from that. And I also would imagine, yes, depending on what happens during the course of this trial, any of that could be brought. But whether or not it's admissible depends on the circumstances. I would correct that. That's what I would imagine. And it's just like again, any of this may or may not be admissible depending on what she says on the stand. And, I did go ahead and look at the evidence code, and there were a few things in there. But yes, the documents from the IA reports, those are reports that are standard reports from the police department, and it is in the evidence code that those would be admissible.
Anything further from the state? Well, it's awfully difficult for me to just, with one broad brush stroke, just eliminate all that. I don't know. It seems unlikely, but maybe there's some nugget in there that, could be admissible. It's really hard for me to say right now.
Judge, I think we understand where your court's coming from. Our concern is this. I think we've already established Mr. Tucker's confusion that he's not going to create an hour IA interview and the jury's not going to hear it. This is IA investigator, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, that's an hour of hearsay is what that is. And irrelevance, other than if there's an inconsistent statement made on the stand and there's a specific portion that addresses that inconsistent statement, I would concede that it might be admissible. But as we just heard, what Mr. Tucker is perceiving to be impeachment is not. And that's my concern, is that, before the jury hears or sees anything, I want to know what he's going to play them, because I don't think there's impeachment in there. It's certainly not so far. And before that's done, I'd like to hear what he's going to play to the jury before that attempt to impeachment is made.
I think I can agree to that, Your Honor. Actually, I do. We get this all for a solution.
suggest that a truck somehow phantomly drives itself. If a truck pulls up,
We don't need to, I already made a ruling on that one, okay? All I'm saying is that proper procedure is for the proponent of the evidence to have it honed in to what they believe is admissible in impeachment, and to not just keep a jury waiting for an inordinate amount of time while we do something that we should have done before. As far as these materials that were listed as supplemental materials, again, I'm not going to just make a blanket ruling, but to the extent that if there is something that Mr. Tucker believes is admissible before it's offered, we should alert the state and the court, and we'll have to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury to determine whether it is admissible. So that's the court's ruling as to that. Okay, so now have you seen the defendant's motion about emergency motion for immediate appearance? Had you seen that?
yes, we brought that one up.
Okay, so did you want to be heard on that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
As I told you, and I gave my solutions in the motion, but Paula has taken a turn for the worse. It's not expected that she could make it as long as to get to the defense side of things. I did consult my advisors. They said that it's not uncommon for a witness to go out of order, but that I should alert the court of the circumstances. And yes, Your Honor, I was attempting to get the primary care physician's recommendation for you and his contact information to verify yourself.
Okay, so you haven't come up with anything in writing then?
I do have a handwritten note by Ms. Belmont as to her wishes. The primary care physician, that's why I was late this morning, contacted the court to let them know. But yes, the primary care physician, as far as I know at this point, was writing the letter when I was on my way over there.
All right, so if I understand correctly, that even though we don't have the information documented that she is, to quote the motion, her health is at a critical point, and she, again, to quote the motion, could be eminently fatal. So I had agreed earlier that she could testify by Zoom at the defendant's case. Now they're asking that the evidence be taken out of order in the midst of the state's case. So that's...
And I would object to that, Judge. I wanted the court to be aware. She was posting all weekend back and forth with Mr. Tucker. Either one was posting. There were pictures of them together. She was complimenting him, what a great job he's doing. She was laughing at the fact that I raised an issue about him staring at us during the presentation. She announced at one point in one of the postings, I don't know who posted it, one of them, that she was going to be released today, and she reposted she'd be released today, but she wasn't going to have one of our people sitting in the room with her, as I had made the request last week. So she seemed to be posting fine all weekend long, and then this morning we're told that she's on her, her dying breath. So until Your Honor is able to get more information, I would object to. I mean, we're in the middle of a witness right now. And the state hasn't even rested its case yet. So I don't know. This is the reason her testimony was preserved, because we were told she was on her deathbed 6 years ago. So her testimony was preserved. I can't envision why we would somehow rush this testimony in the middle of our case and let the defense present a witness in the middle of the state's case and somehow tell the jury that's not part of the state's case, table that information for the defense case. I just think it would be highly improper and extremely confusing to this jury.
All right, defense?
Your Honor, first off, I am not aware of most of the postings that they're talking about because I haven't been paying attention to my Facebook. Yes, I did post a picture of Paula and I last night when I was in the hospital with her. And yes, they did inform me that in fact she alerted me in the morning to her condition. I went to the hospital, the nurse, they verified that yes, her condition is in that state, but I could not, I'm not a doctor. I wanted to know from her doctor for your honor, right? Because I knew that was going to be something you would want to see. And yes, I was there this morning. He wasn't there yesterday. I was there this morning trying to get that, and he is now having authored that. Now the state may be mad about her posting whatever, but that doesn't tell you her health. It doesn't tell you that whether or not she's going to.
I'm not worried about her posts. I'm not. I mean, in terms of this issue, if it's some other issue, I'm not worried about the post as far as that's concerned.
If I may finish.
Yes, sir.
Again, I know we have to preserve testimony, so do they. Now, again, I looked at Marcy's law, and yes, she has the right to testify at any hearing. The victim's rights are clear. And all it says is that we have to make, every accommodation we can, or reasonable accommodation is what it says, right? Now, reasonable accommodation, I think it ought to be more than reasonable here, right? If she is that ill, and if the doctor says that, then why can't we?
Anything further? I'm hearing about Marcy's law now. I mean, it's kind of interesting because in 99% of the cases, the defendant would be not desirous of the witness, the alleged victim, being accommodated, quote unquote. In this case, is different, which is fine, but that's been brought up.
Judge, first of all, I'm not mad at anything. I want to clear that up. I'm just bringing to the court's attention information I have. I have a job to do, and I'm doing it. So I'm not mad about anything. She's not a state witness. She's not a good state witness. She's on our witness list. What she's going to testify to, we're already aware of it. It's in her preserved transcripts as well. But I don't think anything has been brought forward that would require this court to make those drastic accommodations at this point.
Anything else from the defense?
We've already admitted that it hasn't been brought forward yet, Your Honor, and yes, it is in the process.
All right, so here's what. I indicated that I would allow her to testify by Zoom from the hospital. I used my discretion. I could have said at that point no, but I felt that that was the fair, best thing to do. But at this particular point in time, I'm not going to force the state to, have a witness, adverse witness, called out of order when we have a deposition to preserve. My discretion at that particular point would be to say if she's unable to testify by Zoom, then she can be heard when it's the defense's turn with the deposition to preserve. That's why it was done. I'm not going to force the state to have a witness taken out of order.
Would you allow me to ask one?
Yes? Yeah.
If, again, this is a myth, but if the doctor, if the primary care physician confirms what the defense is telling you,
Yes.
and she is still wanting to testify, as is her right. Again, I mean, yes, we have, and to make it clear, in that motion, when we proposed her for that, we did the motion to graduate. It was on the condition that she would be unavailable, right? Unavailability, I've looked up in the law too. Unavailability means we have made every reasonable accommodation, and she cannot be here.
Yes, sir.
I'm just asking, would Your Honor change his opinion if he has the doctor's note in his hand?
No. I don't believe that the state should be compelled to allow or to have a witness taken out of order when there's another way that witness is able to testify during the defense's case when they want to call her by the deposition. So at that point in time, my discretion is that the utilization of the deposition to preserve. Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to be argumentative.
Well, you are, but maybe you don't think you're trying, but you are.
As the defense, the prosecution is well aware, and they argue themselves. There's a big difference between somebody giving live testimony and the video deposition. And I do think it's highly prejudicial to this case. It's highly prejudicial to the defendant. It is highly prejudicial to our case. if that witness is allowed to, again, succumb to fatal injuries and not be allowed to testify. I also think it does go right against Marshall's law. She is allowed to testify at any hearing.
Yes, sir. I understand what you think, and I think otherwise. So that's why the deposition to perpetuate. I was told years ago, we need this, Judge. We got to move. We got to get this done. And lo and behold, now perhaps it's going to be necessary. I was willing to allow her to testify by Zoom. In your case, where I draw the line is to force your opponent to have their case interrupted by this testimony when it can be presented during your case, albeit by deposition to perpetuate. So irrespective of what the medical opinion is, the court's not going to allow this witness to be taken out of order. So that's the...
I don't know if I'm wrong. I may very well be. But I was also informed by my advisors or my attorneys that this is not uncommon. That it is not uncommon to go out of order. That sometimes it's even done for things such as vacation, much less somebody who may not be around to testify.
It happens. It's true. It does happen. That doesn't mean... I understand what you can't see. I'm not going to force the state, oh, guys, you've got to stop right here. You've got to let Mr. Tucker present a star witness right in the middle of your case when we've got a deposition perpetuate. I don't think that's fair, and I think there's another way that you can get that testimony here. That's my decision, and, that's how I see it. So, and unless there's something else, we have more materials to review, or?
Judge, at this point in time, we have a witness coming in at noon. I guess the jury will be here at 1. Again, Mr. Tucker said that he's got other impeachment, but he doesn't know if he's going to use it or not. Again, the court's already made this clear that impeachment is a specific area. It's not a 2-hour tape. And I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens as the witness is testifying and see what Mr. Tucker's trying to use to impeach.
Okay, I've done everything I can to try to make it as smooth as possible. We expect any other witnesses this afternoon, or?
Judge, that's the only one we figured by the time the cross is done and re-corrected, it's hard to have anybody else really here at that point because we don't know timing. Maybe it would be prudent to have the court hear this IA interview that you keep referring to, Mr. Tucker.
That's not IA.
Not the IA, the live mic tape or whatever that is.
It's 2 hours worth of tape.
Again,
I can't tell you specifically what I'm using.
Okay.
But she has a second.
All right, well, then it's pointless then, other than to expect the defense to be able to at least cue in on that part that they believe is impeachment. That's all I can ask, is that